tonight's, what is this called? A Facebook, YouTube record sale. And there's already people commenting, Chad's late, Chad's late. And Patrick, like I said, they never say, hey, Chad's early, thank you. Like yesterday and the day before and the day after that. Nope. But when Chad's late, you know, those commercials, The Mysterious Man in the World, Dos Equis, they said, he is never late. Everybody else is just early. What's that? Yeah. When he punches a wall, it thanks him. All right. I still got a lot of stuff to do. Have you seen the signed albums? Okay. Got them. Some of those I hadn't even looked up yet, but I know kind of what they are. So, but there's some pretty pricey ones in there. We are here, everybody. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. I slept a little bit later because I messed myself up yesterday. I went to bed too early. I woke up at like 2 or 3, and then it was weird for the rest of the night. So I feel pretty good for tonight's activities. I need to move this poster before it falls over and breaks. That's the biggest thing with these frame posters. It's like, what do you do with them? And we got them everywhere. You hang them on the wall, you gotta go up and down to get them, and we need a big rack system for them. Okay. Don't need these anymore. By this time last night, we'd already sold a whole crate of records, so starting early is a good thing, because I think it was this time last night, I was like, wow, it's already 6 o'clock. We've already sold a whole crate of records. And so we got to pick up the pace all of a sudden. Let me go get that first crate of new. Of course, as y'all know, unfortunately on Saturdays, the UPS doesn't run for us, so we never get any new vinyl, but we typically have quite the stock still to go through, and tonight's no different. So I got some pretty incredible stuff. I'm going to keep these signed records pretty close to me tonight, and I'm going to have to... I got about halfway through them, and then I took pictures of them right quick, just snapped the cards. I was looking at them at my house, and that's kind of what I fell asleep to, just trying to figure out who signed some of them, and then value. We'll do those definitely later. Not the best time right now for that, because we got plenty of other stuff to put up. Let's do that. Bonus crate. Alrighty. Let's see. The comments on the post. 1, 2, 3 about Chad being late. See, it never happens, man. Can I get any praise at all for being early this week? I mean, I just want one like Chad. Thank you for being early the last 4 days. It's Saturday and you're 5 minutes late. Come on. That's all we need. There's John. Here's Chad. All right. First auction. Oh, Bob Welch. Bob Welch is sealed. 1977 limited edition picture disc. Sentimental Lady. A classic. It's a picture disc and it's sealed. Bob Welch. A $15 start. John says he's in. And he's leaving. Thank you for your... Okay. That's respectable. Thank you, John. See you on Monday. We have Terry Reid, 69 USOG. It's VG minus. It's also a $15 start. There's a couple guitars there for you. Guess Bob Welch played guitar too. Let me find this morning's flip video. There it is. And we're good to go. All right, so here's what we sold this morning. Avenged Sevenfold, Marilyn Manson, Marillion, Rolling Stones Leads, Kiss Lick It Up, Tool, The Who, Megadeth, Toby Keith, Ozzy, Marillion, ZZ Top, Rolling Stones, Collective Soul, Stone Roses, Talk Talk, Rolling Stones, Garbage, and somebody needs the price on those. Okay? All right, so we got the John Hughes box set. Life moves pretty fast. This is $139.99. This is a 6LP red vinyl, the John Hughes mixtapes. Life moves pretty fast. That's $139.99, 6LP box. I still got the Soundgarden 4LP live from the Artist In. That's on different color splatter, colored vinyl. $59.99 on Soundgarden, live from the Artist In. We have the Rolling Stones Bigger Bang, and we had one last night. We sold it. Here's another one, and this is sold to Glenn Kesey. First sale of the night, that's sold to Glenn Kesey, Keasey. Thank you on that one. And then we have the Rolling Stones Gurr. This is a triple LP, New Jersey, 2012. This Rolling Stones is still available, and that is $34.99. Terry Reid is a VG minus record. It is available for sale. No bid yet. Looking for a $15 start. And then the other record is a sealed Bob Welch picture disc. It's about to be a buy it now as well. Over here we have a Love Supreme, John Coltrane. That is a Verve Acoustic Sound Series. Very, very cool. Coltrane is $38.99. And we have No Doubt, the singles collection. And No Doubt is on silver vinyl. It is a 2LP, and it is $34.99. No Doubt, the singles collection. Megadeth, this is Countdown to Extinction. One is sold to Rick Longoria. Thank you, Rick Longoria. That is sold to you. $34.99. Megadeth. That's a picture disc. Mike Brangle and the John Coltrane Love Supreme. Thank you on that. That's sold to Mike Brangle. And we have Megadeth, The Sick, The Dying, and The Dead. And The Sick, The Dying, and The Dead is $34.99. It's a Gatefold 2LP. Nobody bid on Terry Reid. That's a great price on that, even for that grade. And Bob Welch is sealed. Those are $15 and $15 buy it nows, okay? Let's go ahead and get those off the table. Bob Welch, Bob Welch, Bob Welch, Terry Reid, Bob Welch. Next thing over here is going to go up. This is the Grand Funk album, Shine On. And this one is complete with the 3D glasses and the poster that has the uncut 3D glasses there. That's going to go up for a $10 start. That's Grand Funk Shine On. Has the original on her sleeve. Awesome. We do have another Megadeth. And here is Garbage, Bleed Like Me. And Garbage is officially sold to Greg Preston. Thank you, Greg Preston. That's so to you. $34.99. The David Bowie lights are $59.99. $59.99 for the David Bowie lights. We have two left. That one's actually cracked. So it's damaged. And then over here, we have one more copy of Garbage, Bleed Like Me, which is $34.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And our next auction is Bad Company. And this is their self-titled debut album. Unfortunately, though, a VG minus copy. And that's why we're going to put it up for a $10 start. Bad Company, a $10 start. That's up for bid. We have Toby Keith, 100% songwriter, and Toby Keith is $29.99, and that is $29.99. That's Toby Keith. That's 100% songwriter. The Terry Reid is sold to Back to the Turntable for $15. Thank you on that one. All right, there's that. And over here, we have ZZ Top La Futura. This one is sold to Lily McCurry. Thank you, Lily McCurry. That is sold to you, ZZ Top La Futura, $38.99. And then here is the Stones Live in Leeds, a triple LP, and that's with DVD. That's sold to Clifford Umstead, $34.99. Gary Samuels is in on the Grand Funk at 10. That's going once, going twice. And then Bad Company is a VG minus copy. It's a $10 start. Kiss Lick It Up. I'm pretty sure this sold. I'm pretty sure I said earlier, Kiss Lick It Up, didn't I? Yeah, Richard Bradshaw. Thank you. That's sold to him for $29.99. And we still have the Temple of the Dog album, 2 LP, $34.99. I'm going hungry. Also over here, we have Toby Keith, 13 #1 hits. And Toby Keith is sold to Rick Longoria. Thank you, Rick Longoria. That's sold to you. That was our last copy of that. And then here is No Security, the Rolling Stones Live in San Jose. That was the triple LP colored vinyl, and that's sold to Mike Bartlett. Thank you, Mike Bartlett. Topographic got that one. Here's the Paul Stanley Stolo album, $34.99. Paul Stanley's available. Let's put him right back there, and we have one extra copy for $34.99. Iron Maiden Power Slave is $33.99. That's our last copy of Power Slave, $33.99 on that. $33.99 on that. We still have Metallica Reload for $49.99, and Alice in Chains Black Gives Way to Blue. AIC is $39.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Grand Funk to Gary Samuels for $10. And Bad Company, it's a little bit lower grade copy, but a classic album and very much enjoyable and playable. It's only a $10 buy it now on that. $10 buy it now on that. So there is that, okay? So that's Bad Company, $10. All right? Still looking for Avenged Sevenfold, Marilyn Manson, Marillion, Tool, The Who, and Ozzy, and another Marillion, and Collective Soul, Stone Roses, Talk, and all that's in the upcoming crate. We have not sold any Collective Souls or any autographed albums yet. Those are probably going to be hitting in about an hour, okay? Probably going to do those at top of the hour because there's some pretty pricey stuff. I will go ahead and mix in one autograph right now. This is a pretty good one. It's signed by Paul Cantor and Ansley Dunbar, members, Paul Cantor, members of Jefferson Starship and Jefferson Airplane. This is a signed Jefferson Airplane album, or Jefferson Starship. It's signed on the front by Ansley Dunbar, legendary drummer, and it's JSC authenticated. And we're going to put this up for a $55 start. So really nice copy there. And that's a $55 start on Jefferson Starship, signed. Christopher Eldridge wants Tool. There's one, evidently, I guess, Opiate in the upcoming crate, but we'll find out. When is Paul Stanley for sale? You can buy Paul Stanley right now. He is $34.99. That's a buy it now. So back here in the back are auctions. Back here in the back are auctions. And in the crates are buy it now. So if you see me put up something in the crate, you can go ahead and purchase it at any time. Our next auction over here is going to be another Bad Company, and this one's an EX copy, a 75 USOG of Bad Company Straight Shooter, and this is going to go up for a $15 start. Bad Company Straight Shooter, $15 start on that one. Thanks everybody for spending your Saturday night with us. That was crate number 1 tonight. Alice in Chains, $39.99. Metallica, $49. Paul Stanley, $34.99. Temple of the Dog is $34.99. Toby Keith is $29. Also, Garbage, Bleed Like Me, $34. Megadeth is $34. Megadeth Countdown to Extinction is $34. No Doubt the Singles is $34. Grr Live, excuse me, that's $34. Soundgarden, $59. And the John Hughes is $139. That's some of the items for tonight. Or from last night in that first crate, still available, okay? So let's slide these over right here. That Bad Company is a $20 start. That's an EX copy, OG. And then Jefferson Starship, Jefferson Starship, signed by Ansley Dunbar and Paul Cantor. That's a $55 start, okay? All right, any chance to sell 12-inch dividers? I can get them for you, Chuck. If you want me to look into that, we can make a note. I can send you a DM with pricing. But yes, we can. Sherry Darnell on the Toby Keith. Thank you on that one. I don't think I had that one before. One of the first things we're going to do tonight is some vintage discount crates, some of the flip crate leftovers from this week, to go ahead and close those out. And I hope everybody's ready for that. I am. Hopefully you are too. And let me step over here and grab this other crate of new stuff. Thanks everybody for spending your evening with us. Going to have some big sales upcoming this tonight, and then I'm very excited about Monday. Probably going to be able to have another big kiss night, and then next week I think we're already kind of stockpiling for another incredible run of stuff. Mike Quadrini's in on the Jefferson at 55. Thank you. Let's make a note to check on dividers for Chuck Edward. We actually have quite a bit of like pre-owned ones, and a lot of times we get them together and I sell them in lots because they're a lot cheaper than the new ones. The Toby Keith was 100% songwriter. It is $29.99. The signed Jefferson Starship has bids for $55, $56, and $60. And Bad Company has a $15 bid with topographic. That's going once, going twice. Okay, so Marillion, we have a wait list for this. This is a 2LP live 1984, and we need to give this one to David Howard, and we need to put we need to put Lily McCurry on a Marillion 1984 Netherlands waiting list, okay? So Lillian, you'd be second. That one's already sold to David Howard. Slayer Undisputed Attitude, $33.99 for Slayer. It's available, and right in front of it is a Vince Sevenfold The Stage, and I had never had that one before. It is sold to Jeremy Todd. It's a 2LP, $39.99. Bad Company is sold to Topographic for $15. $15. Everybody been away. Whatever happened to the Earth release? Earth was canceled. Basically, Sharon Osbourne told that guy if he released that, he would be sued. And so they basically canceled it. I'll take a Toby Keith. I have Toby Keith. But yeah, Earth, the early Black Sabbath demos, that was canceled. They tied that one up in court, or was going to. And that guy knew if he released it, he would be in bad shape. So that is, it's not happening. The only way it's going to happen if that guy risks some serious legal battles. So, and I don't think he can beat Sharon. She's probably got a little bit too much money to fight him. Toby Keith is sold to John Griffin. Thank you. Back to turntable. I've already sold Bad Company. Looks like bids were going to come in on that one. He bid first, and it had been up for a while, and I went ahead and sold it to him. My bad. Well, I'll give y'all a chance to bid on something else, though. Guess what? There's more auctions. Sorry. I didn't figure anybody else wanted to bid on it. Dang it. Marvelettes. This one's always been kind of tougher to get. This is a 1963 USOG. It's in G+ condition. This is, even for a G+, that's about average for a record like this. Has the original Motown sleeve. The Marvelettes, a $20 start. The signed Jefferson Starship, signed by Dunbar and Cantor, is at $70 right now. Next is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. This is on gold vinyl for $36.99. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, $36.99 gold vinyl. Also, we have Genesis 6 Sides Live. Genesis is an unofficial, really cool here. $89.99. It's a triple LP, live unofficial Genesis. Queensryche Promised Land is $34.99. That's on clear vinyl, gatefold jacket. And then Syd Barrett, Madcap Cries, demos and ad takes. Syd Barrett, $33.99 for Syd Barrett. That's $33.99. And then Depeche Mode. This is live in Hawaii, Honolulu. $36.99 for Depeche Mode, okay? Jefferson Starship out, so final call to Mike Quadrini. The Marvelettes is a $20 start. Right now, the no bids, you can buy this VG minus copy of Bad Company for $10, and the sealed Bob Welch picture disc is $15. That's our current no bids at the moment. Also, we have the Ramones, and this is live in Uruguay, 1994, $33.99. We have a signed Ramones album. I'm about to put that up by CJ Ramone. Here is Tool. This is the Tool. It's not Opiate. It's live in Lollapalooza. And that's so to Rick Longoria. Thank you, Rick Longoria. That's so to you. And then here's the Who. Yeah, and that's what he wanted, both of the Who. So these are also sold to Rick Longoria. Philadelphia Volume 1 and Philadelphia Volume 2. Let's go ahead and sell those to Rick Longoria. Rick Longoria. Red Cave Collections on the Classic Bad Company, Until the Day I Die. That's sold to Red Cave for $10. Thank you, Josh. And then here is Megadeth, and this one's called 13. And Megadeth is $46.99. Depeche Mode details. Depeche Mode is a live unofficial. Honolulu, Hawaii, 1994. New and sealed. It's a bootleg unofficial. These are pretty simple. They just have like one-sided, and then on the back it looks like a single, but it's actually 3, 6, 7 tracks on that one. $36.99. Jefferson Starship, and that's sold to Mike Quadrini for $70. Looks like Carol Puckett's late to the show. We've been wondering where you're at. Been waiting for you. Looks like you're late. I've already been selling for a half hour. Next thing over here is this. I have going up for bid right now, Loudness. Loudness is an 85 USOG specialty press, Thunder in the East. A VG copy, $15 start. And we have one more copy there of Megadeth 13, $46.99. So Jazz Sabbath, Volume 1 and Volume 2. I didn't let somebody know the price. George Jones said I didn't say the price in the video. So I'll go ahead and reply to him. Maybe George is watching right now. George, the Jazz Sabbaths are $34.99 and $36.99, okay? So if anybody wants those, George asked in the video, but they're up for grabs. Jackie Reynolds gets the Depeche Mode, and then over here is Megadeth Rust in Peace. Megadeth Rust in Peace is $36.99, and then there's another live Marilyn Manson. This one's already sold, though, to Josh Tanner. That's live Marilyn Manson, $19.99, $36.99 on that one. Rust in Peace is sold to Blackie L, and then the Marvelettes did not get a bid. This is a G-Plus copy. Really cool, though. 1963 OG G-Plus. Does have the inner sleeve, $20 start. Those old Motown records like that, they still play very well, even in that grade. And then Loudness is a $15 start. Loudness is a $15 start. Let's go ahead and put up another auction then. And that one's going to be happening pretty dang soon. And that one is going to be Hold the Fort. Hold the Fort. What did I say? Hold the Fork. Don't eat that. We have a 1976 USOG and VG Plus condition, ELO, a new world record. That's going to go up for a $10 start. Just got a couple warm-up auctions here. Let's put up another autograph that I've already got tagged for tonight. And this next one is pretty cool. He was a Ramon there in the early mid-90s. He played on the Mondo Bizarro, the Acid Eaters, and that was C.J. Ramon. He's one of the few that was in those lineups of the Ramones. It's actually still alive. This one's called C.J. Ramon, Last Chance to Dance. It is signed and JSC authenticated. The actual record is near mint minus, and CJ is a $55 start. CJ Ramon, $55 start. Here is, whoop, there's something behind this. Talk Talk, which did sell. Talk Talk is a live unofficial, and this is $33.99. Dear Boss, and that is a live unofficial. So to Jason Fornerat. Thank you, Jason Fornerat. That's so to you. And then here is that Rolling Stones box set. It is called The Rock and Roll Circus, $74.99 on that. And we have another Megadeth. This is the Euthanasia picture disc. And Megadeth Euthanasia picture disc is $39.99. Loudness, Thunder in the East. And Loudness over here did not get a bid. It's a bot now for $15. Loudness is a bot now for $15. It's an OG VG copy for $15. Final chance on ELO for a $15 start, or $10 start, I said. And then CJ Ramon, $55. Scully Mack gets the Loudness for $15. He sniped that one, folks. That was a sniper right there. Stone Roses. This is so to Jason Fornerat. This is another live unofficial, $38.99. The ELO was a solid VG copy. Megadeth, So Far So Good So What. Megadeth is $33.99, and we still got Ministry Twitch, a music on vinyl press, $39.99 for Ministry Twitch. Time for another auction. As soon as I take a drink of Diet Coke from Chick-fil-A. Nice. All right. Here's kind of an obscurity. This is a sealed Mexico pressing. And give me 1 second over here. But before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and show you this Ozzy picture disc, which did sell to Lily McCurry. Thank you, Lily McCurry. She got the Ozzy picture disc. If anybody wants on a wait list for that, this is Ozzy, Madman on Stage. It's a 10-inch picture disc, double-sided, of course, 6-track live from Blizzard of Oz tour. Collective Soul, Hints, Allegations, Things Left Unsaid. That's sold to Jason Fornerat. Thank you, Jason, $29.99. And then the Rolling Stones Classic Show here, LA Forum, Live in 75, Triple LP and DVD, $34.99. The single soundtrack is $39.99. Blondie, Heart of Glass was $24. Kraftwerk Live in Netherlands, 1981 for $34. And then Iron Maiden, The Number of the Beast, $33.99 on that. All right, CJ Ramon is a buy it now for $55, signed and JSC authenticated. And the ELO is a $10 buy it now, okay? $10 buy it now, ELO, a new world record, okay? Those are buy it nows and buy it nows. Now we're ready for more new auctions. Let's go ahead and pull something that was over here in the advertised stuff for tonight. And let's go ahead and put up this Japanese pressing of Jimmy Page Outrider. We don't get this one too often. It's an 88 US, or excuse me, I do that every time. A 1988 Japanese OG, OB and insert, near mint minus. Jimmy Page solo album is a $40 start. That's now for bid, ELO or 2LP. To my knowledge, that album has never been released as a 2LP. No, it is a single LP. ELO, New World Record, has always been a single LP. Jimmy Page Japanese pressing, that's Outrider, $40 start on that. Very, very cool. All right, moving right along. Let's put this stuff in here, and let's put this stuff right in there, okay? Boom and boom. So everybody in this morning's video got everything except Lily McCurry on a wait list for Marillion. I'm going to let her know right now, wait list for Marillion. All right, she was second on that one, if I can spell it correctly. M-A-R, just one R, Chad. L-L-I, and then there's another I. Boy, that's a tough one. All right, there's that. Then everybody else, unless George Jones decides he wants the Jazz Sabbaths, they're still available. I just let him know how much they were. Let me open this up over here. And then, all right. Okay. And then the Marvelettes got an offer for $15, and I'm taking it. Marvelettes and Soda Jetstream for $15. Okay. 1 second here. I'm going to open this up. I'll be using this a lot tonight, so let me open this. I'm going to have to go get my computer, even though we don't have waiting list. Just sold a Joan Crawford autograph on eBay. That's good. And we need new auctions. Has everybody hit the like button? And has everybody hit the share button? This is a sealed copy, sealed with hop sticker, the Beatles Real Music, and it's a Mexico press. It's never been opened. Sealed Beatles Real Music, an obscure pressing to see, Mexico with the Spanish hop sticker there on it. That's a $35 start. No bid on Jimmy Page, final call for $40, and no bid on the Beatles, $35 start on that. All right, let me do a little bit of condensing here, see if I can get all this down into one crate. And if anybody else wanted anything in here, let me know. That was Iron Maiden, Kraftwerk, Blondie, Singles, Rolling Stones, Ministry, Megadeth, Rolling Stones, Jazz Sabbath, Megadeth, the Ramones, and Syd Barrett, Queensryche, Genesis, Willy Wonka, and Slayer. Those are what's still available, okay? ELO is sold back to the turntable for $10. That's sold back to the turntable for $10. And let me move these right over here, okay? All righty. So there's the 4 crates from the last couple nights. Let's go ahead and grab this right over here. I think I've got a crate of discount vintage. Yeah, here's some flip crate discount vintage stuff to do. Let's go ahead and get that ready. And let's go ahead. Whoa, don't fall over, please. Here we go. There's going to be some really good stuff. Vintage discount. Then we got 2, 4, 6. Looks like Patron John has a 7 crates of vintage window hop autumn start. They have already started. You've already missed 2 or 3 things. Must have just woke up from a nap. Over here we have Page at $40, final call, Beatles at $35. And this is one of our first records here. That is, how much were these? Let's make these. These were $14.99. Great prices on these. $14.99. David Bowie Changes. $14.99. Original tan label. These are like, what do you do in kind of prices, Chad? David Bowie changes, $14.99. Tan label, no condition notes. These are no more, no less, $14.99. Aerosmith, self-titled album, $14.99, no more, no less. And we have Heart, Dreamboat Annie, $14.99. That would be half off. This is a vintage discount crate. This is the stuff that didn't get claimed from the 9 a.m. hype, the 9 a.m. discount crate. So imagine what you missed if you're here just now finding out that those records are $14.99. Amenities gets Jimmy Page for $40. And then the Beatles sealed Mexico pressing gets $35. Sealed Mexico pressing for $35. Okay? And then next thing over here is this. This is the Police Synchronicity box set. 2024 worldwide box set, 4 LP deluxe limited edition near mint with book and photos. And the Police Synchronicity is a $100 start. That's that new one of the newest deluxe editions that they did of that. Come out, I guess, now a couple years ago. Didn't seem like that long ago. $100 start on the police box. Christina Curtis gets Bowie. Make sure that goes in for $14.99. Mike Cadrini gets Aerosmith. Make sure that gets in for $14.99. And no, unfortunately, I don't have a what did somebody just ask about? Sturgill Simpson. No, I don't have that in stock, but I can get it. Karen says, I can see the Beatles. This is the Beatles Real Music. It's a foreign press, sealed with hop sticker, $35. I'll do Danzig at $7.15. I'll do Danzig at $7.15. That's a big one. That's a huge one. That's a gigantic one. I'll do that one at $7.15. Okay, Heart is $14.99. That was the last $14.99. Now we're about to change over to $9.99 stuff. The Police is a $100 start. And then over here, put down Paul Brothers for a Sturgill Simpson Volume 1. Karen Robin gets the Beatles for $35. The Police Synchronicity is a $100 start. $100 start. Crocus over here. Crocus is Metal Rendezvous, a 1982 USOG VG Plus condition. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. Police is a $100 start. Crocus is a $15 start. Now, these records are $9.99. Jeff Beck Flash, that was half off, no condition notes. That's $9.99. The most of Jeff Beck, that was a Music for Pleasure, half off at $9.99. And Jeff Beck Anthology, that was also half off. 3 different Jeff Beck comps there, unclaimed, $9.99. Juiciest Fruit Gum, 1910 Fruit Gum Company, that is just $9.99. And we have some $6.99ers here. These are already discounted, no more, no less. Headaches Getting Lucky, that is $6.99. We have Steve Winwood self-titled, that is $6.99. And we have Crack the Sky Animal Notes, and that is also $6.99. All these right here are from the 6 a.m. morning or the 9 a.m. morning discount crate. Make sure you're in our private group, Whole Lot of Records, and you're watching this every morning. Otherwise, you're going to be missing out on stuff. Donna gets that for $6.99. This is your final chance to bid on the Police at $100, and this is your final chance to bid on Crocus at $15. Okay, with that being said, let me move on right here. Next thing I have is Mott the Hoople Mad Shadows. And these are, what tier are we in here? These are, what tier are we in here? These are $9.99. Mott the Hoople Mad Shadows. This is $9.99, which would be a half-off record. $9.99 for Mott the Hoople Mad Shadows. Also $9.99 for Frida Payne Golden Archive Series. That's just $9.99. And same price, $9.99 here for Hugh Muscella 24 Karat Hits. That's a 2 LP. That's also $9.99. Also $9.99 for Gary McFarland. Does the Sun Really Shine on the Moon? That's $9.99. And the same price for Gary McFarland Soft Samba. All those you just seen right there are $9.99, and same price for Frank Sinatra, Love is a Kick, $9.99 for Sinatra. Crocus got one bid, and that's sold to Andy Wade for $15. Thank you, Andy. That's sold to you. Next thing over here is Sid Said gets Head East for $6.99. That's sold to Sid Said for $6.99. Mike Cadrini bid $100 on the Police. That's now a final call. And the Bob Welch is sold, and that's sold to Sig for $15. Okay? Moving on. Next auction we have ready for you right now is the following. This is a pretty dang good one here. This is signed by Bernard Summer from Joy Division and New Order. This is an original 12-inch single. It is State of the Nation, Bizarre Love Triangle, and Bizarre Love Triangle, and I Don't Care. And this is JSA authenticated, signed by Bernard Summer. JSA to $125 start on that one. $125 start on that. Put down Joe Salamo for a pack of MoFi inner sleeves, please. Kevin Chapman got the Frank Sinatra for $9.99. Thank you on that. And then these next records are $6.99. Already discounted. These are $6.99. We have Average White Band, Person to Person, a 2 LP. That's $6.99. $6.99 for the Flashdance soundtrack. Nice and shrink and hot. $6.99 for the Arthur soundtrack. That's a Mexico press. $6.99 on that one. And Glenn Campbell, By the Time I Get the Phoenix, that is $6.99. Sting Fan Donna on Flash for $6.99. She also got Arthur for $6.99. Mike Quadrini next on Flash. Police has a new bid for 105 of amenities. I don't think we're done on that then. So Mike Quadrini, you're done. Looks like that's going to be our first auction with actually some bids. The signed Bernard Summer new orders, $125 start. And if you look up comps for those, you'll find out, holy crap, that's a very fair price for that. My gracious, Chad, that's incredible. Next is Abram Jolly bid 103 on the Police. We have Jackie Gleason's Prudence Aphrodisia, $6.99 on that one. And we have Tavares, and this one's called In the City. Tavares is $6.99, and then also $6.99 for the Best of Herman's Hermits Volume 2. All those you just seen right there are $6.99, and now we are into some $9.99. Cobra was $9.99. First Strike, a gold stamp promo, $9.99 for Cobra, okay? $9.99 for Cobra. First is Ray Red on Gary McFarland, Does the Sun. And that was right here. That sold Ray Red for $9.99. Great price on that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick right then. And that next auction right quick right then is going to be this right here. It is Black Sabbath, Born Again. And Black Sabbath is a VG copy. Unfortunately, it has a little bit of cover damage right up here. It does have the inner sleeve. It's a VG UK Vertigo press. And this is going to, a Netherlands Vertigo press. And that's going to go up for a $25 start. Black Sabbath is now up for bid. All right, we have sealed Willie Nelson for just $9.99. That one's called Partners. It was half off sealed for $9.99. Price on Arturo, maybe Arthur. Arthur has already sold. Here's some more $6.99 stuff. The Worst That Could Happen, The Fifth Dimension, also $6.99 is Henry Gross Solis. Lake is $6.99. The Producers was $6.99. Michael Murphy, $6.99. And Manchild, those are all $6.99. Donna gets the sealed Willie for $9.99. The high bid on the Police box is $115. And the high bid on the Police box is $115. That's for the Police Synchronicity box right over here. That's at $115. No one bid on the Bernard Summer New Order Love Division. That is signed and JSC authenticated, $125. Great price on that. Black Sabbath is now at $25 with Bob Riger. $25 with Bob Riger on the Black Sabbath. Cover Damage VG Vinyl. That album is out of print. And then the next record here, this is Cheech and Chong. It was just $9.99. It was VG, but $9.99 for Cheech and Chong. This is a vintage discount crate. Whatever's not sold, we're going to try to bundle it here. The Police is the box set, the 2024 4LP Deluxe, near mint book, photo, posters, etc. And the next part of this crate is all $6.99. Jay Ferguson is $6.99. Hookfoot is $6.99. Ian Gillan and Roger Glover was $6.99. Bobby Whitlock was $6.99. And then this Robert Ely sealed for $6.99. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, a VG copy for $6.99. Red Cave Collections got the Cheech and Chong for $9.99. Final Call on the Black Sabbath for $25. Our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. We got some pretty rare, pricey Beatles boots over here tonight. But first, here's a really cool Bob Dylan boot. This is called Life Sentence. It's a 2LP, 1978 unofficial. And it's Bob Dylan live in Los Angeles, 1978. That's a $75 start. $75 start on that. Reminds me of the old days of the Dale Pittsburgh collection. All these bootlegs we've had here lately. All right, more $6.99. The Four Tops Greatest Hits, I Can't Help Myself, a VG copy for $6.99. $6.99 for Steve Martin, VG Plus copy. And $6.99 for Spirit Clear, that's a VG copy, $6.99. Are we done on the Police? Amenities, $115. I haven't heard back from Abram Jolly, and it's at $115 with amenities. I'm about to sell it. I'm assuming, Abram Jolly, you're done. Bob Riger, you get Black Sabbath for $25. Thank you, Bob Riger. That's so due for $25. Appreciate that. The Dylan is a $75 start. 2LP unofficial, no bid yet. Also $6.99 for Maha Vishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire. That's VG plus $6.99, and $6.99 for Rank Marino Mahogany Rush, VG plus $6.99. No new vinyl on Saturdays unless we just have some we didn't get to. I will be going through some new vinyl, but on Saturdays we never have any new deliveries, unfortunately. So new vinyl deliveries are done until the new week starts on Monday. Diet Coke. And then it's time for my caffeine. All right, so $6.99 here. Charles Berry wants the Gillen Glover. Great price on that for $6.99. Gillen and Glover, $6.99. And we have Klaatu Sir Army Suit. That's a VG copy for $6.99. Troy Robinson on the four tops for $6.99. And Savoy Brown. This was sold. That one, somebody commented like 2 days later. And then they said, Chad, you didn't pull the Savoy Brown. I was like, you were watching the wrong video. But that's already sold. And then over here, the Police is sold for $115. That is sold to Amenities for $115. Thank you. That is sold. And then over here, this is $14.99. The Rolling Stones EX copy of It's Only Rock and Roll, and I Like It. That is $14.99. Also over here is Delaney and Bonnie on tour with Friends, and this is $9.99. $9.99 for Delaney and Bonnie with Eric Clapton. Also $9.99 for the Best of the Trogs. VG Plus $9.99, Wild Thing. And Play Don't Worry, Mick Ronson. VG Plus, that's just $9.99. Signed Deftones will be here in about a half hour. That will be here in about a half hour, okay? And then the rest of this crate is all $6.99. Netherlands, Dan Fogelberg, $6.99. Nielsen was $6.99. Atlantic Atco All-Star Showcase, $6.99. Black Oak, Arkansas, same price. And then the Rugby's VG, $6.99. Before I finish that crate, let's put up another auction. And the next auction is going to go up right now. And that is this right here. And that is this right here. That is this. I got a sealed unofficial pressing of Smashing Pumpkins, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. A sealed unofficial pressing, Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. How is this sleeved? What a bizarre deal here. I think it's inside of a sleeve, inside of a sleeve. Let's see here. I'm not for sure. Well, man. This thing is well protected. I know that. I don't know how you get into this. It's a sealed Smashing Pumpkins Melancholy. $65 start. That's now up for bid. No bid on Bob Dylan. That's a $75 buy now for the 1978 boot of Life Sentence EX live in Los Angeles. And the New Order 12-inch single signed by Bernard Summer is sold to Amenities for $110. That's done. Margaret Gerhold gets Nielsen. Margaret Gerhold gets Nielsen for $6.99. Also, we have Spencer Davis and Peter Jamison. That is $6.99. The Motors is $6.99. And then over here, $6.99 for Willie Nelson Stardust, VG Plus condition, $6.99. Melancholy is a $75 start. It's now up for bid. Also going up for bid right now is another Marvelettes record. Another Marvelettes record. The Marvelettes is a 1967 USOG Hollywood Mono VG Plus condition, and the Marvelettes is going to go up for a $20 start. That is now up for bid. All right, so that's a vintage discount crate. I'm going to maybe add a few more to it before anything else. But before I do that, let me go ahead and put this up right here. This is signed by the band Tesla. It is a $275 start. It's fully signed, the 5-man London Jam, and that's on blue and red vinyl. It's been JSC authenticated, and Tesla is sealed. The cover is actually signed, and then it's on blue and red vinyl, and that's a $275 start on Tesla. The sealed Melancholy boot is a $65 start, and the Marvelettes, of course, just got also put up for sale. Let me see if I can find the leftover other flip crates to put all these together over here. 314 flip crate. That was today, and then here's Fridays. Okay, and then there's Thursdays. I'm going to try to put all these together and remind some people some stuff they missed out on. So let me show you some more $6.99 records here, and then we're going to try to do a big bundle if we can, and that way we can say all the flip crate stuff. All the flip crate stuff is done, okay? So first thing is Dirty Pirate Hooker on the Dirty Pirate Hooker over here on the, let's see, that was on the $9.99. What happened to it? That was the $9.99 Cobra. There it is. All right, that's sold for $9.99, okay? All right, so first thing is, no, Tesla is fully signed, not personalized. Yeah, fully signed, not personalized. Very nice. They signed above each of their images. It's sealed blue and red vinyl. It's signed on the album jacket. It's everything you would want. Colored vinyl, signed, sealed, JSA authenticated, $275 start. We do have other Tesla albums, not tonight. And of course, this is probably one of the more affordable ones I have. When you get stuff like Mechanical Resonance and all those other ones autographed, they get up around $400 or $500. We will have those in the future. So really good deal on this one. Sealed $275. Here are some more $6.99ers. We have Wet Willie Left Coast Live. Wet Willie is $6.99. Leo Sayer is just $6.99. That's You Make Me Feel Like Dancing. Joan Armour Trading Secret Secrets, it was $6.99. Joan Armour Trading Self-Titled, it was $6.99. Brooklyn Dreams, or excuse me, yeah, Brooklyn Dreams, that was $6.99. Joe Cocker, the name of that album's Cocker, it was $6.99. Chameleon was $6.99. And then $6.99 for John Kay and $6.99 for the Glory Guys. And those are all $6.99 each, okay? The Melancholy is sealed, and that's an unofficial 3LP colored vinyl. The cheapest I've ever sold one of those, $65. Wow, you can buy that for $65. No one bid on the Marvelettes. The Marvelettes is a 67 USOG VG Plus condition, $20 on the Marvelettes. $20 on the Marvelettes, and this is your final chance on Tesla. 5-man London Jam, $275, JSA authenticated. Tony McDaniel wants Wet Willie for $6.99. Margaret Gerhold got Joe Cocker for $6.99, and Paul Vihar got the Smashing Pumpkins for $65. That is all sold. Let's put up another auction right quick, and that next auction is Rush Fly By Night. This is a 1975 OG and VG condition. Has the original on her sleeve. The cover is also VG. Does have a ding there on the spine. And Rush is a $20 star. Fly By Night. Okay? Now, let's go back right back here. And let me show you a couple things. I still got the Rolling Stones. It's only rock and roll. That was $14.99. Heart Dreamboat Annie. That was $14.99. And then starting for $9.99. These are $9.99 records. Jeff Beck Flash, No Condition Notes, The Most of Jeff Beck, the Jeff Beck Anthology. We have Mott the Hoople, Mad Shadows, Gary McFarland, Soft Samba, 24 Karat Hits, Hugh Muscella, The Best of the Trogs, Frida Payne, Mick Ronson, The Juiciest Fruit Gum, and Delaney and Bonnie and Friends on Tour. Those are all $9.99. No bid on Tesla. It's a $275 buy it now, fully signed and JSA authenticated. It is available. And then Rush Fly By Night is a 75 OG VG condition, and that is a $20 start. $20 start on that. Next auction is Riot, and that is Fire Down Under. Riot is an 81 USOG, and believe it or not, this particular Allied pressing, this 81 OG, there was none for sale in the United States. That's a VG copy for a $20 start. Right, you would think there would be plenty of those, but there actually wasn't any listed for sale. Amenities gets 24 Karat Hits for $9.99. Thank you on that one. Didn't I claim the Smashing Pumpkins first? Didn't I claim the Smashing Pumpkins first? The Smashing Pumpkins, Paul Vihar put SP, and then there wasn't anything else, Joe DeGaldo, until you put, didn't I claim the Smashing Pumpkins first? To my, oh, I don't see anything on here. No, there's nothing that ever came through until you asked 5 minutes later, it looks like. Okay, $6.99. Sherry Darnell on the Stones. It's only rock and roll. That's sold to Sherry for $14.99. My first crate's almost full. Before I show the $6.99 stuff again, I'm going to add more $9.99 stuff. Great prices on these. $9.99. This is Tina Turner Foreign Affair. That is 1989 original, $9.99. And Sly and the Family Stone's Greatest Hits. That's half off at $9.99. No condition notes. Nobody bid on the OG Rush. Nobody bid on the OG Rush. This is a 75 USOG. That's in VG condition. A $20 start on Rush. Fly By Night, $20 start on that. I still got Rush, the signed Tesla, the Marvelettes, and the Bob Dylan, and the signed CJ Ramon. Final chance to get a bid on Riot. Can't believe no one bid on Rush. Now somebody claimed it, and then somebody bid 22. Already sold to John Kaiser for $20. Boy, some of y'all are like, I'm going to wait till the very last second, and then there's already been a couple people like, dang it, I can't believe I lost that auction. And I'm over here like, man, I can't believe you waited to the last second to try to bid on it or claim it. Golly, that's bad for all of us. Tony McDaniel on S for Sly and the Family Stone for $9.99. Dennis Daly third on Rush. I'm like, golly, why did we wait to the very last second? Oh, no. Now there's no chance of you getting it. Jerry Garcia, VG Plus condition. Hey, look, there's Tiger. Isn't he holding his Tiger guitar? That just sold at auction earlier this week for $12 million for Jerry Garcia's Tiger guitar. One of a kind. A Hall of Fame piece, to say the least. That's a OG pressing of Garcia. $15 start on that one. $15 start on that one. Snipes. I would bid early and fast. I'd bid early and fast. VG $10 start on that. Next thing over here, this is $14.99 for Joe Cocker with a little help from my friends. This one was $14.99. Joe Cocker with a little help from my friends. $14.99 there on Joe Cocker. And that was a classic one. And there was only one $19.99 record unclaimed, and that was Led Zeppelin Coda. And Led Zeppelin Coda was $19.99. This is a gatefold jacket with the original inner sleeve, and Coda was $19.99. Great price on that. You can pick that up right now. Marvelette's got an offer for $15. That's sold to Gabe Valles. Nobody bid on Riot. Riot's a buy now for $20, and that's a 1981 U.S. Allied original, $20 on Riot. Let's put that away right over here. And then Jerry Garcia, the last bid that came in on this, was nothing. It's a VG Plus copy, a $15 start. $15 start, Jerry Garcia. That's now up for bid. And then David Gilmour's Black Strat, so for $14.1 million or 14.2, whichever. We'll say $14 million. $14 million for David Gilmour's Black Strat. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Imagine the sounds. Well, we don't have to imagine. We know the sounds that came out of that. Amazing. Here's a 1979 OG copy of Bad Company Desolation Angels. VG, a $10 start for Bad Company, okay? That's now up for bid. Riot's a buy it now. And I think I got a couple more things to add over here on this and on that. But first, let's put up another auction over here that's ready to go. And this next auction is Deep Purple Song Zoom. And this is Deep Purple. This is live in Chicago, 1970, a vintage bootleg in VG condition, a $75 start. Deep Purple Song Zoom. It's VG, a $75 start. VG, $75 start. That's now up for bid. That is a vintage Deep Purple bootleg, $75 start on that one, okay? Riot is $15, and that is sold to MT Matt for $15, okay? All right, there's that. And then here we go. Let me pull some other stuff over here from these other crates. I know we've kind of still been on the first crate, but technically it's a lot of different stuff. We've actually been adding to it, so I keep adding to the same crate because I've got leftovers here from the flip crate. This is the stuff from this morning that was still available. Only one $14.99 record left. And this $14.99 record was Sparks Indiscreet. VG Plus $14.99 on Sparks. It's still available. Jerry Garcia did not get a bid. It's a $15 buy now for that VG Plus copy. Great price on that. Super, like crazy great price on that. $15 on that. Bad Company is a buy now for $10 if anybody wants that. Topographic just put BC $10. That's sold a Topographic for $10. And John, you are very, very, very late on Loudness. We sold that about a half hour ago. Deep Purple is a OG bootleg from Chicago, 1970. VG, $75 on that. Bill Samus gets Jerry Garcia for $15. That's sold to Bill Samus. Next thing over here are some $9.99 discount records. This was the batch of $9.99 stuff from this morning, and there was only, how many? There was only a handful, but man, great stuff for $9.99. And the first thing is no condition notes on Led Zeppelin Coda. Here's some more $9.99 stuff. This was from this morning's flip crate. This is the Judd's Heartland. No condition notes, $9.99. The band Stage Fright, VG Plus $9.99 on the band. And then we have both of the Moog synthesizer records. Moog, the Electrics of Dick Hyman, and the Age of Electronicus. Those are both $9.99 and $9.99. The Dylan bootleg is sold for $65 to Bill Sammis. No bid on the Deep Purple bootleg. That's a VG copy, and that is a $75 buy now on the Deep Purple, live in Chicago 1970. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is the following. I have going up for bid at this moment a copy of Judas Priest's British Steel, Breaking the Law, a 1980 US VG minus, and that is a $10 start. $10 start on British Steel. That's now up for bid. Okay, and then here are some $6.99ers that was left from this morning. This is stuff actually from this morning. $6.99ers. We have Bob Dylan, Nashville Skyline. That's in VG minus $6.99. Linda Ronstadt, Lush Life. That is $6.99. Graham Parker, The Real Macaw, no condition note, $6.99. And then Neil Diamond Taproot Manuscript, $6.99. Conditional Led Zeppelin, Worcester Led Zeppelin, and this is Led Zeppelin. This is an original U.S. retail copy. It was half off from this morning's flip crate, just $19.99. It was unclaimed. The only unclaimed record. Bill Sammis wants the band Stage Fright. That's sold to Bill Sammis for $9.99. Let's go ahead and add another auction right quick. That next auction is being added right now. This is Miles Davis. It is called the Miles Davis Prestige 10-inch LP Collection, a $75 record store day sealed Miles Davis. That's now up for bid for a $75 start. Miles Davis 2015 sealed record store day. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Crocus Hardware, and Crocus is a 1981 USOG Terre Haute in VG condition, and this is a $10 start. So two people have asked about Coda. John Griffin's asked about it, and the other person was Amenities. Those are still available, and I think I have one more handful of records to add, and then I'm going to try to bundle all this to somebody, okay? I'm going to try to bundle all this to somebody. I'm going to read the higher end stuff one more time, and then we're going to try to bundle all this to one person, and that way we can say all the flip crates from the last 2 weeks are pretty much sold out, because here's the only thing left from Thursday's video. This was the only stuff left here from Thursday's video. So here we go. And Miles Davis does have a bid with Amenities for $6.99. These are the leftover $6.99 records from Thursday. The Red soundtrack, that was $6.99. Neil Simon's Brighton Beach, that was $6.99. Nectar was just $6.99. Down to Earth, no condition notes on Nectar. John Griffin, if you pass on Led Zeppelin, it is sold to Amenities for $19.99. Judas Priest is about to sell for $15 to Kevin R. Barry Stramatos, you're out. And Todd Rock says he's done. Crocus doesn't have a bid yet. It's a $10 start. The Electronic album for $10. Okay, now there's Age of Electronicus, probably this one here, right? Age Electronicus, that's sold to Jay Nutra for $9.99. Led Zeppelin Coda is sold to Amenities for $19.99. The Knack was $6.99. No condition notes on that, but it does have cover wear. $6.99 for Yvonne Elliman. That's $6.99. And also $6.99 for Elvis Costello. That's Taking Liberties. That's VG Plus $6.99. And $6.99 for Weather Report Heavy Weather, and $6.99 for Gentry's. The Weather Report was a VG, and Gentry's was also a nice VG. Those are all $6.99. All right, nobody bid on Crocus. This is a buy now for $10. That's an 81 USOG VG condition, $10 on Crocus. And I was about to sell Judas Priest, but somebody said, what Judas Priest is up for bid? Judas Priest British Steel. The high bid right now is $15 with Kevin R. It's a 1980 USOG and VG minus condition. Final call for $15. Miles Davis has one bid for $75 of Amenities, and we are about to sell it. First thing we have over here is Sting Fandana on Costello, and that is sold for $6.99. Crocus is sold to Scully Mack for $10. That is done, okay? That is sold. That's done. Shia later, alligator. All right, let's go ahead and be knocking out some more autographs. So earlier this week, we already sold a signed Agents of Fortune. Here's another really cool Bluest Occult, and this is Extraterrestrial Live, fully signed, or I should say signed by 5 members. Very cool here. Blom, Bouchards, Buck Dharma. Very, very cool here. BOC, Extraterrestrial Live. What a cool album cover to have signed. Signed JSA, $375. Signed $375, okay? First thing we have over here is this. First thing we have is Scully Mack got Crocus. Jim B has Miles Davis for $76. Chris Bachek second on Costello. Jared Inc. third on Costello. And we have Joe Salomo on Graham Parker. That's sold to Joe Salomo for $6.99. Graham Parker, $6.99. Springfield, you were third on Crocus. And John Miller got Nectar for $6.99. John Miller got Nectar for $6.99. All right, so nobody else bid on Priest. So amenities, you have been outbid on Miles Davis. Jim B bid $76. Holy crap, Jim B's bidding on the Miles Davis. Kevin R gets the Judas Priest for $15. There is Blue Oyster Cult Extraterrestrial Live. Now Miles Davis is at 77, and BOC, yeah, very nice. What a nice piece there. That is JSA, $375 start on that. We've already sold Agents of Fortune this week for around that price. Miles Davis is at 77 of amenities. Jim B is at $80. Jim B is at $80. And then let's go back up here and figure out who was anything else that I missed. So Sting Fandana got the Elvis Costello. Scully Mack got Crocus. Chris Bachek second on Costello. Jared Inc. third on Costello. And then over here, Springfield was second on Crocus. Joe Salomo got Graham Parker. John Biller got Nectar. And now Miles Davis is at 80. Chad, is there any way to get an update on Braveheart Pre-order? Is due out about a month ago. I need to find another one. So when a pre-order doesn't come in, one or two things have happened. Number one, they've pushed it back. They've pushed it back, and that means it's not coming out when it was supposed to. Number two, we put in an order, and they never did send them to us, meaning they didn't have enough or they didn't make enough, which is the same thing, basically. Now, the good news is there's probably a really good chance I still can get it. The bad news is nobody knows about these pre-orders. They don't tell you when they're shipping. They don't tell you when they're making them. They don't tell you anything. So as of right now, I really can't tell you. I haven't looked into it myself. Okay, so I'll have to pull it up, and same thing with a lot of these. So we might put up a pre-order the day something's announced, okay? We submit it that Friday, and we put in for 10 copies of something. Well, what happens is sometimes these labels say, you know what we're going to do? We're only going to make 100 of this record, and we're not going to make any more ever again. And that means we can ship every record shop in America one copy. And why they do that, I don't really know. But they do that with a lot of releases. They're like, we're only going to make like 200 of this, and we got to ship every record store in America one copy. And we may have 36 pre-orders. We may have 36 pre-orders. And we put in for 50, and we only get one. That happens a lot. Then later they like, okay, people actually want this record. Let's make another 500 of them. And then for the next 6 months, you can get them any day of the week, as many as you want. They just keep making them and making them. And then a year later, there'll be so many that they have made too many and they have to discount them. So usually it's a big rush. Then they test the waters, and then they make more. That's usually how a lot of that goes. So I would just say, give me a week, and then I'll get you an answer on Braveheart and Demi Bigor. Plus, some of these pre-orders were put in for people who no longer work here, and now I've got to go back and see what they've ordered, how many they ordered, and where they ordered it from, because other people were doing this. Now they no longer work here, and now I've got to figure it out. So I've got a lot of catching up to do, okay? So give me a week. Amenities has Miles Davis for $83. Jim B's out. This is sold for $83 to Amenities. Nobody bid on BOC. This is a buy it now for $375. Let's put that right over here. Okay. Now we are finally done. We've went through all the flip crate stuff. Here's your last chance to grab these. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. This is Ozzy Blizzard of Oz. It's a VG copy, but very solid, and we're going to put it up for a $15 start. That's Crazy Train. The cover is VG minus, and this is a $15 start. $15 start. This has the Rich Runner sleeve, a Terre Haute press, VG, and this is a $15 start, okay? The spine on this one's pretty beat up. It is OG, though, and it's a $15 start, okay? That is now up for bid. Let's go ahead and put up another auction, and that next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is Martha and the Vandellas, Riding High. This is a 1968, actually not bad at all, VG++ condition. $20 start, Martha and the Vandellas, and this is a $20 start. That's now up for bid. Ozzy has a bid for $15. Martha and the Vandellas is that. Final chance on these before they're bundled together. This is the last 2 weeks of leftovers of 9 a.m. flip crates. Final chance. One last read through, and then they're going to be bundled, and I bet somebody buys the bundle. Come on, Thomas Baumhart. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction is this. I have gone up for bid right now. I have Betty Davis, and this is Betty Davis, Betty Davis. This one's actually called Nasty Gal. It's a 75 USOG EX edition. Betty Davis is a $50 start. $50 start with Betty Davis, and that is now up for bid, okay? Aussies at $27 with Matthew Hendon. So, $9.99, excuse me, these are $14.99, discounted already, no more, no less. Sparks, Indiscreet. VG Plus, $14.99. Hart, Dreamboat Annie, no condition notes, $14.99. Joe Cocker, little help from my friends, no condition notes, $14.99. That's the only $14.99 stuff. Now the $9.99 records. Jeff Beck Flash, no condition notes. Jeff Beck, the most of Jeff Beck, $9.99. And Jeff Beck Anthology, that's also $9.99. Martha Shupel, how about Martha Hoople, Mad Shadows. Gary McFarland Soft Samba, that's $9.99. The Best of the Trogs, Wild Thing, VG Plus $9.99. Frida Payne is $9.99. Also $9.99, the Judds Heartland. Also $9.99 for the Moog synthesizer, the Electrics of Dick Hyman. Also $9.99 is Mick Ronson, Play Don't Worry, VG Plus copy. Also $9.99 is Juicy's Fruit Gum from the 1910 Fruit Gum Company. Also $9.99 is Delaney and Bonnie and Friends on Tour of Eric Clapton. Also $9.99 is Tina Turner Ford Affair. Those are all $9.99. Okay, and then Ozzy's a final call for 27. Sting Fandana, I'm assuming you're out. Nobody bid on Martha Reeves and the Vandellas. This is a $20 buy it now. $20 buy it now if anybody wants that. That is a $20 buy it now on Martha and the Vandellas. Betty Davis, the title is Nasty Gal. It's an OG 1975 EX vinyl Go Disc pressing, a $50 start. Next is Margaret Gerhold on Joe Cocker for $14.99. And then next over here was Craig Weatherford on JFG. Juicy's Fruit Gum, that's $9.99. Hendry gets Tina Turner for $9.99. And then Ozzy is sold to Matthew Hendon for $27. Thank you on that one, Matthew Hendon. That is done. Now, over here, there's Betty Davis, Final Chance. Here is another. I'm going to go ahead and introduce both BOCs. That way we know that they're both available for sale. This is Blue Oyster Cult, On Your Feet or On Your Knees. Also signed very nicely. Bouchard's, Blom, Buck Dharma. Very, very cool. It is $375. That's another nice, really cool signed BOC album. $375 on that one. Now, the rest of the crate is just $6.99. How much, Chad? The rest of the crate is just $6.99. Wow. Here is a strong VG Kiss Love Gun. It's an OG VG, a $15 start, no inserts, no inner sleeve, just a pretty decent record, a pretty decent vinyl, pretty decent disc, and a decent jack. It does have a sticker tear there. $15 on that. All right, $6.99. We have Crack the Sky Animal Notes. That's $6.99. Same price for Average White Band Person to Person. Glenn Campbell, By the Time I Get the Phoenix. Jackie Gleason's Prudence Aphrodisia. The Tavars in the City. Also, we have $6.99 for The Best of Hermit's Hermits. Also over here, we have The Worst That Could Happen, The Fifth Dimension. Henry Gross is $6.99. Lake is $6.99. The Producers is $6.99. Michael Murphy, $6.99. Manchild was $6.99. And Jay Ferguson, $6.99. Chris Bachek on the Trogs. And let's go ahead and tag that to Chris Bachek for $9.99. Nobody bid on Betty Davis. It's a $50 buy it now. 1975 USOG EX edition. $50 buy it now. Final chance on Blue Oyster Cult for $375. Kiss Love Gun does have a bid for $15. We do have a Collector's Soul, and yes, it's autographed. And then we have Average White Band for $6.99. That is sold to Cheryl Smith. Thank you, Cheryl. That's sold to you for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Hookfoot Communication. Also $6.99 is Bobby Whitlock. Also $6.99 is Robert Ely, and that is sealed, a blues record. That's called Bluebird Open. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young, VG for $6.99. And Steve Martin, Let's Get Small. That's a VG Plus copy for $6.99. Charles Berry gets Heart. Make sure that goes in for $14.99. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is H.P. Lovecraft, a 1968 USOG Terre Haute pressing, VG Plus vinyl, Unipack design sleeve, and H.P. Lovecraft is a $35 star. Kiss has one bid, and we are about to sell it. BW is sold to Michael Butler, and BW was for Bobby Whitlock, $6. Jay Ferguson does not have Thunder Island. No, it doesn't. Spirit Clear is $6.99. That's a VG copy. And Mahavishnu Orchestra, Birds of Fire, that's VG Plus, also $6.99. Frank Marino Mahogany Rush, World Anthem, that's VG Plus, $6.99. And $6.99 for Klaatu, Sir Army Suite. Also, Dan Fogelberg, Netherlands, Atco Atlantic All-Star Showcase. We have Black Oak, Arkansas, Keep the Faith, the Rugbies, Spencer Davis and Peter Jamison, the Motors, and Willie Nelson Stardust. Okay, if anybody wants BOC, it's a buy it now for $3.75. And we still got the Extraterrestrial Live as well. We still got another signed BOC over here as well. We've already sold Agents of Fortune, and we sold that earlier this week. And here's the other one. It's a buy it now for $3.75, okay? Show Kiss Love Gun again. Kiss Love Gun, one bid, $15. No inner sleeve, no merch insert, no gun. Just a generic wide inner sleeve, a strong VG on the disc, and a VG jacket. One bid for $15. It is OG. HP Lovecraft is a $35 start. Got a couple claims. The first claim that came in over here was John McPatriot on FM, and FM for John McPatriot was for Frank Marino, $6.99. Next is Craig Weatherford on Mahavishnu for $6.99. And then Colin Butler on Klaatu for $6.99. And then Joe DeGaldo on RE for $6.99. And RE for Joe DeGaldo was for Robert Ely. I'm assuming that's so to you for $6.99. Also $6.99 is Leo Sayer, Endless Flight. No condition notes. John Armitrade, no condition notes on that one or this one, her self-titled album. And then we have Brooklyn Dreams for $6.99. Also, we had Killer Chameleon. That was $6.99. And we have the Glory Days, Riz Artilano, $6.99. Tesla, $275. Can't do Tesla for $275. No. Tesla was a buy it now for $275, fully signed. I will do Tesla for $260. $260 on Tesla. Sealed blue and red vinyl signed album jacket by the full band. $260 on Tesla. We have John Kay, Forgotten Songs and Unsung Heroes. $6.99 on that one. Bob Dylan was VG minus $6.99. Linda Ronstadt $6.99. Neil Diamond, the Red soundtrack, Brighton's Beach soundtrack, The Knack, Yvonne Elliman, The Gentrys, and Weather Report. Weather Report just $6.99. A nice VG. Kiss Love Gun is sold for $15 to Ivan R. And then HP Lovecraft is a buy it now for $35. A 1968 Terre Haute pressing, VG Plus condition. HP Lovecraft is $35 if anybody wants that, okay? $35 on HP Lovecraft. I'm gonna let the comments settle, make sure nobody else wants anything in there. Yes, if you hadn't checked the Hive picture, coming up for bid, signed Coheed and Cabria, signed Amanda Shire, signed King of Leon, signed Jackal, signed Ed Kolowakachik, which is from Live, signed Collective Soul, signed Deftones, signed Danzig, signed Buck Cherry, signed President of the United States of America, signed Dirty Honey, signed Drive By Truckers, another signed Jackal, and somebody asked Deftones. I said we do Deftones at 7. So give me a second and let me figure out some of these. I got to look up the record. I kind of know about the autographs, but I've got to figure out the record on a couple of these. I don't think some of the vinyl is almost as much as if you just had, the value of the signatures put in there, if that makes sense. Some of these are pretty desirable records, like the Coheed and Cabria and the Danzig record itself. I mean, some of those are pretty dang expensive in themselves. So Deftones, signed by 5 members. Okay, now the last time I had a signed Deftones was a drumhead, and it was pretty dang big money. So let me figure out what exactly is going on here. And give me 1 second. I'm going to be over here on the side knocking some stuff out. This is, give me 1 second. Oh, God. Come on. Deftones covers. And signed. All right, we need all new auctions. This one's about to go up. Just stand by in just a second. I'm going to determine what that minimum bid's going to be. Colin Butler got Weatherport for $6.99, and then James Kemp was second. Bubba Pass's Tesla sold for $260. Wow. See, I put that one up a little bit too early. I thought this one would sell for $3 350 range. Tesla is sold for $260, and that is sold to Corey Ross. There will be other signed Tesla albums in the future. Might pop up an extra one tonight, but that one's definitely sold right now for $260. Great price on that one, okay? Fantastic price on that one. Let's do this. Now, some of these, the problem with some of these is like, man, who signed them? And I know a lot of people's like, Chad, can you tell me who signed it? And I did about 10 this morning, and it took me an hour. And I'm like, I honestly, on some of these, don't know. And I know it's important with some people. Like this Coheed Cabria, for a split second, I thought Taylor Hawkins had signed it because he plays drums on it. But I don't think he did. I'm still unsure for sure. It's pretty confusing on some of these. Do I still have Nasty Gal? I do. It's $50. Was there a Fairport convention? No, that was in yesterday's crate. That was in yesterday's crate. All right, here's the next auction, and let's do a bundle. So the next auction is going to go up right now. This is going to be a copy of Raven, All for One. A little bit of metal here on this Friday night. And this is Raven, All for One. This is on Mega Force, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Really clean vinyl. VG Plus jacket, maybe VG. $25 start on that one, okay? All right, so Deftones, like I said, this one is pretty tricky. I actually stopped at this one last night, just trying to look it over. Now it looks like it's signed by 5. It looks like it's signed by 5 members, I think is what we got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is personalized to a Patrick though. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 signatures on the Deftones, but it is personalized to a Patrick. And this is a $275 start. Deftones covers, $275 start. No, it's Friday night. Y'all are on the wrong day. This is Friday night. Deftones covers. This is a $275 start. $275 start. JSA authenticated. Deftones covers $275 on that one, okay? We got a lot of correctors. Golly, they're already all over me. It's Saturday night. It's Coheed and Cabria. Here we go. The grammar Nazis are out hot tonight. I better buckle up. It's going to be a wrong night for me. I'm going to be, every word that comes out of my mouth is going to be criticized, ridiculed, a microscopic investigation going on. Boy, I better be careful what I say tonight. The Nazi grammar cops are out hot tonight. We got HP Lovecraft. This is a 68 US Terre Haute OG VG Plus vinyl Unipack sleeve. $35 on HP Lovecraft. That is now up for bid. Also, we have Blue Oyster Cult. Blue Oyster Cult. This is fully signed. It's $375. So HP Lovecraft 35 BOC. Betty Davis. This is Nasty Gal, a 1975 EX. $50 on Betty Davis Nasty Gal. Martha Reeves and the Vandellas Riding High. This is a 68 USOG VG++. $20 on Martha Reeves and the Vandellas. $20 on that. BOC. Another nicely, beautifully signed there, JSA. That is $375. Deep Purple. This one's called Sonic Zoom, 1970 Chicago, VG bootleg, $75. And CJ Ramone, Last Chance to Dance, is a $55 buy it now, JSA. That's the no bids you've missed so far tonight. Okay, first thing we have over here is this. Nobody bid on Raven. This is a $25 buy it now, All for One, OG Silver Megaforce label, $25 on that. Martha is sold. Great price on that, $20. Nasty Gal for $38. I will do the Betty Davis for $45. Deftones is a $275 stock. Signed to Patrick and signed. We sold a signed Deftones drum head about a month ago. It was not personalized, and we got $750 for that. So you can get a bargain for a signed album there, $275. It has been JSA'd, okay? All right, let's count these and do a bundle. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. So there's 38 $6.99 records. I'm going to cut those in half. So 38, $375 each on those, 142. And then the $10 records are now 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. $50 there, and then the one $15 record 10. So everything in this crate, $202.50. Let's sell everything for $200. This entire crate of records, that is $3.75 each on the $6.99 stuff that was already discounted. The $10 stuff's now $5, which was already discounted. And that one $15 record, now $10, that was $35. So $200. I need a bundler to rise to the occasion, and we're now sold out of all of this morning's flip crate stuff. Thomas Baumhart's offered $175. That's a fair offer. Let me think about it. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Rush, a Farewell to Kings. No condition notes on Rush. It has a VG Plus cover, and it has the original inner sleeve, and it is a Terre Haute original. Rush, Farewell to Kings, a $25 start. Thomas, let's make it $185. That will help out a lot with shipping. $185 on that. Nobody bid on the Deftones. That is a buy now for $275. JSC authenticated, $275 on that one. $275 on that one, okay? Thanks for everybody letting me know. I was just joking, of course. Yes, it is Saturday night. Now, what you got to understand is I'm awake one half day, and then I'm awake another half day, and I'm awake 2 days at a time every half day. So if you do the math on that, I'm awake 3 days every 2 days, and sometimes I just don't know what days it is. All right, this is a very cool piece here. This is a very cool piece here. So I think what somebody has done, here, let me pull up the JSA. Mega Blast has been on the edge of his seat. So for since about 6:30, since about 5:30, since about 6 o'clock, Mega Blast has like nearly had a panic attack wanting to bid on this record. He's asked about it at least 7 times, and he told me earlier he was about to just absolutely freak out and start yelling at random people in the street if I didn't put this up for bid. This is signed by Glenn Danzig, John Christ, Erie Vaughn, and Chuck Biscuits. Okay? So what this is, let me take a closer look at it here. This is, I can tell this is an unofficial. So this is an unofficial pressing of Danzig 2 Lucifage. The inner sleeve, I think it's unofficial. Hadn't got a lot of time. Scott Leach said it came from his collection. He probably can tell us more about it than I can. The cover looks unofficial. I hadn't had a chance to look at the actual record yet. I told you I looked at a lot of the autographs and stuff, but I hadn't had a chance to actually look at the albums. Which some of these, the albums not be as most valuable. This is a bootleg, it looks like. Yeah, it's unofficial. Yeah, this is an unofficial press. All right, so this would look really cool like that, though, framed. This is a $375 start. It's signed by all 4 members, and it's not personalized. Really cool item there. That is a $375 start. Danzig 2 unofficial press. That's pretty expensive by itself. And then this is an original inner sleeve. This is an original inner sleeve. So this is an unofficial. This is an original inner sleeve, and it's signed $375 start. Okay? $375. That's now up for bid. All right, let's go right over here. Rush is, so Thomas Baumhart gets this bundle. Okay, thank you. So all these are sold to Thomas for $185. Before I do that, Dwayne Caldwell gets HP Lovecraft for $25. Thank you, Dwayne. That's sold to you for $25. Dana Bruh gets the Nasty Gal. Let's go ahead and tag the Betty Davis for $45. That's sold to Dana Bruh for $45. Rush is EX or better. EX or better. Scully Mack gets Raven for $20. That's sold to Scully Mack. And then Danzig is a $375 start. $375. Come on, John. We know you got $375 laying around. That's pocket change. $180. $180? I did? Okay, $180. All right, I'm pretty sure I said $185 though, but that's okay. $180. This is sold to Thomas Baumhart. $180. This entire rest of this crate of records. $180. Thank you on that one. All right, those are all gone. $180. Thank you, Thomas. All right. So Danzig is an unofficial. He said, no, you're right, $185. I'm pretty sure I did. $185 on that. And so I did say $185. We can go to the tape. Pretty sure I did. $185 on that. Rush doesn't have a bid yet. $25 start. $25 start. So we have found out very quickly Danzig, Mega Blast isn't a real true fan. He's been exposed here in front of everybody. John Durden is not a real Danzig fan. He's not a real Danzig fan. It's been exposed. Rush is a $25 start. No bid yet. Danzig is signed $375. $375 start. It is now up for bid, okay? All right, so let's go over here and let's grab our first crate of new vintage stuff, and let's go ahead and put these up right here. All right, 185. Sold to Thomas Baumhart, that bundle. 185, Thomas Baumhart, okay? All righty, here we go. Dun dun dun. Out of the corner, I see red. Dun 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 dun. Da 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 da. All right, everything in this crate is new vintage, buy it now, best offer. Here we go. New vintage, buy it now, best offer. Here we go. New vintage, buy it now, best offer. Nobody been on Rush, OG Farewell to Kings, VG Plus jacket, EX or better vinyl. Rush is a $25 buy it now. Let's put that right over here. Danzig is a $375 buy it now. This is a signed inner sleeve. The album itself is unofficial. $375 on this. Now, just signed Danzig LP jackets are like $300 and $400 by themselves. So I feel like that's pretty fair for this. $375. Signed original inner sleeve. It is a bootleg record, $375. But yeah, like straight signed, just Danzig are pretty dang expensive just by themselves. That one's been JSA authenticated. All right, $375 if anybody wants that. That would look framed nice right next to the album jacket. Cool piece there. It's authentic and ready to go for you. Next is Neil Young. This is a really cool record here. And over here, this is a $25 star. This is a gatefold jacket. Neil Young is a $25 star. Self-titled, Neil Young, a $25 star. Really clean copy here. It is a 70s press. Self-titled Neil Young, a $25 start. $25 start. $25 start on Neil Young. Okay, everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Just saying, okay? All right, and then over here we have our next auction, which is Michael Schenker Group, and this one is a U.S. reissue in VG condition, and this is a $10 start. $10 start. This is now up for bid. VG condition, Michael Schenker Group. And then I have one more over here, and I have this right here. Over here, and here is this. I have, give me 1 second, I have Black Sabbath's Greatest Hits, and this is that 1977 NIMS Netherlands press. This is in VG Plus condition, a $25 start. Black Sabbath Greatest Hits. VG Plus condition, a $25 start on Black Sabbath's Greatest Hits. That is now up for bid, okay? Over here, price on both inner sleeves. A pack of 50 is $26.99. A pack of 50 is $26.99. John Bobing gets Rush for $25. Thank you, John Bobing. That's so to you for $25. Quick 3 auctions there. Then I'm going to put up another signed record over here. Probably by the end of the night, we won't have any of these left. These signed album jackets, very desirable. They're JSA authenticated. I have about 2 crates full of them. I picked out about 20 for tonight. Probably won't be any left by the time we're done tonight. So if you're interested, if you saw one you want me to go ahead and put up, let me know. If not, then just sit back and you'll probably see some. Then you're like, holy crap. You're probably going to be like, holy crap. First thing in here, buy it now, best offer. Dances of Port Said. Excuse the nudity on that one. That is actually sealed, unopened, $24.99. The Best of Freddie Hubbard, live and in studio. That is $19.99. Do you still have a black label? I may have one around here. I'm not 100% sure, just FYI. Also, we have Dean Martin, My Woman, My Wife. That is sealed for $14.99. And the Beatles, live at the Star Club in Germany. And this is a 2 LP German press, $39.99. Neil Young over here is a buy it now for $25. Really cool album. Never heard it. One of my favorites by him. That's $25. Let's put that right over here. Michael Schenker is a $10 buy now. And then Black Sabbath is a 77 Netherlands NIM press, VG Plus, and that is a $25 start, just FYI. That is a $25 start, just FYI. We got a request for Kings of Leon, okay, coming up, and a request for Drive-By Truckers, okay, coming up. And then somebody asked for Coheed and Cambria earlier. That was autographed. And let's do this. Let's do this. And then what was the belly dancing? Dances of Port Said, S-A-I-D, Mohammed El Bakar and his Oriental Ensemble Volume 5. That's a sealed original, $24.99. Okay, let's go ahead and be getting the Kings of Leon on deck over here. And before I do that, let me go ahead and grab another auction to put up. And that next auction is Rush Caress of Steel. I don't have exact pressing information on this, but I think it is on the first label. Rush is another one where there's no condition notes on the vinyl, but the covers may be around VG Plus condition. That should be the first label, but I don't have exact details on that. So buy it as if it's just a nice vintage copy of Rush Caress of Steel. The cover does have some chipping, and that's a $20 start. $20 star. Belly Dancing is so to Jason Fornerat. Thank you on that one. Collective Souls also on deck, yes. Charles Berry got Michael Schenker for $10. And Corey Ross has another bid of Black Sabbath of $25, but Amenities was first, okay? Amenities was first on that one, just FYI. Right now, we're in a Buy It Now Best Offer crate, just FYI, new vintage stuff. We've got this all night long and like lots of auctions, okay? So lots of auctions. Lots of Buy It Now Best Offer. That's going to be all night long over here, just FYI, okay? Over here, Floyd, you were second on MSG. We've already sold it. Chad needs some new Diet Coke here in just a second. Give me 1 second here. Let me get some comps on Kings of Leon. I don't think they're too terribly expensive. I'm over here getting live comps on all this stuff tonight. Just a couple things to know when you're looking up signed album jackets. It depends. Two things. Who signed it, what medium it's signed on, and is it authenticated? And so if it's one of their bigger albums and it's signed by everybody, that's probably the most desirable. If it's signed by one, if it's signed by two, it really just depends on what you got. You can have something signed on, you can have Eddie Van Halen on a napkin. Eddie Van Halen on a napkin is like $750. Eddie Van Halen nice on a copy of Van Halen 2 is like $3,500. So it just depends on what it is and what it's signed. Eddie Van Halen on a guitar is like $10,000. So autographs kind of depend on what it is, who signed it, and the big thing is reputable authentication. JSA, PSA, Beckett, and knowing that it's 100% legit, even if it's authenticated. So this is a signed Kings of Leon. When you see yourself, 4 signatures, JSA authenticated, and the actual record itself, just FYI, the actual record itself is on that cream-colored vinyl. And we're going to make this a $75 start. Kings of Leon, a $75 start. It is fully signed. It's on that cream-colored vinyl. JSA, a $75 start, okay? Let's go back up the top and figure out what happened here. Neil Young, we had an offer for $15. I'll do Neil Young for $20, and it'll make my stomach hurt. Bowie lights. We have 1 Bowie light. So to Jason Fornerat, I have 1 extra. The one back there is cracked, unfortunately, so I have 1 extra Bowie light if anybody wants one. This is sold over here. And this is sold over here to Jason Fornerat. I have 1 extra Bowie light if anybody wants one. $59.99, okay? $59.99. Black Sabbath is at $27. Rush is a $20 start. And Kings of Leon is a $75 bid, and Christopher Eldridge is in, okay? Also, we have Elvis, a Canadian tribute on the yellow Go vinyl. Elvis is $19.99, a Canadian tribute, $19.99. And we have Johnny Cash, The Gospel Road. Johnny Cash is $24.99, The Gospel Road, a 2 LP. This is new vintage stuff. Buy it now or best offer, just FYI. Hello Dolly, Ella Fitzgerald. That's actually sealed, unopened, $24.99. And we have With Body and Soul, the incomparable Miss Julie London, another sealed record, $24.99. Kings of Leon's at $85. Nobody bet on Rush. Rush is a bot now for $20. We'll call that a VG sleeve. And EX or better vinyl, $20 on Rush, Caressa Steel. Black Sabbath is at 27, now 28, and they're bidding on the signed Kings of Leon. The Danzig is the only no-bid autograph, I think, other than C.J. Ramone. And the Deftones, yeah. Danzig is a signed inner sleeve. It comes with an unofficial press, $375 on that. And it's the fully signed original lineup. Very cool. Not personalized. It's a signed inner sleeve, and then it comes with the unofficial press. That would look very nice framed together. JSC authenticated, $375 on that. And we already got several no bids over here. CJ Ramone is still available, and Kings of Leon is at 90. This should get a lot of activity. I started that one very fairly. Black Sabbath is at 28. Let's go ahead and add another auction, and that next auction is going to be John Cale, Terry Riley, Church of Anthrax, a 1971 1A Matrix. Now, here's some information Patrick gave me yesterday. 1A Matrix near mint, a $70 start. Let's put this up for a $55 start. I think that's a very desirable pressing. It's the OG 71 1A Matrix. That's going to go up for a $55 start. Kings of Leon's at 100. Paul Vihar gets the Neil Young, the old Laughing Lady. That's sold for $20 to Paul Vihar. This is a buy now best offer crate. Frank Sinatra, the Romantic Sinatra, $14.99 on that. New vintage stuff, buy it now best offer. I'm going to be getting the next autographed album on deck, which is probably going to be one of the Collective Souls they've been asked about a lot, and then Drive By Truckers. Might go ahead and do that one too. Now, some of these, I'm going to try to familiarize myself with the albums, because I'm like, never seen this one before. Boy, this is a bad time for the Discogs app not to be working. I can't wait to buy Discogs and take over their company and make it much better. There we go. Okay, so first thing we have is Kings of Leon 125. We have TV's greatest detective hits, featuring the theme from SWAT and $6 Million Man and Rockford Files and Kojak. $14.99 on that. Ike and Tina, Nuff Said. $19.99 on Ike and Tina, Nuff Said. And over here, we have themes from TV game shows. Wow, that's pretty cool. I bet Regina Tabor will buy that seal, $24.99. My Discogs is in fact working. Yes, it is. It is in fact working. Thank you. Every time, though, on the app, you have to close it out and then reopen it. It's very frustrating. Next thing is Peggy Lee, The Best of the Capitol Years. That's $9.99. And we have the Ringling Brothers and Barnum Bailey Circus Spectacular, $19.99 on that. TV theme shows is sold to Tom Kelly. And then over here we have this. We have that, and let me open up this, and this is Satch Plays Fats. Louis Armstrong plays Fats Waller. That's definitely an older record, $19.99. So here's an update on our bids right now. Right now, here's our update. The Black Sabbath is at 30 with Corey Ross. Amenities, you're out. Kings of Leon's at 125. Amenities, you've been outbid. And the John Cale, Terry Riley is a $55 start. Just FYI, okay? Just FYI on that one. And then we got another auction over here on deck, probably the signed Drive By Truckers after the Kings of Leon is done. Quincy Jones explores the music of Henry Mancini, $19.99 on that. And then Oscar Peterson and Clark Terry, that's in shrink, $19.99. Also, The Platters, Songs for the Lonely. The Platters is $9.99. And Frank Zappa, Overnight Sensation. Looks like a nice copy, clean looking jacket. And the vinyl's also nice, $39.99. We have the most recorded songs of all time. Buddy Cole, his piano and orchestra. Look at that cover. That is $9.99. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $31. Corey Ross is out. And now we'll see if Amenities wants to bid again on Kings of Leon. The high bid's Christopher Eldridge at $125. Just saying, just FYI. And I'm going to show two more records here. We have Willie Nelson, Somewhere Over the Rainbow, $14.99, and John Lennon Shay Fish, the John Lennon compilation here is $24.99. It does have the original on our sleeve purple capo label, okay? The John Cale Terry Riley is a $55 buy it now. 1A Matrix near mint minus, very nice. Kings of Leon has a new bid. Black Sabbath has a new bid. Corey's out on Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath is sold to Amenities for $31. Christopher Eldridge, the Kings of Leon, goes back to you. We'll see what he wants to do on that one, okay? All righty. So first thing I have over here, a very collectible band. And honestly, I don't think I've seen too many of their signed LPs. So give me 1 second over here. I'm going to pull this up. I really need another Diet Coke or a water or a Monster or something. Thanks, everybody, for spending your Saturday night with me. I'll get that straight here in a second. Your Saturday night with me. And we're ready for a whole new row of auctions. Kings of Leon's at 130. Next auction's going to go up right now. Let's start getting into some of this stuff down here that was advertised. I really hadn't done many of the advertised stuff tonight. And this is a really cool David Bowie item. So this is a Record Store Day reissue of a test pressing where I think it's from the Hunky Dory eras with Dana Gillespie. 2017, it looks like a David Bowie, it looks like a test pressing. It has a packet, an envelope with information with it. And this is a $20 start. David Bowie rough mix. I think it's like a Record Store Day test pressing of Hunky Dory. It took me a while to figure it out. We were me and Henry was like, I don't really know what this is. And of course, if it was something original, an actual test pressing, it would be $1,000, $2,000. That is a $20 bid, and Robert Warner's in, okay? Thank you, Robert, on that. Kings of Leon's at $150 right now. And then our next item over here, Kings of Leon just hit 150. I'm going to put up Drive-By Truckers for $125 start. It looks like it's fully signed, 5 signatures, JSA authenticated, and this is $125 start. Drive-By Truckers, The Unraveling, very nicely signed and JSA authenticated, $125 start on that. Everything in this crate is buy it now best offer. Simon & Garfunkel, The Concert in Central Park with booklet, $24.99 on that. Frank Sinatra Sings Evergreens, $14.99 on that. Kings of Leon's hit 175, David Bowie 20, and Drive-By Truckers is a $125 start, just FYI. The Beatles 62 to 66, a very nice OG Apple press, $49.99 on that. The Red Album, Drive-By Truckers, $125 start. Elvis Moody Blue, a gold stamp promo, and it should be on blue vinyl. If it's black, it's pretty rare. Blue vinyl, Elvis Moody Blue, very nice copy. His last studio album, $34.99. David Bowie has a new bid for $30. Kings of Leon's at $176. Bay City Rollers, dedication. Bay City Rollers is $9.99. Superstars of the 70s, 4-album set, and this is $39.99. Allman Brothers, America, Beach Boys, Bee Gees, Black Sabbath, Jackson Browne, Byrds, Alice Cooper, Crosby, Stills Nash, Deep Purple, and it looks like it's sealed. Yeah, there's no way this has ever been opened, even though it's got a big saw mark. As seen on TV, it was marked down at Corvettes for $5.44. Drive-By Truckers does have a bid for $1.25. Robert Warner, you're out on the David Bowie, and Kings of Leon is at $177. Also in here, we have Rick Wakeman Rhapsodies. That's a sealed copy for $29.99. We got Frankie. Look at that early Frank Sinatra album there, $24.99. Very cool artwork on that one in colors. And look at the label. Columbia 6i, Frankie, Frank Sinatra. That's a cool one. Very clean, $24.99. The Jazz Singers from the 1940s comp. That's $14.99. And then we have the Mothers of Invention, Burt Weenie Sandwich, $39.99. How much was Superstars? It was sealed, $39.99. These are all buy it now best offer. We have Johnny Cash Silver, a white label promo for $24.99. We have In Harmony, a Sesame Street record. That's sealed for $24.99. Weather Report Black Market, $19.99 for Weather Report. And the Linda Ronstadt Living in the USA picture disc, sealed for $34.99. A lot of 50s and 60s stuff in that crate, but we hadn't put any of that kind of stuff out in a while, but maybe we'll have a few buyers for a few things. Let me step up here and get something else to drink. These 3 auctions are getting a lot of activity right now. I figured some of the signed stuff would. I put a couple of the signed stuff up a little bit too early, but that's okay. We got plenty to get through. I have a virtually an unlimited supply because the way we buy collections and obtain autographs, I don't know if we'll ever get called up. I still got boxes of stuff that JSA authenticated from Fred Goodwin's collection. And I'm like, gosh, I'm never going to get to all this. And it's some stuff that I don't think it's like too desirable. But man, we sold like 3 things on eBay today. We sold a Joan Crawford autograph, a Shorty Rogers autograph, and somebody else, I really don't even know who it is. And those 3 together was like $500. So autographs are pretty cool, pretty collectible. Even people that I'm like, who? And the next thing you know, I've sold it on eBay for like $199. I'm like, wow. So we got boxes of them over here. Now, as far as probably what y'all were interested in, music and rock and metal and country and pop and stuff like that, That's the signed albums. We usually go through those like butter, hot knife through butter. We get them authenticated, and then they're all gone. So here we go. First thing we have over here is this. We have Kings of Leon at 179, 180, 181. Scully Mack offered 30 for the 70 sold. Linda Picture This sold for 25 to Jason Fortnerat. Kings of Leon 182, 190, 191. And then over here we have David Bowie at $31. Alex Miller, you're out on this. Robert's in, and then Drive By Truckers just got that one bid for $1.25. So 125 on Drive By Truckers, fully signed and JSA authenticated. 125 final call to Jason Fortnerat. He also got the Linda Ronstadt. Alex, you're all bid on that. And Amenities is bidding on YouTube and Facebook at the same time. Christopher Eldridge still has it, though, at 195. They've got a battle going on. I just refilled my Diet Coke. That's good. I'm going to chug this. I put it some cubed crushed ice. Beautiful Diet Coke. It's look at that. It's nice and icy. The ice cold Diet Coke. Holy cow, that's good. Man, that tastes like a slushy almost. Whew. All right, I'm fired up now. Holy crap. All right, Chad, when you buy new albums like Ed Sheeran or Clutch, there are these auto-pinned. No, typically they're not. I haven't seen any auto-pinned in a while. Auto-pins happen every once in a while. The Ozzy CD we had the other night, it was auto-pin. But no, Ed Sheeran's a real autograph. All the Taylor Swift stuff lately has been real autographs. But some artists do decide to use auto-pin. Some artists do use auto-pin. This Ozzy is an auto-pin. JSA failed this one. Now, that looks so good. That could fool a lot of people. But if you look, it does have some weird pressure points. I really examined it, some ones we 100% know are legitimate. So some artists signed inserts are auto-pin. Clutches are real. That we've been selling a lot of those. You know, they're still in print. Ed Sheeran's are real. All of Taylor Swift's are real. But yes, some artists do auto-pin. I heard that some of those toolbox sets that were sold at Tool concerts will not pass JSA. I heard that maybe some of them didn't sign all of them. Maybe some people pushed out some of those toolbox sets at merch tents that wasn't actually signed. So I would be careful buying some stuff before you put a lot of money into it. But I heard I've had 2 of those signed Fear Inoculum boxes that would not pass JSA. So I don't know. Just be careful. I wouldn't put a lot of money into it unless I knew for sure. All right, here we go. Drive By Truckers. This is sold for $125. That's sold to Jason Fortnerat for $125. That's done. The David Bowie. No, this is not signed. This is just a record store. This is just a record store day thing. No, if that was David Bowie's handwriting, this would be $3,000 to $5,000. Signed David Bowie is very expensive, especially on an album jacket. A legitimate signed David Bowie album jacket's $3,000 to $5,000. This is $36 right now $40 with Alex Miller. That's just a record store day reissue. The Kings of Leon is at $203. The David Bowie's at $40. And now let's put up more auctions. I'm just going to read these titles. If you want a price, let me know. That way we can get to another crate. We had Freddie Hubbard, Dean Martin. A lot of these are sealed. The Beatles, Elvis Canadian Tribute, Johnny Cash, The Gospel Road, Ella Fitzgerald, Julie London, Frank Sinatra, TV's Greatest Detective Themes, Ike and Tina, Peggy Lee, the Ringling Brothers and Barnum Bailey, Louis Armstrong, Fats Waller, Quincy Jones, Oscar Peterson, Clark Terry, The Platters, Zappa, Buddy Cole, Willie Nelson, John Lennon, Simon and Garfunkel, Frank Sinatra. We have the Beatles, Elvis, Bay City Rollers, Rick Wakeman, Frank Sinatra, the Jazz Singers, Mothers of Invention, Johnny Cash, In Harmony, and Weather Report. Okay, and then David Bowie. I think yes, you did bid against yourself. Let's go ahead and sell this to Alex Miller for $38. Okay, $38. That's sold to Alex Miller. Okay. The Julie London right back here was with Body and Soul, the incomparable Miss Julie London sealed, $24.99. All right, let's swap out crates. At a local place, my friend discovered a Willie Nelson book that was actually signed by him on the front, inside the back pages. Signed Willie Nelson book, that'd be like $150 probably. we just sold an album jacket this week for $250. So he's not super expensive, but the most valuable would be on an album jacket. Books like $100 and maybe $125 or so. Okay, so let's go over here, and but believe it or not, a lot of wheelies are forged. A lot of people out there forging wheelies, so be careful. Look out for the forged wheelies, okay? Be careful, because he's expensive, and let's hope the day never comes. He's probably going to outlive us all, but as y'all know, when people pass away, there tends to be a spike in demand and interest for artists' autographs. It always happens. Collective Soul Live. We got this on standby, and we're about to put this up. It's also signed. Now, I think this record itself is a pretty dang tough record to get. It's sealed. I'm pretty sure it's colored vinyl because there's a barcode over a barcode. So LP, CDC, there's only one pressing of this. Yeah, there's only one pressing of this. And here we go. And Collective Soul. All right. Next crate. Here we go. Sorry, I'm doing double duty over here trying to knock out some other stuff. Let's go through this crate. Here's a great check condition crate. Short but sweet. This should be a knockout. We'll be going through lots of Buy It Now Best Offer crates tonight. Lots and lots and lots, okay? This has got to be pretty dang desirable because the album itself, so let me show you all the album. I mean, the album for itself sells for around $100, and this is sealed, and it's signed. So it looks like it came maybe through a website or something, and I'll tell you why I think that, because it's signed on the jacket by Collective Soul, and it's sealed. So it probably was sold through a website or something. So they signed them, then sealed them, and then shipped them. So one of the signatures is actually covered by a hop sticker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, fully signed Collective Soul Live, and that's going to go up for a $150 start. And I think that's a great starting bid, and I think that should get some activity. $150 start on Collective Soul. All right, the last thing was Julie London, and then Shay Fish and Elvis Blue. And let me go pull those. And then Kings of Leon is still getting bids. It's at $225. We got a heck of a bidding war going on for those. Collective Soul just $150. That should get a lot of activity. Let's go pull John Lennon, and let's go ahead and sell Elvis for $19. So John Lennon Shay Fish was $24.99. Imagine you buying this record. It's easy if you try. This is a purple capo label, clean copy with inner sleeve, $24.99. And then Elvis is sold for $19. And Elvis is sold to Tony McDaniel for $19. Thank you on that. All right, Collective Soul already has a bid for $150. Kings of Leon is at $227. And let's put up another auction. I got some cool vintage bootlegs tonight. But first, let's go ahead and run Steven Wilson. This is actually a pretty dang pricey set. It's Steven Wilson, the overview, and it is a 2 CD and Blu-ray sealed with book, $175 start on Steven Wilson. That's now up for bid, okay? And then over here, quick, sell me something. My wife went to get another beer. Okay, Brent, how about a signed Collective Soul? Autographed. I know you like Collective Soul. $150. Matthew Hendon has the bid. Kings of Leon is at $228 with amenities. Christopher, you're out. Who asked about John Lennon? John Lennon was asked about by Matt Bushy, and he made an offer for $18. Sold for $18. Spiky, did you drive all the way up here and nobody knew what was going on? I sent you a message. I don't know if you got it, but Buck, I apologize if that happened. We need to, things are a little weird for two reasons here. One, where our store is still kind of closed, Tanner's out, and a lot of people that's normally here on Saturdays wasn't here today. So I apologize if you drove in to look at that Third Man or that Big Star record and nobody could help you. Our store is basically closed temporarily till we can get this figured out up front. It is insane. I have never seen so much stuff in my life piled up in the front part of our store. Tub and tub and tub full of collectibles. Crates and crates and crates full of vinyl. Just insane. Absolutely. We don't even have anywhere to walk. And I'm here every night just like selling and selling and selling. And the more it keeps coming in, the more I keep trying to get it out. Then the barcode reader breaks. And it's Publishers Clearinghouse Day. ELO, Electrolyte Orchestra, a VG copy for $9.99. The Doors, Absolutely Live, VG Plus, $24.99. This is the end, $24.99. This is new check condition stuff, never shown. Buy it now or best offer. Collective Soul has a new bid, 151 with Mike Cadrini. 151 with Mike Cadrini. Kings of Leon, $233 with amenities. Final call on Steven Wilson, $175. We have Roy Buchanan, You're Not Alone. This is VG Plus, $14.99. ZZ Top Tejas, VG Condition, $14.99. John Lennon, talking about those mind games. VG Plus, $17.99. The Best of Cream in the White Room with black curtains in the station. Wow, 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 wow. Don McLean, American Pie, VG Plus, $14.99. Starry, Starry Night. We have Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred, VG Plus, $14.99. And Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. How does it feel to be a complete unknown? Like a rolling, VG $14.99. Alan Parsons Project, Turn of a Friendly Card, VG Plus $14.99. Hank Williams Jr., Whiskey Bent and Hellbound, a VG copy, $12.99. All right. Kings of Leon, $236. Collective Soul, $154. And Steven Wilson is a buy it now for $175. Sealed, 2 CD Blu-ray and book, $175 on that. Need to have auction. Man, wait till y'all see. Jake has been working on some genius stuff. Jake, our in-house tech guy, he has been working on some genius stuff, man. We're thinking some of the nights I'm gone, we've almost got it down. Just, it's what amazing technology. We've almost got it down where we're going to be able to do some live auctions without me even being here. And it's going to be like a live show. I mean, if it is going to be incredible when we get all this down. He showed it to me earlier before I went live. I spent about 5 or 10 minutes looking at it. It is incredible. I mean, it's going to be like I'm here, but I'm not here. And it's that for the nights I have to miss, it's going to be pretty cool. All right, Collective Soul 152, 154. Jason Forder out on JR. And JR was for Hank Williams Jr. Is that right, Jason? Thank you. And then over here, we have Collective Soul 155. Bob Dylan is sold to T-Dog for 10. Tony, you were second on Hank. Kevin Chapman third. Collective Soul 160. And then over here, Steven Wilson is a buy it now for $175. This is Steven Wilson, the overview, 2 CD and Blu-ray, $175. Okay, so we need to update over here. I think Jason Fortnerack got Junior. Jason Fortnerack got Junior. Collective Soul 155. T-Dog got Dylan. Tony second on Hank. Kevin Chapman third. Cade Hudson has Collective Soul for 160. Cade Hudson 160. And then over here we have Kings of Leon is a final call to amenities. Signed $236 on that. $236. Collective Soul 161. He said yes, Hank Jr. Okay, that's sold. And then to Don McLean. Bye, bye, Miss American Pie. That is VG Plus, $14.99. So we got about 3 people bidding on Collective Soul. Now it's down to 2, Cade and Mike. Cade, you're out. You can keep bidding. If you're ever done, just say out. Mike Cadrini has it right now. And check this out. This is The Beatles, a vintage bootleg, a 1974. VG Plus condition, and this is taken from the TV soundtrack of Shea Stadium. That's in VG Plus condition, a $75 start. The Beatles' last live show, that's on red vinyl, $75. Look at that, red vinyl, red vinyl. How much is Cream? Oh, yeah. So Kaiser asked about McLean. Dusgray asked about Cream. In the White Room with black curtains, VG, $14.99. Wow, wow, wow. That's Clapton's Wah Wah pedal, in case you didn't know. Don McLean is sold to Jason Morris only if Tiger Kaiser passes. only if Tiger Kaiser passes. They're still bidding on Collective Soul. Kings of Leon. Kings of Leon is sold over here, and that is sold to Amenities for $236. Tiger Kaiser said he will take it. See, my singing sells records, man. Y'all can say whatever you want. You can criticize me. You can ridicule me. You can yell at me, cuss me, cheat me, holler at me, slap me, hit me. But listen, my singing moves these records, okay? Over here, we have the Beatles in red vinyl, VG Plus, a $75 start. Next thing is Dust Gray gets Cream for $9. So Troy Overmeyer on ZZ Top, that's sold for $10. And then over here, we have Roy Buchanan's second album, VG Condition, $9.99. The Police, Regatta de Blanc, Message in a Bottle, VG, $9.99. And the next thing I have is going to go up for bid right now. And you may ask yourself, how did I get here? You may ask yourself, days go by, something, something, something. Okay, over here, this is Coheed and Cabria, No World for Tomorrow, signed and JSA authenticated, a $175 start. $175. Speaking of $175, that's what Collective Soul just got to. Signed Coheed and Cabria. And by the way, this is on the colored vinyl, silver. This is a pretty desirable record just by itself, and it's signed. $175 on that. Charles Berry got Robert Plant for $10. That's sold to Charles Berry for $10. Jeff Beck Truth, I ain't superstitious. Bomb, bomb. I can't do that guitar. I can't sing like Rod Stewart. I can sing like a lot of people. You can't touch Rod, okay? Over here, the Police 5. I'll do it for $6.99. Collective Soul, $176. Randy Newman, Sail Away. VG Plus, $14.99. Zeppelin 3, CTH press, 4-digit EX edition, $59.99. This has an 1841 Broadway address. CTH, it's a club copy. Nice, though, $59.99. We come from the land of the ice and snow, from the midnight suns where the hot springs blow. The hammer of the gods. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, VG Plus, $9.99. And the Flesh Tones is a VG copy for $12. Troy gets the Police for $7. Somebody offered $8. I shot myself in the foot over $1 and a penny. Now $2 and a penny. Steve Worley was going to pay $9. Boy, I wish y'all were faster at getting these prices in. I just shot myself in the foot over $2 and a penny. Golly. Over here, we have the following. We have Collective Soul at $176, $178, $179. Final Chance on the Beatles, red vinyl, $75, and Coheed and Cabria is a $175 start. This is a new vintage crate, buy it now, best offer. Need some more Diet Coke. Boy, what did they put in this Diet Coke at Chick-fil-A? Cocaine? Man, feel like they've shot me up with some. Okay, first thing we have is Olay ELO. That's a VG copy for $9.99. Over here, we have The Doors, Absolutely Live, VG Plus $24.99. Your sister ended up helping me out. Okay, good. Whew. I'm worried you drove all the way from Nashville and didn't get to buy the Big Star record. Okay, great, thank you. Fantastic. I'll wake up at 4:30 and I'll see all these messages and I'm like, oh no, what's happened? We have Roy Buchanan, You're Not Alone, VG Plus $14.99. John Lennon, Mind Games, VG Plus $17.99. Alan Parsons, VG Plus $14.99. Roy Buchanan's VG $9.99. Jeff Beck Truth, Rod Stewart on vocals, I Ain't Superstitious. Randy Newman, VG Plus $14.99. ELO is sold for $7. And then Led Zeppelin, the Vinyls EX VG Plus jacket. This will be around a 1971 pressing, if not 1971. I think that's a 71 club copy, yeah. CTH 71 club copy, $59.99. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears is VG Plus $9.99. And Flesh Tones, VG $12.99. No better bid on Coheed and Cabria, signed $175. Wow, vintage trademark of quality Beatles bootleg on red vinyl for $75. VG Plus condition, Shea Stadium. They put it on this morning and called me, and I was listening to it. They didn't know what it was for the first 10 seconds, and I heard the first lick. I was like, that's the Beatles live at Shea Stadium. It starts off with I'm Down, and it's John Lennon on. You can hear the keyboard. Have you ever seen that show? John Lennon's over there playing the keyboards. Like, it's really cool. That's one of the first shows. I guess that was the first show he played a keyboard live. Okay, over here we have Collector Soul at $186. How much was Jeff Beck? It was VG Plus $14.99, and nice pickup rod on Coheed Cabrillo. I thought this was more like a $250 record. Rob gets that for $175. Autograph records are disappearing. Poof, poof, poof. For the end of the night, they're going to be gone, gone, gone. Next thing over here, we have who, ha, e, ah, and what do we have here? I need to check this right quick and figure out what's going on, okay? Elmo Hope. Let's do that one right now then. Here we go. Here we go. Let's pull up the JSA. I got to figure out. I think I know who signed this one. Here we go. I ain't super. I hear that. I think it's on Casino, or is it Goodfellas? Which one did Scorsese use that one? I think it's Casino. It's when one of those scenes where De Niro's walking around. Jesse James Dupree, yeah. All right, Jesse James Dupree on deck. Elmo Hope on deck. Collector sold $199. Cade says he's done. Okay, so Jeff Beck is sold to Matt Bushey for $9. Thomas Hujar gets the Beatles for $75. That was a buy now. And then signed Collector sold sealed. This is a pretty pricey record by itself, fully signed and JSA authenticated. Mike Cotrini, $199, final call. Okay? What's on for Scorsese? That was on Jeff Beck's Truth. That was I Ain't Superstitious. Jeff Beck and Rod Stewart. I think that's on Casino. All right. And then, now, as y'all know, the last time I had one of these OG Jackal albums, my goodness, was there a battle for it. And luckily, this is OG, and it happens to be signed. Yeah, this is a 1992 Euro. So this record itself is pretty desirable. It looks like he inscribed it, something. It's not personalized. Maybe that's the chainsaw sound. I don't know what he's done here. But it is signed by Jesse James Dupree, the front man of Jackal. And this happens to be an original 1992 pressing. A very desirable record by itself. A tough to get 1992 Jackal. And this is signed by Jesse James Dupree. Not personalized, but inscribed and JSA authenticated. $125 start. $125. Papow. Okay, there you go. Yeah, Papow. Thank you. Papow, Jesse James Dupree, and dated 2015. I think the last time we had just this record, it sold for a couple $100. So $125 for Jackal, signed, now up for bid. Collector Soul is sold for $199 to Mike Codrini. And we have Blood, Sweat, and Tears sold to Todd Coe for $7. Now, if you missed out on that Collector Soul, don't worry, here comes another one. Here comes another one. And the Elmo's up for bid. But let's go ahead while both of those bidders are on. Here's another one. And boy, I don't remember this one. Let me check this one on Discogs right quick and just try to find out the record. Jackal's $125 start. Man, this is so weird. There we go. Oh, wow. Yeah, this actual record here, there's only one for sale. Was there any other pressings? No, this has only been pressed one time on vinyl. This particular Collector Soul record, it's only been pressed one time on vinyl. There's only one for sale in Spain for $402. Last sold, though, near mint $346 and then $200 about a year ago. So this record itself, there's another one that sold for $440 about a year ago. So last three sales on just this record was $440, $200, and $346. Wow, that's just the record. Just the album, not signed. $440, $200, and $346. This one has to be fully signed and JSA authenticated. $395 start. Collector Soul, $395 start. It does have a seam split right up here, just a minor crackle. $395. $395 on Collector Soul. And then Jackal's $125. Jackal's $125, okay? And let's swap out crates. So two really cool signed records there. The Collector Soul by itself is rare and pricey, and it's fully signed. And then Jackal is signed by frontman Dupree, Jesse James Dupree. 125. All right, let's find that Elmo for him, but let's grab another record and welcome everybody to Coletco Saturday Night. It's Saturday night and I just got paid. Dun, 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 to something, something, something. All right, that's a Japanese pressing. That's interesting. Don't know what that is. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. 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 More interesting. More interesting. 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 Okay, this is a very interesting crate. Let's go through this one. Buy it now or best offer. I hope you're all ready. If you're not ready, then you should already be ready. Here we go. Is Facebook still working? I hadn't seen a Facebook comment in a couple minutes. Everybody's still out there? All right, here we go. Let's find that Elmo. And this is Elmo Hope, Sextet and Trio Homecoming. EX Hard Bop. Rare in this condition is a note from Patrick. Wow, look at that. That is beautiful. Blue Riverside label, RLP 381, a 61 US OG mono, and that's a $95 start for Elmo Hope. Not Riverside, beautiful. $95 start. That's up for bid. Okay. All right, let me see what else is going on over here. Wow, it's just 8 o'clock. And I started 45 minutes later than I have been. It's another Saturday night. That's Sam Cooke. Saturday Night's All Right for Fighting. Elton John made that one famous. And, of course, Rip It Up. I know the version by Elvis. Or as he say, Friday night and I just got paid. Maybe Saturday night. I think he does say Saturday night. All right. Think about them. There they are. I'm going to touch my toes. This is a pretty great crate here. Lots of modern pre-owned stuff in here as well and sealed. Chad is popping his knees back into place, and let's go. Bob Dylan, Fallen Angels. This is Near Mint Shrink, $19.99. Bob Dylan, Fallen Angels. Frank Sinatra, Love is a Kick, a sealed Japanese pressing for $29.99. A sealed Japanese pressing. AC/DC, Rock or Bust. This is sealed, gold vinyl, $32.99. Tim Vergara gets Bob Dylan. Thank you on that one, too. The Rancantors, Broken Boy Soldiers, 2010 EX, $34.99. And we have the Beatles, direct-to-disc tribute performed by the Liverpool. That is EX, $19.99. And Eddie Kendricks, Going Up in Smoke. Eddie Kendricks is sealed, $14.99. Collector Soul is a no bid. $395 buy it now on that one. Jackal's a no bid. That's a $125 buy it now. And final chance on Elmo Hope, Sextet and Trio Homecoming. And that is a $95 start on that one. $95 start. Decon gets Jackal for $125. Man, that was a great deal. Rancantors is sold to Will Smithson for $30. And Michelle also tried to buy Jackal for $125. Already sold a Decon. Elmo Hope does have a bid for $95, going once, going twice. Matthew Hendon, second on Rancantors. Mick Fleetwood and Friends celebrate the music of Peter Green. That was sealed for $19.99. And over here we have Dr. Hook, Sometimes You Win, a sealed original with hop sticker, $9.99. $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. This is the Clash. It's a 1979 U.S. unofficial, VG Plus. Patrick has a note here, rare item. I would say so. $95 start, a vintage 2LP Clash bootleg. 1979 U.S. unofficial, a $95 start. Elmo has a bid for $95. We're about to sell it. Tool Opiate, this is sealed for $24.99. Sealed Tool Opiate, $24.99. And Lau, it's that guy, Luell George. Thanks, I'll eat it here. $19.99. Stanley Richmond on Dr. Hook. That's sold to Stanley Richmond. Ernest Nunez on Eddie Kendricks for $10. Sell that to Ernest Nunez for $10. And then AC/DC 74 Jailbreak sealed, go vinyl, $32.99. Our next signed album is going to go up right now. Here's another chance at a Jackal. And this is Rowdy. And Jackal Rowdy is, give me 1 second on this one. Give me confirm the vinyl pressing. And this one's a lot cheaper record. And, oh, it's even got a photo. Oh, somebody took photos of him signing it. Okay. This came from the guy. Does it have a photo of him signing that other thing? I think he might. Okay, let me close out of this. Let me just check the record right quick. Awesome crate, as y'all can tell. Let me scan this. About time to go through the no bids. Yeah, this album itself starts at $80 as well. And wow, weird. They've hadn't sold in a while, but they're not cheap whatsoever. So that's a bizarre one. This is signed though, another Jesse James Dupree, and the guy we got it from even has the photos of him signing it. That's pretty cool there. JSA Authenticated, another Jackal, Papal, Jesse James Dupree, 2018. Let's start that one at $75, okay? Let's start that Jackal at $75. Maybe that'll encourage somebody to bid. Over here, Elmo Hope is at 100, is the Clash from September 79. Let's see here. New York City, September 21st, 1979. Yep, VG Plus. We $100 start. I think I said 95, and it does have a bid. And then over here, what was the first AC/DC? And Elmo Hope is at 108. The first AC/DC was Rock or Bust on gold vinyl. That is sealed for $32.99. The other one was gold vinyl, $32.99. We still got Lou L. George. We still got Tool Opiate, Mick Fleetwood tribute, or Mick Fleetwood and Friends pay tribute to Peter Green, and then the tribute to the Beatles, and the sealed Japanese over here. Chevy Bailey has Jackal for $75, and now the Clash has one bid for $95. Moving on, we have Carole King Tapestry. That's a club copy and shrink, $24.99. Tim Vigari wants Rock or Bust. That's sold to Tim Vigari, go vinyl. Now the Clash has a new bid for $100. We have Sticks, Pieces of 8. A sealed club copy for just $19.99. Sealed club copy, $19.99. Rancantors is gone. Betty Davis, a Vinyl Me Please edition, sealed for $29.99. The Clash info. The Clash is a vintage bootleg, a 1979 unofficial, made in 1979. The cover does have a split. It still has the tough to get insert here on the top. Mick Jones, Paul Simonon. I've always struggled with his name. And then Joe Strummer and Nikki Topper Heaton. And that is the insert there on the back. Clashing with the Clash. They even graded it VG Plus back then. Look, VG Plus. It was VG Plus back in 1979. It's still VG Plus. And the Clash is at $100 right now. Okay. And then the Signed Jackal. The Signed Jackal over here, I started at $75. It has one bid for $75, and Elmo's at $125. Signed Tesla is already sold. Michael Thrower on ST, that's probably for the sealed sticks. Thank you on that one. And now Elmo Hope's at $135. This is all buy it now best offer stuff. I still have Bob Dylan in concert, 1963 RTI pressing. That is $24.99 sealed, Bob Dylan RTI. And then this is, who is this? This is $39. Is this, who is this? Valender 3000. I thought it was going to be King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Valender 3000, Psychedelicus, Melodious. This is Blood, Blah, Gil, Black, Vinyl, Lucky, Dip. Don't know what's going on here, but it's $39.99. We have Tim Vigari on Bob Dylan. That's sold to Tim Vigari. And then over here is Elmo Out. This is sold over here to Ray Red for $135. And now we got two people on the Clash. So the first bidder was a 95 with Matthew Hendon. Matthew Hendon, you're out. He says James Papa bid 100. So Matthew Hendon is up to that. And then over here, this is Jackal Black Vinyl. Yes, Jackal Black Vinyl. Over here, this says Dutch version released 2021 in Australia, limited to 1,500 copies on red vinyl. Dutch version released 2021 in Australia, limited to 1,500 copies red vinyl. Near mint, $39.99. $39.99 on that one, okay? Carole King Tapestry. Looks like a Dutch King Gizzard. Yeah, it may be King Gizzard that's Dutch. That's probably what's going on. That makes more sense now. Clash 102, Carole King Tapestry, in club copy and shrink, $24.99. $24.99. So the first person who asked about it was Master Ma. If he passes, it's sold to James Kemp. Okay. All right. So there's that. That's a very nice copy. $250 for collector's soul. Oh, on this one over here, can't do that one. The problem with that one over here is the record itself is really expensive. I was at $395 I'm going to sell it to you, but we're going to have to get pretty close to $395. Have to get pretty close to $395 on that one. Okay? All right, so not just asking. All right, no problem. So this is sold to James Kemp. Thank you on that one. All right, moving right along. Buy it now, best offer crate. We have Miles Davis, Birth of the Cool. That is sealed for $32.99. Gatefold jacket, Clash 105. And I want to remind everybody, Jackal, WRYYCO, is black vinyl signed by Jesse James Dupree and inscribed, and it still just has that one bid for $75. And the Clash is at $105. Next is AC/DC Live 50th anniversary gold vinyl, $42.99. Gold vinyl, $42.99 on that. And now the next is a very interesting Beatles boot here. Check this one out. A rare and official. I think you could say that about any of these Beatles boots. The Beatles posters, incense, and strobe candles. The legendary Get Back radio broadcast, September 22nd, 1969, Boston. And it comes with Beatles strawberry incense. That came with it. Purple vinyl. They only made 300. A vintage Beatles boot on purple vinyl. The Get Back broadcast from Boston with incense. $95 start on that. $95 start on that. The Clash is at $120. Two more records and then Jackal sold. Black Sabbath Volume 4, a 1976 French pressing. EX edition, $49.99. $49.99. And we have Tool, and this is sealed for $32.99. Does have a little bit of a crease up there. That is Undertow, sealed for $32.99. Jackal is sold for $75. Boy, he held on that bid a long time. Chevy Bailey, almost 6 minutes. Jackal for $75, okay? I'm assuming that's what your JJ bid was for, right, Chevy Bailey? I hope so. That's sold to you for $75. Thank you. That's gone and sold to you. The Clash is at $120. This Beatles bootleg is a $95 start. Never had that one before. And let's go ahead and show a couple more records. It's a Beatle World. Al Fisher and Lou Marks EX edition, $14.99. And we have A Curious Feeling, Tony Banks EX, $9.99. So the Clash is up to James Papa Constantine. Beatles, $95 start. And now our next auction is, I got some more jazz stuff in here. Let me get to it right quick. And I got this Soundgarden record. I guarantee Matt Nichols isn't watching, so here's your chance. Soundgarden. And I got Nirvana, too. I got some cool Nirvana stuff. We have Soundgarden, the singles. Take a look at this. We have Soundgarden, the single, Spoon Man, The Day I Tried to Live, Black Hole Sun, My Way, Fell on Black Days, and those are all like EPs. And they're all EPs boxed together here, sealed, out of print, a $75 start on Soundgarden. $75 start on Soundgarden. That is now up for bid. Sealed, $75 start. Good luck to everybody that's involved on that, okay? Soundgarden, $75 start. Next is AC/DC Live. Let's go ahead and sell that to John Miller for $35. And then BS for $30 here. The Black Sabbath, I will have to have $45 for this. Very nice French pressing on NIMS. Super clean for a vintage copy of Volume 4. I lost James Papa over here on the Clash, so that's a final call to Matthew Hennon for $120. And no one's been on the Beatles. Final call on that one. All Them Witches wait list. I haven't had an All Them Witches tonight, but if you're asking, can I just get one for you, then possibly, if you can let me know which album, okay? All right. And first thing I have is this, and here we go. All right, so first thing is Jason Morris offered $30 for Black Sabbath. I said $45. Let's put that right over there. Somebody else said they would take it for $45. Soundgarden has a new bid for $100. And Frank, question mark. Frank was the sealed Japanese Frank Sinatra, Love is a Kick, $29.99. Also, we have He's a Friend, Eddie Kendricks. That's also sealed for $14.99. And Bob Dylan, Modern Times. That's a sealed 2 LP, $34.99 on that one. All right, we got to go ahead and sell the Clash. I lost a bidder, but now this is sold to Matthew Hennon for $120. The Beatles is a no bid. It's $95, purple vinyl with incense. So whoever offered $30 on Black Sabbath, you can have it for $45. If not, it is going to be sold to somebody else. Jason says he'll pass, so that is sold then to Alex Miller for $45. Thank you on that one. Eddie Kendricks is sold to Michael Butler for $10. And now Soundgarden's at $100. And if we're going to do Soundgarden, let's go ahead and do Nirvana. Check this out. Nirvana is a 2011 seal. This is kind of like another EP singles collection. And this is sealed a $95 star. Never mind the singles. Take a look at that. Take a look at that is what I'm trying to say. This is numbered on the back, 15873. Nirvana is a $95 start. Soundgarden at $105, Nirvana $95. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Even for the sealed stuff in here, we have AC/DC Powerage on Gold Vinyl. That is sealed for $29.99. We have Ava Marie and Pinijan Air Tarja Tuminin. I don't know what I just read, but it's sealed for $24.99. It's Tarja, essentially. Love Supreme John Coltrane EX Edition, $29.99 for John Coltrane. 180 gram modern type pressing there. Next auction is going to go up right now. We have a Beatles bootleg. We have a Beatles bootleg. We have an autographed Amanda Shires. We have Bobby Humphrey. Let's go ahead and put that up. I got Ed Kolashawak from Live. I got Buck Cherry signed. I got POTUS signed. And I got Dirty Honey signed. But first, here's Bobby Humphrey, Blacks and Blues. This is a 1974 Terre Haute OG pressing. The vinyl's VG on Blue Note, and the cover's also VG or less. There is some damage right up here, and you can see where it got wet at some point. VG minus or less jacket, $30 start on that one, okay? First thing we have over here is Soundgarden got a bid for $105 with Devious John. Chris Messer, you're out. Alex Miller has Soundgarden or Nirvana for $135. Matt Bushi on Tool for $27. Let's go ahead and sell that. AC/DC 22. If you're talking about the gold Powerage here, Stanley, I'll do that one for $25. $25 on that. Soundgarden's at $106. David Bowie and Bertolt Brecht Ball. Boy, I've never been able to get that one. BBB. David Bowie is $24.99. Near Mint and Shrink, $24.99 on Bowie. The Beatles, 58 to 62. Red vinyl here. Some kind of Russian unofficial. Wow, a Russian. $44.99. I guess so. It's DOL. I didn't know they... It says Russian sealed, but it's on the DOL label. $44.99 for the Beatles, red vinyl. Frank Sinatra, That Old Feeling, another Japanese pressing sealed, $29.99. And we have the Rolling Stones, Sweet Summer Rain, Hyde Park Live sealed, 2013 OG, $59.99. Soundgarden is right over here. It's at $110. Soundgarden is sealed. It's called the singles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 EPs. And like the first one has 3 tracks, the other one. So yeah, really cool stuff here. Really cool stuff here. And it's like 5 EPs together, $110. Next is Nirvana, the singles. Never mind the singles. That's really cool with different cuts on that one. And the last bid on that one was Alex Miller at $135. And then Bobby Humphreys, a $30 start. A 1974 USOG Terre Haute VG, a $30 start on that one, okay? Next thing was Soundgarden 110. Coltrane, $24. Let's go ahead and sell that for $24 to Joe DeGaldo. Colin Butler's in at $30 on Bobby. And Tennessee Tone Man, Tony Murphy, wants Bob Dylan, Modern Times. That's sold to Tennessee Tone Man. Thank you, $34.99. And then AC/DC Highway to Hell, that's $32.99. Gold vinyl. Gold vinyl. And then over here, we have Soundgarden at $115. We have Tempest by Bob Dylan. Shrink, Near Mint 2 LP. Don't recall seeing that one. $29.99 for Tempest. And then Bach meets the Beatles. Variations in the style of Bach. Bach doing the Beatles. $14.99. And Sinatra and Strings, another Japanese sealed Sinatra. $29.99. Final call on Bobby Humphrey. This 74 OG pressing. Terre Haute VG. Final call for $30. Tony coming in strong again on another Bob Dylan. Tennessee Tone Man on Tempest. Soundgarden 116. And Alex Miller, I've tried every way possible for you to get outbid on Nirvana. I can't believe there's not more people bidding. Probably a lot of people didn't know we was going to have this tonight. But hey, this is why you watch. This is why people tune in. Because you never know what's going to go up for auction. And Michael Butler just bid $140. I've already sold it to Alex for $135. Sorry, I'd already committed to sell that to him. Believe me, if I felt like I could take that bid, I would have. Sold. That's done. Now my stomach hurts. That's okay. There's more to come. Bobby Humphrey is sold for $30. This is sold for $30. I got booed by Michael Butler. Sorry. This is sold to Colin. Thank you, Colin. That's sold to you for $30. And then HP Lovecraft is already sold. Alex Miller on Frank Japanese. Well, there's 3 to pick from. There are 3 to pick from here. Highway to Hell, $25. Sell that one to Stanley Richmond for $25. There's 3 Frank Sinatra sealed Japanese pressings. And that's $29, $29, and $29. Okay, now the Soundgarden box set, there's still a chance to bid on that. The last bid that came in on this was Chris Messer at $116. Oh no, I've lost Fred Cardinale. Fred, are you out there? I can't lose you, Fred. I can't lose you, Fred. I can't lose you, Fred. And my crate's full. Let me go ahead and swap out crates. I can put a couple more over there. Did I hear, Bo? You did. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. Alex Miller, and then he wants Frankenstrings. That's sold to Alex Miller. Okay, I'll make that the last crate in here. Last record in this crate. All right, let's put up some other cool stuff. Lots of cool stuff tonight. If you're shocked by that, then you probably hadn't been watching this show very often. Because some people every night's like, holy crap, Chad, I'm shocked. I'm just absolutely shocked at this. And I'm like, I know. People tell me that all the time. They're like, golly, Chad, I'm shocked. All righty, here we go. They got 2 crates here of cleaned records ready to price. We might can go through those later tonight. Somebody's already like, Chad, please, can we price stuff live on the fly tonight? I'm like, yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. We have Thomas Schwartz on Bach for $9. That's sold over here. And Fred Cardinale says he's in at $120. Chris Messer, you're out. That was a great crate. Let's read through those again. Let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. The other night, we had a signed Dirty Honey. Now, the value in that one, for the most part, was the fact that the record was pretty scarce and out of print. And let me close out of Discogs and reopen it here. And let me scan this. And we have, depends on the colored vinyl here. Let's see here. We definitely need to check that. And this is signed by Dirty Honey. And it is on white vinyl, okay? So white vinyl, signed, Dirty Honey, and JSA authenticated, that's going to go up for a $55 start. Signed, white vinyl, Dirty Honey, a $55 start. Okay, Soundgarden's at $121, and Dirty Honey's a $55 start. That's JSA, signed, sealed, delivered. I'm yours. But ooh, baby, here I am, shine, shield, delivered, I'm yours. When I saw this in Vietnam, ooh, yeah, dee, ra-da-da, dee, ba, da-da-da, dee, boo, da-da, do-do-do-do. I'm gonna stay too long, ooh, baby. Here I am, shine, shield, delivered. Okay, next is Bob Dylan, Zim Zim Zabob. Bob Dylan with Etta James and Jackson Browne live at the Marriott Inn in Mansfield, Massachusetts, 1986. A Bob Dylan bootleg here. Nice, clean EX, a $50 start. $50 star. Soundgarden 121, Soundgarden 130. Dirty Honey is a $55 star. About time to go through the no bids, but let's read through this crate one more time. Direct to Disc Tribute to the Beatles, performed by Liverpool. Limited edition, EX edition, $19.99. Mick Fleetwood and Friends celebrate the music of Peter Green, and this is on green vinyl. It is sealed for $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. We have Tool Opiate. That is sealed for $24.99. Tool Opiate. And Lowell George, thanks, I'll eat it here, for the guy from Little Feat, $19.99. Dirty Honey has a bid for $55 with Ken Crooker. We also have AC/DC 74 Jailbreak. That's gold vinyl sealed, $32.99. We have Betty Davis, self-titled, The Vinyl Me Please. Gatefold, foil stamp jacket, remastered silver and blue vinyl, and that is sealed. Betty Davis for just $29.99. Carole King Tapestry, a vintage club copy and shrink, near mint, $24.99. Miles Davis, Birth of the Cool. These are all buy it now best offer. Miles Davis is sealed, $32.99. And It's a Beatle World, Al Fisher and Lou Marks, EX edition, $14.99. Dirty Honey has a new bid for $60. Final Call on Soundgarden, Fred Cardinale has that for $130. And when Matt Nichols is on later, I'm going to say, Matt, you missed out on a Soundgarden. Dirty Honey's at 60, and final call on the Bob Dylan for $50. Next thing in here is Akira's Feeling, Tony Banks. That's EX $9.99. Tarja, that was $24.99. Fred Carnell, 19 Peter Green, sold to Fred Carnell. AC/DC Powerage, gold vinyl, $29.99. Also, David Bowie. Somebody asked, what was the David Bowie? In Bertolt, Brecht Ball. However, that's officially read there. That's in shrink, also near mint, $24.99 for Bowie. The Beatles is sealed on red vinyl for $44.99. Fred Carnell offered $3,129 on Miles Davis. Sold $3,129. I'll let him fix that comment there. I don't think he's actually offering $3,129. The Rolling Stones Sweet Summer Sun at Hyde Park, sealed, $59.99. Fred Carnell gets Miles Davis for $29. We have Frank Sinatra sealed, Japanese pressing, Love is a Kick for $29. Frank Sinatra sealed, that old feeling, Japanese pressing, $29. Soundgarden over here is officially sold to Fred Carnell for $130. And Ken Crooker, you're out on Dirty Honey. Melissa Bailey has it for $60. Let me know if you want to bid again. And now Ken Crooker just bid $65. Melissa Bailey, you're out. And Bob Dylan is a buy now for $50 on that bootleg. Buy it now for Bob Dylan on that bootleg for $50. Let's put that box set over here with the others. And there we have it. All right, moving right along. Here we are. Dun, dun, da, 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 dun, dun. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. Before I change out crates, if anybody wants anything in there, let me know. Let's go put up another auction right quick. And that next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is this. I have the Pretenders live at Paradise Theater, Boston, 1980, a 2020 Record Store Day, sealed, clear red, and the Pretenders is a $35 start. That's now for bid. Let's grab another crate to go through, eh? And let's show all the no bids, eh? We went through about 4 crates tonight, and everything left is in 1 crate, so that's good. We're emptying crates. We're emptying them twice. We're going to find out who's... All right. All right. So, Bob Dylan, Beatles. Beatles, Jay and Kai. I don't know. Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan, Bob Dylan. George Thorogood. Dylan. Dylan. No, that's Bruce. All right, let me just get all these together. Okay. So Dirty Honey is sold to Ken Crooker for $65. And then EH. The Pretenders, $35. And then Betty Davis, $22. All right, let me go check on that. What was EH? Brent said EH. Sinatra, Stones, Beatles, Bowie, AC/DC, Tarja, Tony Banks, Betty Davis. Okay. Let's do 25 on Betty Davis. Sealed, $29.99. What was that offer? 22. 25, John Farrell. Okay. Let's go grab another crate. Brent, if you could refresh my memory on EH. All right, here's a little just short crate, but I see 1 good title, 3, 4, some good stuff in here. Just a handful of records here. Just a handful, but it's the next crate. So let's take it off the top and keep going, okay? Signed Buck Cherry, coming very soon. Coheed and Cabria already sold for $175. That's already sold for $175. All right. So let's go through the no bids right quick, okay? That was a counter offer for $25. Surely he'll say yes. And then let's just go ahead and make this for a $35. So we'll make that no bid number 1. The Pretenders live at the Paradise Theater, Boston, 1980, Record Store Day. Appear sealed, clear and red vinyl. For $35, okay? That's a no bid, $35. Blind Boy Grunt, Zim Zim Zabob, that's Bob Dylan. That's live in Massachusetts, $50 on that. These are also best offer. The Beatles, posters, incense, and strobe candles, purple vinyl, limited to 300 with incense, and that's $95 on the Beatles. Blackie L gets the Pretenders for $35. That's pretty cool to see. And then Betty 25, but it's my birthday actually tomorrow. He's buying himself an early Christmas gift. Betty Davis is sold to John Farrell for $25. So Bob Dylan Beatles, this is Collective Soul, $395. The record itself is pretty expensive. Here is Collective Soul, $395, fully signed. And you'll find out there's only, like the album itself, there's only one for sale for over $400. Stephen Wilson, this is $175. CD, Blu-ray, and book sealed, $175 on that, $175 on that one. And then we have John Cale, Terry Riley, Church of Anthrax, 1971. I've already said I would do 55 on this one. 1A Matrix, John Cale, Terry Riley, $55 on that one. Here's a pretty big autograph. This is an original inner sleeve signed by Danzig, that original lineup. JSA, $375. The record that comes with it is the bootleg. So that's a bootleg unofficial. I feel like if we auction that by itself, it would sell for $100. This comes with the inner sleeve signed, $375, okay? This bootleg is probably $100 by itself. This is the inner sleeve signed, and that's $375. JSA, that'd look pretty cool framed like that. That's what I'm thinking if you're thinking about how to present that in your music cave. So $375 on Danzig. Let's put that right over here. $375, signed inner sleeve. A lot of no bids. We have Rush, Caress of Steel. That is an EX copy. I went ahead and said $20 on that. VG Plus jacket, not for sure exactly what pressing, but it's non-barcoded. And then here are several more. This is the Deftones. It is signed by 5 members, but it is made out to Patrick. Thanks, Patrick. Signed Deftones covers. That's the name of the album. That's $275. It's also JSA authenticated. And then CJ Ramone from the Ramones. This is nicely signed. $55. He was in the lineup from 92 to 95, played bass. CJ Ramone is $55. A vintage Deep Purple bootleg, Sonic Zoom, unknown year, U.S. unofficial, VG condition, $75 for that vintage Deep Purple. Don't hesitate to make offers. And then 2 nicely signed BOC albums. The Bouchards, Blom, Buck Dharma, very nice. And those are signed JSA'd, $375 on the BOCs. Rush 20, Danzig 375. Rush sold to Tim Vigari for 15. Danzig 375. John Cale 55. Stephen Wilson 175. Collective Soul 395. Beatles 95. And Bob Dylan 50. Okay, that's all of our no bids. So I hope you didn't just miss that. That takes a while to go through, and that's all still available. Okay, hopefully that stack is 0 by the end of the night. Now let's go ahead and be getting the Buck Cherry out. Let me be getting the information on that. Let's go through this crate buy now best offer. There's 3 more, not counting this one. So 4 more crates to go through, and let's put up some other bonus auctions. I got a lot of $10 start over here stuff tonight. I got a ton of like $10 start over here. So let's start with one at a time. Joan Jett, this is I Love Rock and Roll, a 1981 USOG VG++. Not bad, but the cover does show a little bit of wear. Joan Jett's a $15 start. Joan Jett's a $15 start. Let me be getting the information tracked down on Buck Cherry over here. So stand by. And let me close out all my apps, and we're ready to start showing some records. Here we go. We have Van Morrison St. Dominic's Preview, a VG Plus copy for $39.99. OG Green Label, Van Morrison VG Plus $39.99. We have Elvis Costello and the Attractions, Armed Forces. That's a VG copy for $14.99. That is Elvis Costello. Over here, we have Eagles on the Border. That's a VG copy for $14.99. Auction number 2 is Bob Dylan, Manchester Prayer. Still got some cool vintage Bob Dylan boots. This is 1979. It was recorded in 1978 in Los Angeles Forum. EX edition, $60 start, a double LP. Bob Dylan, $60 start on that. $60 start on that. All right, let me open this up over here. One more thing to check. All right, and then we have Foreigner self-titled. That's a club copy, VG Plus $34.99. And we have Brownsville Station School Punks. Brownsville Station School Punks is a VG Plus copy, $14.99. $45 for CJ Ramone. Sell this for $45 to Kristen Barnett. You got it. Great price on that. Already authenticated. Nice. And Chad Juggin just offered $50. Man, holy crap, I just shot myself in the foot over $5. That makes my running total tonight $12. My running total tonight on foot shooting is 12 bucks. Man, I wish, Chad, 3 more seconds. 3 more seconds, man. We have Neil Young. Everybody knows this is nowhere. A VG Plus copy for $39.99. And the Kinks Greatest Hits VG $19.99. Nobody bid on Joan Jett. This is a $15 buy it now. I love rock and roll, an OG copy. Bob Dylan's a $60 start. That's Manchester Prayer, 2 LP vintage bootleg. Next auction is going to be Neil Young, a 1969 US VG minus. $10 start on Neil Young. We sold a nice copy earlier already tonight. $10 on that. Dust Gray gets Joan Jett for $15. Thank you. That's sold to you for $15. And we have Quill. Interesting one here. Quill is a nice VG, and this is $49.99. $49.99. A 1970 Monarch OG VG, $49.99. Jan White second on that. Autographed on your feet, $350. That's what we sold another Agents of Fortune for the other night. So yes, I'll do that. TSO Houston. We sold Agents of Fortune the other night, same price. All right. BOC. Another one gone. BOC, $350. That's sold. I was too hasty. I did say sold. I didn't think that there'd be another offer coming right after it. So, dang. All right, there's that. And then, okay, I've scanned Buck Cherry on Discogs. This record itself is 2016, and I think that was the first time ever on vinyl. So, like, the median on just this record, this was, I think, the first time ever on vinyl. So the last couple of these that have sold, a sealed copy sold for $338, and then some other ones sold for like 60 and 60, or 60 and 56. So this one's fully signed by the band. It's the 2006, which was the first time it was on vinyl. And this is Buck Cherry 15, signed by the band, and first time it was on vinyl. $75 on Buck Cherry. That's now up for bid. Next is Quill, sold to Hiram Aponte for $40. Neil Young has a bid for 10, and then over here, the John Cale. So it was a 1971 1A Matrix. It was supposed to be a $70 start. I went ahead and said 55 to maybe get it rolling, and it didn't get a bid, so I've kind of shot myself in the foot. It is near mint minus. 1971 A1 Matrix Columbia, $55 on that one. All right, and then over here, we have Willie Nelson, Yesterday's Wine, a VG copy, a 71 Indianapolis, first cover with story. Yeah, this is a variant on this one. VG condition, $39.99. And then over here, we have Wicked Minds, and Wicked Minds from the Purple Skies is VG Plus, $59.99, 400 copies pressed, $59.99. So first thing is nobody bid on Bob Dylan. Bob Dylan is a $60 buy it now. Bob Dylan's a $60 buy it now. Let's put that right over here. First thing is Neil Young just got one bid, and that's sold to Jason Morris for $10. And then $650 for Collective Soul and Danzig. So I was at $375 on Danzig. I was at $395 on Collective Soul. That's $770. $770. We have an offer for $650. Let's do $695. That's me coming down $75. That's you coming up $45. $695. You get both of them. Buck Cherry 75, Buck Cherry 75, and Kale, unfortunately, sold for just $40. Chris Messer, great pickup there. $40 on that. We have an air horn, Collective Soul, and Danzig sold for $695. Done. Sold to Tiger Kaiser. Collective Soul, that's sold to him. And then over here we have what? We have Danzig also sold. Nice. $695. We have an air horn alert. I'm going to have to go bring the crate of autographs over here. I'm going to have to bring the crate of autographs over here. The crate of autographs over here, we still got other stuff that I don't really have to do a lot of research that are more like a lot of different stuff over here. A lot of different stuff over here, okay? Thank you on that. And that is sold to John Kaiser for $695. Here comes the air horn. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I love the sound of compressed air in the morning. Nice pickup there. Very, very cool. Now, man, just that bootleg alone, we've auctioned those for some crazy money before. And then the OG copy is very expensive. And this record here, very expensive, just the record. I mean, Never seen it before. So 2 awesome pieces there. That's sold. And then Buck Cherry is tied at 75 and 75. Okay, so Chad King 75, Dana Murphy 75. Dana Murphy, you're out. Buck Cherry is at 80. Next thing over here is this. And where are we at? King's Greatest Hits. King's Greatest Hits over here. King's Greatest Hits, VG copy for $19.99. That is a tricolor Steamboat Mono. VG copy, $19.99. We have Grateful Dead Terrapin Station, a 77 Terre Haute OG, VG $29.99. And James Brown Soul on Top. That's VG $19.99, a 1970 USOG. James Brown's in VG condition. All right. Next is the Beatles boot. This one's called Come Back. Come Back is the Beatles boot. That's spelled K-U-M. And this is a 1970. And this was a well-known Beatles boot. This was the first version of it. VG Plus, a $75 start for Come Back on the Beatles. Buck Cherry's at 85. Also in here, we have David Bowie, Never Let Me Down, a VG copy for $14.99. KRLA, King of the Wheels, the Bobby Fuller 4. A Mono OG, VG minus $49.99. Calling on James Brown. Nice. And we have Brenton Wood, Oogum Boogum. Just give me a little sign now. Oh, my baby. A VG copy for $39.99. That's a very desirable album. So Buck Cherry's at 85, and then the Beatles Come Back as a $75 start. Next auction is Joan Jett, Bad Reputation, a 1982 U.S. reissue, VG minus $10 start on Joan Jett, Bad Reputation. $10 start on that. All right, let's bring this crate of autographs closer. Now I can actually see what I've got left that wasn't photographed and some stuff that hadn't been photographed. Sarah Vaughan, The Code Scares, Queensryche, Southern Pacific. Here we go, Southern Pacific. A really cool one here. I had this the other night, and I was like, I'm going to go ahead and get this one authenticated. John McPhee from the Doobie Brothers, Stu Cook from Creedence Clearwater Revival, fully signed Southern Pacific and JSA authenticated. That is a $35 start on Southern Pacific, okay? Let's read through these one more time. We got Buck Cherry at $86, Beatles no bid 75, Joan Jett no bid 10, I think I said, and then Southern Pacific is a 35. I got a whole crate of autographs over here. Everly Brothers, Sleepy LaBeef, I don't know, Loggins of Messina, Damon Johnson, Wraith, Morbid Angel, Testament, Creator. Most of these are not going to be sold tonight, but they may. You never know about me. Act of Defiance, I don't know. Skid Row, I don't know. I can't say. I don't know. I'm not going to say. Brittany Fox, Mastodon, Chevelle, Seethers, more Seethers. I'm not going to say. America, the Lumineers. I'm not going to say, hey, here's another chance at a Tesla. Another BOC, another Queensryche. There's some people that missed out on that Tesla earlier, and they was like, dead gummit. Well, guess what? I have another one. I have another Tesla. So here we go. First thing is Van Morrison, VG plus $39.99. OG, Elvis Costello, VG $14.99. 3 crates of vintage steel to go through. Eagles on the Border, VG $14.99. Foreigner, VG plus $34.99. Brownsville Station, VG plus $14.99. Neil Young, VG plus $39.99. Willie Nelson is VG $39.99. And this was Wicked Minds. I don't know a lot about them, but VG plus $39.99. Southern Pacific, the actual record, that's a good question. I don't know if I've even looked at it. Oh, it's nice. Yeah, it's near mint minus with the original inner sleeve. $35 on that. All right, then moving over here, we got the King's Greatest Hits, VG Tricolor Steamboat Mono, $19.99. Terrapin Station was VG $29.99. David Bowie was VG $14.99. The Bobby Fuller 4 was VG minus $49.99. And Brenton Wood is VG $39.99. Oogum Boogum. Just give me a little sign now. Oh, my baby. I need to change up my avatar. Costanza's retiring. Yoda, I am. Nice. Yoda. Oh. Bid on Beatles, you will. Bid on Beatles, you will. $75. Bid on Beatles, you will. No bid. Joan Jett. $10 buy now. Buy Joan Jett, you will. Buy Joan Jett, you will. Buck Cherry's at $95. Final chance on Southern Pacific. All right. Here we go. Let's go through another crate of vintage buy it now best offer. You may ask yourself, how did I get here? Days go by, something, something, something. All right. Here we go. I'm on my 3rd gallon of Diet Coke tonight. Okay. Kink sold to TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Boy, I hope you never come visit me. The TBI Music Room. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. We hear you're having a little bit too much fun here, Chad. You're under investigation. The Kinks is sold for $14 to TBI. Dust Gray got Joan Jett for $10. That's sold for $10. Johnny Hancock put JJJJJJJJJJJ. You were second. And then over here, Sean Sam, you were third. And then over here, Buck Cherry 98 and Buck Cherry at 100. And Southern Pacific is a no bid. $35 on Southern Pacific. $35 on Southern Pacific. That's a buy it now for $35. Okay? $35. That's available. All right, let's see what else we got over here. Sold Adam Bernardi for $30. Nice. Okay? And then the other night, I had this. Probably Adam was watching when I showed these. I had a Everly Brothers. And it was straight out of a box of Fred stuff I found. And I was like, this is actually probably going to be enhanced a little bit after I get it certified. And sure enough, it got passed. And here is a chance at a signed Everly Brothers. I think it's signed by Dawn. What the heck happened to it? Sarah Vaughn, Coaster Queens. Here it is. To Lester, my old buddy and comrade. Is that what that says? Commander? Comrade? Man. Don Everly, a little red, huh? Comrade. We have the Everly Brothers reunion concert. Signed, JSC authenticated, a $25 start. That's now up for bid. And then Buck Cherry's at 100 with Calvin Ward. And then here's another chance. If you missed out on that last Tesla, here's a second one. Colored vinyl, sealed, signed on the album jacket, $275 start. JSC authenticated, Tesla, another one, $275 start. That's now up for bid. This crate is a buy it now or best offer. Here we go. First thing, we have a tie, a yellow ribbon, Dawn, featuring Tony Orlando. Oh no, it's from the dreaded Dick Connery collection. That's $9.99. We have Sonny Terry and his mouth harp on red vinyl. Ooh, that's probably going to be pretty cool. An older record for sure on red vinyl. That's pretty cool to see. $24.99. We may be done on Buck Cherry. Calvin has it for $100. Final call. The Everly Brothers is a $25 start. Tesla's a $275 start. If you missed out on the last one, here's your chance. Buy it now, best offer stuff here. Uncle Meat, Frank Zappa, that's $39.99. And Led Zeppelin Presents, nice, in shrink with the hot sticker track listing. And this is $39.99. It was an April morning when they told us we should go. Achilles' Last Stand. Rush Hemispheres. Rush Hemispheres is a 1978 USOG Terre Haute VG minus because of bubbles. It has some of those pressing bubbles. Oh, that doesn't affect it too much. This is actually a pretty clean copy, but it does have some of those pressing bubbles on it. Just a $10 start on Rush Hemispheres. Jacket VG, VG minus, vinyl, probably actually a VG plus just because of that $10 start. Kenny Loggins, featuring Kenny Loggins with Steve Perry before Ring. Don't Fight It. Shrink wrapped. $9.99. Also, we have Andy Gibb Shadow Dancing. $9.99 on Andy Gibb. Michael Thrower gets Led Zeppelin for $30. Sure. We have Traces. Classic 4. $9.99. Also have Canned Heat, Living the Blues, a 2 LP. That one is $39.99. Rush has a bid for $10. Buck Cherry is sold to Calvin Ward for $100. Nobody bid on the Everly Brothers. It's $25. Nobody bid on Tesla till right now. Calvin has Tesla for $275. 275, going once, going twice. And then Rush has a bid for 10. Was Buckcherry autographed? It was, but you just missed it. We have Stars of Hollywood, Frank Sinatra, and Doris Day. $14.99 on that. Elvis the Sun Session, the black label, 1977, $26.99. Tesla has one bid for $275. Final call now. Rush 10, Rush 10. Next is another Beatles boot. This one's called Indian Rope Trick. And look, Otis is on the cover. The Echoes of a Dream. The Beatles, Indian Rope Trick, a 1977 vintage bootleg in VG condition. And the Beatles is going to go up for a $50 start. $50 start on that. That's the original insert. So I don't know how these didn't get lost over the years, these inserts like this. There's the Beatles, $50 start. Lots of cool over there. The Everly Brothers is a $50 start. 1977 on the Beatles. That needs to go on a new sleeve. Next is the New Spirit of Capital. This is a really cool comp. $14.99. Steve Miller, Joe South, Linda Ronstadt, Axelrod, Grand Funk, Pink Floyd's on here, Bob Seger, Mississippi Fred McDowell, $14.99. Thomas Schwartz on the Kenny Loggins for $7. That's so to Thomas Schwartz. Thank you. And let's do some more autographs. But before I do that, we have Bullet, No Mercy. That is a hard rock / metal record. Bullet is $19.99. And we have Genesis Nursery Crime, $19.99. All right. Another Tesla. Nice. Calvin, you missed the first one. Now you got that one. So do you for $275. Rush has bids for 10, 10, 15. Christopher Nagy, you're out on that. The Beatles is a $50 start. John Farrell said he'd do 30 on the canned heat. Nice, and thank you. That's sort of John Farrell. He's buying some records for his birthday tomorrow. He's like, I'm getting a head start on my birthday buying, folks. I am getting a head start on my birthday buying. Let's see what else we have over here. Some people may be looking for the right BOC album to add to their collection. We had a total of 5. And I have 2 that hadn't been put up, and I think this one's pretty dang cool. I think it's up there with the one we just saw. Well, they're all cool. I don't know if there's any difference, but man, this one really pops, and I really like the way this one looks, and it happens to be their debut album. Self-titled, Bluest of Colt, Cities on Flame with Rock and Roll. Signed, Bouchard, Buck Dharma, Eric Blom. It's got 5 signatures on it. It's JSA, $375 start. $375 start. That's now up for bid. The Beatles does have a bid for 50, and Bullet info. Bullet No Mercy, $19.99. This is from 1984. The cover's like VG minus. It has sticker residue, quite a bit of wear and creases, but the vinyl's pretty clean. EX or better, $19.99. So another BOC, $375. $375. And we have Johnny Cash, the king of country music. This is actually on the Sun label, $9.99 on that. Rush, I lost Christopher Nagy. Let's go ahead and sell this to T-Dog for $15. The Beatles is a final call for $50. And Bluest of Colt, $375. Judy Garland in concert, San Francisco, $9.99 for Judy Garland. And Ellington Uptown, Duke Ellington's a gold stamp promo, $14.99. Johnny Cash is sold for $7 to Mega Blast 9. Thank you. And then Sentimental Journey, Frank Sinatra. I don't know if I've seen that one before with this gold foil cover, and it is on Capitol. Frank Sinatra, $14.99. Master Mod getting the Duke Ellington. Thank you on that one. And Rick Wakeman, Criminal Record, $19.99 on Rick Wakeman's Criminal Record. Now, the other signed stuff over here that was advertised, I think this is a pretty good record because I've never seen it before. It's a music on vinyl pressing. And let me be getting the comps on this. It's the guy from Live, one of his solo albums. And this particular pressing's out of print. So yeah, Ed, excuse me on this last name, Kolakjovic. I need the Vlodarcheks to help me out. Robert Vlodarchek could give me the phonics on that. What is that, Polish? We have over here, and then let me check. The next thing I'm going to check is the JSA cert and see what kind of notes they left on this, okay? And the notes they left on this one is, one second, stand by, verify. This is CL 89417. So this is signed by Ed Kovalchik. Thank you. So, okay, so that's his signature, and then he doodled on it. Okay, I thought maybe it was signed by somebody else. So that's just an inscription. Kovalchik. Ed Kovalchik. Thank you, Robert Vlodarchek. Thank you. Okay, so just the record itself is a 2011 180-gram black and silver with bonus 7-inch. and it looks like they're around the $50 range right now. Looks like they're around the $50 range right now. Now, let me check this guy's, let me kind of just do a quick bump on his signature here, because we know that at least the record's worth that. And then we'll put that up in just a second, okay? Let's get back to business over here. Minor 15. Somebody asked about it before you. I'm assuming David Baber, you're passing. So I'm going to go ahead and sell this to James Papa for 15. Kevin Chapman got the Frank Sinatra. Chuck Oratano, you were second. And then over here, we have George Scher on the Beatles for $50. Thank you. That's sold to you for $50, George Scher. Let me get that in a new sleeve. It was in a pretty ratchet looking old sleeve. Where's my box at? Here we go. This is sold to you for $50. And I don't know if you missed the other boots, but there are other Beatles boots that hadn't sold, and there's some that hadn't been officially put up yet. And then let's make this BOC a buy it now. Let's make this buy it now for $375, okay? $375. All right, so yeah, it looks like this would be a fair starting bid at $55. That pretty much covers the value of the record, and then it's signed. So this is Ed, and let's get this down, Kowalczyk, and that is it's the hype sticker actually is this former frontman alive. It's signed and JSA'd. $55 start on that. $55 start on that. BOC 325. Fred, I just sold another one. The On Your Feet or On Your Knees for $350. I would think this needs to at least be $350. The debut album with really standout signatures, I'll do it for $350. That'll probably be my best price on that one, because I've sold two others already for $350, and I think that one was awesome. All right, so Ed has a bid for $55, and here we go. Next thing is full color, the Bible. They made this look like a, at first I thought it was like a Master of the Universe, a He-Man thing, but it's a children's adaptation from Peter Pan on the Bible, $26.99. And Paul Simon, Hearts and Bones, shrink wrapped and hype sticker, $19.99. All right, moving right along. Let's see what the next Beatles boot over here is, or the next Dylan boot. We got a bunch of them. Here is Bob Dylan Sidetracks, a Record Store Day 3 LP, and this is going to go up sealed for a $70 start. Sealed for a $70 start, 3 LP, 200 gram, limited numbered. The companion piece to complete Bob Dylan album collection, 30 songs, $70 start. $70 start on that one. Also, we have Elvis as recorded at Madison Square Garden, $19.99. And Elvis, He Touched Me. Now, these Elvis records with these promo stickers, I think John's got this one undervalued. When they usually have that promo sticker on there, they're pretty desirable, $14.99. So, Fred, all you got to do is say sold on that for $350. Come on, Fred Carnell. Come on, Fred Carnell. Ed Kowalczyk is with Jason Fornerat. Ed from Live is at 55, final call. David Doman on the Bible over here. That's sold to David Doman on the Bible. Not signed by Jesus. That would be extremely valuable. Indiana Jones would be coming through the roof to get it. We got Frank Zappa, Hot Rats. That's $49.99. Frank Zappa, Hot Rats. Very clean, very nice. That's only $49.99. Let's put up another auction right after I show you from Elvis Presley. Memphis, that is $19.99. I bid first on Ed. Oh, are you actually bidding? You put Wlodarczyk. That's not the correct title. So technically, Jason's bid came in first, and unfortunately, that means you've been outbid. And then Brad Quinn on Elvis HTM. That is sold to Brad Quinn, okay? That is sold to Brad Quinn. Devious John, one Elvis already sold. I need a tiebreaker, okay? I need a tiebreaker. Jim B's like, oh boy, this is my moment. This is when I can really rack into some money here. Chad's underpriced this record. Here's when I really rack in some cash here. He bid $56. This is the Beatles in Atlanta, Whiskey Flat, an early 70s U.S. unofficial, live in Philadelphia, 1964. This was a boot made in the early 70s. This is the Beatles live in Philly, 1964. VG, a $75 start. Jason Fornerat, you've been outbid on Ed K. It's now at $56. The Bob Dylan's a $70 start, and the Beatles is a $75 start. Next is Duke Ellington in the Uncommon Market. Interesting. Sealed, $24.99. Pablo, Stockholm, St. Paul de Vinish Pastetia. That's $24.99 sealed. I don't know what I just read. Chuck Berry's Golden Decade. That is a 2LP, $29.99. Blood Rock Passage, sealed, unopened, $24.99. And we have Bay City Rollers, $9.99. Ed K's now at 75. Jim B, you've been outbid. Jim B, you've been outbid. The Beatles is a $75 start, no bid yet. Oh no, I lost Fred Cardinale on the BOC autograph. Come on, Fred Cardinale, $350. I know you want it. I know you need it. I know you got to have it. This is your moment to shine and rise to the top and make up for all those times when I say I've lost Fred Cardinale and I spend 20 minutes waiting for you to come back on the chat and we never do see you. And then oh man, oh gosh. Sorry, I just got my neck back into place. That felt pretty good. We have the band Rock of Ages, $39.99. Frank Sinatra come back to Sorrento. That's $14.99. And we have Elvis Sings for Children and Grown-Ups too. That is sealed for $24.99. Ed K has a new bid for $76. Bob Dylan's a no bid. That is a $70 bot now on that. Final chance on the Beatles at $75. Let's grab another auction over here from kind of the $10, $15, $20 start stuff. Next is Janis Joplin Pearl. This is in G+ condition, though. Maybe VG minus, G+, $10 start on Janis Joplin Pearl. That's now for bid. Bob Dylan 60, Bob Dylan 70. Well, we got 70 for it, but Tim, you got first dibs. It will be $70. If you don't want it, then so to Paul Oakley. That's going to be sold to somebody. Next thing over here is this, the Beatles 67 to 70. Hey, we had the red one earlier too, so if you want both of them, here's your chance, $49.99. Tim Vigari said he will take it for 70. That means Paul Oakley, you were second. Close call. Ed from Live is at 77, now 78. And then Frank Sinatra, the Essential Sinatra, $14.99. And Sam Elmo's Fire soundtrack, Sam Elmo's Fire is $19.99. Janis Joplin's a G+, VG minus. Over here, Chad, what Elvis is Elvis? FEPB. That was Elvis. That was from Memphis Boulevard, Elvis Presley Boulevard, right? This is on the tan RCA label, Brad. $19.99 is the band sealed. No, but it's in really high grade. It's OG, really high grade, $39.99. Dust Gray on JJ. And JJ was for Janis Joplin. That's a $10 start. Ed from Live is at 79. And we have Beatles Blue. Yes, beautiful blue. Oh, God. This is the 67 to 70 Blue album. Beautiful Apple OG pressing, $49.99. It's a stunner. And I got the red one behind me to match. Okay, Will Smith and Sam Elmo's 14 sold. And then over here we have Ed from K out. So this is a final call. This is a final call then, $79 to Jason Fornerat. Nobody bid on the Beatles Atlanta Whiskey Flats. That's a bot now for $75 on the Beatles Whiskey Atlanta Flats. Let's put that right over here. And then make sure you put 10 next to your Janis Joplin bid, and I'll probably go ahead and sell it to you. Yeah, no blue vinyl, just the blue album, 67 to 70. And then, yeah, I do have another BOC, 375. I already told Fred Cardinale I'd take 350 after he offered 325. And I said, Fred, I just can't simply do it. I just cannot simply do it. I cannot do that. But if you do want this one, it is available for $350, already reduced, self-titled. And after that one sells here in a minute, I'm going to try another one. And I think that's the fifth and final BOC we have. Plus, I still have this one. In case y'all missed that one, I still got this one too. Extraterrestrial Live, which is a pretty wicked cover to have signed too. That's pretty nice. Somebody met up with BOC and got them to sign a bunch of albums. Probably something backstage back in the day or something. I don't know, but that's pretty cool. Ed from Live, and so did Jason Fornerat for 79. Dust Gray gets Janis Joplin for 10. All right. We are making a list. We're checking it twice. We're going through some vinyl. And over here, this is sold for $35 to John Farrell. And this is sold to Brad Quinn. All right, thank y'all. If anybody new out there is watching, welcome to CollectCo. We do this every single night. This is the last sale of this billing cycle. $8 of limited shipping. We usually don't do anything on Sundays unless I've bought a coin collection. And right now, I have probably enough to do a sale, but I've got a lot of other stuff to do tomorrow. So you'll get invoiced on Monday. If you make your first purchase tonight, if you make your very first purchase tonight, $8 shipping. So if you only buy one record, it's $8. If you end up buying 20 more records, it's only $8. And you can buy Peter Criss, you can buy the Bowie Light, anything you buy, $8 limit shipping. Just make sure we have your information. Either send us a DM on Facebook or see us fill out our first-time buyer quest, okay? Here is a 2022 USOG, and that's Humble Quest by Maren Morris. And this is a VG minus copy, actually. That's weird for such a modern record to be that beat up. It's just got a lot of scuffing on it. I don't think that's still bad, though. But listen to this. $5 start. That's now up for bid. BOC 350. George, do you want self-titled or extraterrestrial live? Self-titled or extraterrestrial live. It looks like he was the first to grab one of those. And then we have a question on Rick Wakeman. Oh, yeah, and then there was an offer on Sinatra, too. There was an offer on Sinatra I missed. Somebody made an offer on Sinatra. I forgot about that. Dust Gray, Sinatra Essentials for $9. This is sold to Dust Gray for $9. Sorry, I missed you on that. And then there was one more question. A Rick Wakeman condition. Rick Wakeman condition. Rick Wakeman criminal record, 1999. No condition notes on this. It does have a punch hole on the cover, and that's 1999. Ooh, a white. Is that a promo? It's on a. Oh yeah, it's a white label promo too. All right, he wants the self-titled. Well, I lost Fred Cardinal, so that's sold to George Sheriff for $350. Yeah, that's an awesome one. Cities on Flames with rock and roll. And that leaves one BLC, but let me give you another option, okay? Topographic gets Rick Wakeman for $14. Let me give you one of my final options on BOC, and this is another really cool one. And this one is, let me see if it's signed by the same lineup. Let me pull it up right quick. This is Tyranny and Mutation, and I think it's signed by the same lineup, but let's double check. And this is CL. I have a cousin that's a Blue Oyster Cult super fan. Cousin Bud Clemens. If he knew I was selling this stuff, but I doubt he would actually buy them. This one's signed by Blom, Dharma, and Lanier. So this might be the cheapest one I have for two reasons. One, it's not signed by the Bouchards, and two, the signatures are a little bit tougher to see. They're kind of camouflaged in with that black and white. So this may be the cheapest one I have, but probably not as great as the other ones, just to be honest. It's missing two signatures, and they're not as easy to see. So I'm going to put this one up for a $275 start. Still signed by Bloom and Dharma. I mean, that's two key figures in BLC, and by Alan Lanier. I mean, still three key original members there, but there's that. And we'll start this one at $275. So two less signatures, and this one doesn't quite pop as much as the others we sold. So $275 on that one. That's the last and cheapest BOC I have signed. And the other one is signed for $350 to TSO Houston. Yeah, these are awesome. Out of all the stuff we've recently got signed, I think these are pretty cool. As far as like vintage records and vintage signatures, that is done. So that one is sold for $350. Maren Morris is at $11. That BOC is a $275 start. And I'm going to breeze through these one more time. We still got two more crates of new vintage stuff, and then we'll be going through other older crates. Buy it now, best offer, and half off for the rest of the night. Next auction is going to go up right now. NXS Shabu Shabah. This is, some of these are so low grade, I don't know if I even want to auction them. We can spend time doing other stuff. This is a VG minus G copy. $6.99. $6.99 for NXS Shabu Shabah. $6.99. Okay? $6.99 on that. The condition of BOC, I don't know if I've looked. Let's go look at it. I like that label. Y'all know we had some about 6 months ago where they signed the records. It doesn't look like it's been cleaned, but it's nice. It's going to, after it's cleaned, it's going to be EX or better. It's going to be EX or better for sure. Okay? All right. Inner sleeve. Tyranny Mutation. Yeah, $275 on that one. Maren Morris is on black vinyl. High bids at $11, and NXS is sold for $699 to Matthew Hendon. Trying to get through some of this. What they do is like they grab a bunch of records and then they tag them for auction, but they're sometimes really low grade. Here's a commonly low grade record, Otis Redding, Dock of the Bay. It's been graded beat to pieces. It's in poor condition, $6.99. But it is a 68 OG sitting on the Dock of the Bay. Otis is $6.99. Maren Morris is at $13 and BOC $275. Let's add another auction. So those are almost on. Otis $6.99. This is Cities Annihilation Absolute. Cities is on metal blade. This is a metal record. Annihilation Absolute. EX condition, a $30 star, shrink and hop sticker with the original inner sleeve. 1986 metal blade. $30 start on that. The Peter Criss figure is $24.99. Okay? And yeah, let's just read the titles. I've already been through these once. Dawn Tie, a yellow ribbon. We have Sonny Terry on red vinyl. That's an older record too. Frank Zappa, Mother's Invention, Uncle Meat. Andy Gibb, Shadow Dancing. Trace's Classic 4. Stars of Hollywood, Sinatra and Doris Day. Elvis, this is the Sun Sessions on the black label. $26.99 on that. $26.99. We have New Spirit of Capital. Cool comp there. Pink Floyd, Bob Seger. Genesis Nursery Crime still available. $19.99. $19.99 on Genesis Nursery Crime. Also, we had Judy Garland in concert, Paul Simon Hearts and Bones, Elvis Madison Square Garden in shrink wrap. We have Frank Zappa, Duke Ellington, Chuck Berry, Blood Rock Passage, Bay City Rollers, Frank Sinatra, Elvis, and the Beatles Blue Album. $5 on Otis Redding, so did Tim Vigari, okay? Brad Quinn on Elvis Sun Sessions for $19. Very nice copy, sold for $19. Maren Morris is sold to Mortgage Guy Rob for $13. And this BOC is a $275 buy now. This will be the cheapest. No Bouchard autographs on this one. Are they still alive? Might be a chance somewhere to get them signed. I'm not for sure, though. I know when BLC still plays, Dharma and I know Dharma still, or Balloon, maybe both of them still in that lineup. All right. There's that. And CDs is at 30 with John Kaiser. All right. Now, as far as some of the other advertised auctions and autographs, I still got the President's of the United States of America, which I haven't tried to check yet. So this is probably a tough one to look up, honestly, because if you search autograph POTUS, you're probably going to be getting like Ronald Reagan, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, George Washington. You might have to put some kind of keyword in there or filter it. But this is a pretty interesting pressing because I've never seen it on colored vinyl here. So it's on really cool colored vinyl, which shows up as green and bronze marbled. Yeah. So yeah, this is not a cheap record. The median on this by itself is 89. This one happens to be fully signed. Very cool signatures they've done. Almost like doodles on here. I don't know. Let's stay $125 on this. I mean, it's fully signed and JSA'd, and the record itself is pretty desirable. That would be pretty cool framed if you're a fan of theirs. Really cool when you get signed album jackets and the vinyl's colored like that. Really cool display pieces. $125 for POTUS. That is now up for bid. Scott Lee says that POTUS came from me. It was part of a Kickstarter campaign, limited edition. There you go. Came from Scott Leach's now incredible, famous collection. How much was Zappa? This one was $39.99. Did I miss any other questions? If not, let's get through a new crate and other new auctions, okay? All righty. When I come back, I'm probably going to sell CDs. Let's get these two condensed over here. Just give me a little bit of sign. Yeah. Well, Vintage Galore, perfect night to add to your invoice. $8 in limited shipping. If you bought a lot already this week, it is pretty much unlimited shipping at this point. If you've already bought 5 or 10 or 12 records, I mean, you break it down, you're basically paying pennies now, if not virtually free shipping on any additional record you add. So CDs, John Kaiser, he's had it for 3 minutes. Nobody else bid, and it's a $30 buy it now. Let's go ahead and get that off the board. Or it's a $30 winning bid to John Kaiser. Thank you, Tiger Kaiser. And then POTUS over here, $125. That's on the green bronze marbled vinyl, signed. $125 on that. Jay and Kai, this is on Savoy. This looks interesting here. This is a 1955 pressing. Really nice cover, sharp corners and EX vinyl. Nice description there from Patrick. What an interesting one here on the Savoy label. Wow, that is nice for a 1955 record. Holy cow. 71 years old, is that right? Wow. That is now up for bid. A $90 start, Jay and Kai. That's now up for bid, okay? Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. There's a Hot Rats. Hot Rats was $49.99. Hot Rats was $49. Here is the Grateful Dead, an early U.S. repress. The first pressings were on a gold Warner Brothers label. This is on the 7 Arts. That's the second label. Early U.S. repress, around 68. VG, a Terre Haute, a VG vinyl, and a VG or less cover. Cover just has ring wear and a little bit of chipping. Early Grateful Dead, though, there. Their first album, earlier pressing, $25 start on that. Yes. The triple LP Epic Yes songs. No condition notes, $39.99 for Yes. Leon Redbone on the track, a sealed copy, $19.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. And Led Zeppelin, nice. A 4-digit Presswell, $64.99. Uh-oh. We got a George Peros cut here. This is a pretty desirable one. George Peros cut, 4-digit. It does have the Rockefeller address, so the second address label on the rim text, but very clean. That's a very, for a reissue, a very desirable Zeppelin there. $64.99. What do we have here? Nat King Cole Trio Classics, some kind of box set, 3 LP, $39.99 on that. Tiger Kaiser on the Zeppelin, that was easy. And then Linda Ronstadt, Round Midnight, an 86 sealed copy, $39.99. Nobody bid on POTUS, signed. That is a $125 buy it now. Let's put that right over there, $125. Jay and Kai, $90 start, no bid yet. Grateful Dead, a $25 start. A desirable Zeppelin, that's right. A desirable Zeppelin, believe it or not. Believe it or not. Next thing over here is going to be George Thorogood and the Destroyers. This was a Record Store Day release. Let me tear off some of this loose shrink. So the shrink was already pretty loose, but it's never been opened. And it's a $45 start. George Thorogood and the Destroyers, live in Boston, 1982. And I think at Record Store Day, it was as much as $70. 2020 US, $45 start on that. $45 start on that one, okay? All right, George Peros, very nice. Yeah, Peros cuts up there with like, you know, Bob Lowood. Maybe not as expensive, but very desirable. Over here we have, so I think like the 4-digit Zeppelin is collectible just because it's the OG or the, you know, the true like 69 presses. But I think far as sound quality, that one beats it out. POTUS is on colored vinyl and it's autographed and it's JSA'd, $125. I think that's a very fair price for that. Colored, signed, $125 on that. No bids on anything on the board right now. Let's keep going. Buy it now, best offer. Gil Fuller. This is Gil Fuller, James Moody, Monterey Jazz Festival. That is sealed for $24.99. And Joe Pass, Portraits of Duke Ellington, $19.99. And we have the Supremes, High Energy. The Supremes is sealed, $14.99. I'm going to go get a bottle of water right quick. Yeah, and then, like, if you want the analog Zeppelin, you got to get the classic records. And I think y'all have seen me have those before. Those sell for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars. So, you know, that's one to look for, just FYI. A lot of, late last night, we were talking about going down the rabbit hole on all the different, gosh, all the different stuff you could, you know, and everything. Y'all get what I'm saying? Okay, good. Water break. Is Facebook working? I wonder if Facebook's hung up. I ain't seen a Facebook comment in 4 minutes. Let me go over here. Either they're really quiet over there or it's hung up. Whew. Nope, it's working. Great test, 40. Brian Call put great. That never did pop up. There it is. Oh, there they come. There they go. So it was hung up. Brian Call put great. What was that a claim, Brian Call? Grateful Dead did not get a bid. We're going to go ahead and make this a bot now for $90. The Jay and Kai. Unless Brian was bidding, this is a bot now for $25. This is a $25. This is Grateful Dead. This is a bot now for $25. And he was not bidding, okay? And then George Thorogood is a bot now for $45. So those are all going right over here, okay? All right, next is this. We have Count Basie, the early years, and that's a box. It looks like a 3 LP, $19.99 on that. And Blues by Basie, and that's $19.99. This looks like a Columbia 6i. It is. That's also $19.99. And this is the Great Verve Songbook, Armstrong, Astaire, Pearl Bailey, Tony Bennett, $24.99. The Dead in it's VG. It's not too bad. I mean, it's on the better side of VG, I would say. $25 on that. Okay. Next auctions are going to go up right now. And next I have Sammy Hagar, Santa's Going South for Christmas. A Sammy Hagar picture disc. Some say better than David Lee Roth. Most people agree with that. This is Sammy Hagar Going South for Christmas and Eagles Fly Live. That's a Christmas picture disc. $20 start on that. That's now up for bid. We have Elton John Captain Fantastic. This is the single pocket 70s reissue. That's $19.99. And we have Traffic Last Exit. Traffic is $19.99. Traffic is $19.99. And Pete Shelley, Homo Sapien, $14.99. Sammy Hagar, $20 start. And then over here, the next auction I have going up for bid at this moment. Without further ado, here it is. A lot of people's been waiting for it. Some people's been asking for it. This is probably the moment. And here we go. This is, I don't know. All that for, I don't simply just don't know. What is this right here? $50 start for those who chant Blue Thumb, Latin Jazz, Louis Gasca. Okay, this is Louis Gasca. Louis Gasca. For those who chant 1972 Pittman, Blue Thumb, Rare Latin Jazz, Near Mint, $50 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, and then did I just see a Joe Pesci record? No. There's nothing in here with Joe Pesci. You said you saw Joe Pass. Joe Pass. You've been hitting a little bit too much sauce tonight, Mega Blast. And then Traffic is sold to John Farrell for $15. Now, Joe Pesci did have a record out in the early 60s. It's pretty dang tough to get. They reissued it recently for Record Store Day. And, but yeah, Joe Pesci does have a record. Joe Pesci sings. Little Joe Pesci sings, and it's pretty expensive. I wish I could find one. I've never found one. I'm waiting for one to come through here to add it to my collection. But so far, 1 million records bought and sold, no Joe Pesci. We have Volunteers. This is $26.99. This is on the tan RCA label. Jefferson Airplane Volunteers, $26.99. The Sting is $19.99. Scott Joplin. And C.W. McCall Wilderness, $14.99 on C.W. McCall. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. U2, The Unforgettable Fire, an 84 U.S. Club copy in VG condition. U2 is a $10 start. The Unforgettable Fire, let's put that right back there. We have Traffic on the Road. That's Live Traffic, a 2 LP. That one's $29.99. And Traffic Shit at the Fantasy Factory, $19.99. And Paul Simon's Greatest Hits, $17.99. Me and Julio Down by the Schoolyard. Info on Verve Songbook. Info on Verve Songbook. Give me 1 second. Verve Songbook would be right back here. The Great Verve Songbook. It's a box with a lot of different artists. 3 LPs. It's a French pressing, $24.99. Louis Armstrong, Sammy Davis Jr., Tony Harper. I'm jumping around. Oscar Peterson, Mel Torme, The Velvet Fog, Ella Fitzgerald, Astrud Gilberto, $24.99. Next, was there a Seether and Chevelle mention? Yeah, let me go find the signed Chevelle. We can do that one first. And then details on Pete Shelley, U2, $10. Pete Shelley, Homo Sapien. That was right back here. It is a 3-track, 12-inch single, no condition notes, $14.99. Sammy Hagar's a no bid. This is a $20 buy it now. Sammy Hagar is a no bid, $20 buy it now. Louis Gasca. Louis Gasca is a no bid. This is a $50 buy it now. And that's going to go right over here. So those are no bids. Next comment is Tracy Rambo on Blues. Tracy Rambo on Blues. And that was for what was Blues. And then it's late in the evening on Paul Simon. Late in the evening. It should be. No, that's not on this one. Slip sliding away, still crazy. No, late in the evening, it's not on here. But Matt Nichols, you did miss a Soundgarden box set earlier. I called your name out 4 or 5 times, and I said, yep, he's not watching. Over here, we got Sammy Hagar for $15, and that's sold to Tim Vigari for $15, and Charles Berry also offered $15. You two got one bid with Dust Gray for $10, okay? Chad, if you're looking for something good to watch tonight, check out Not Dead Yet, documentary about Jason Baker's guitar set on Gold Tour, David Lee Roth. That was a fantastic story. He writes music with his eyes, amazing. Wow. What streaming platform is that on? Peacock, Amazon, Disney Plus. I think I've got them all by now. About every week, somebody tells me to go watch something, I've got to subscribe to something new. They're getting a lot of my money every month. Judas Priest. This is unfortunately VG minus G plus condition. Judas Priest Turbo, a $10 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, what was the George Thorogood? The George Thorogood was called George Thorogood and the Destroyers, live in Boston, 1982. It is partially sealed. It's never been opened, though. It's a $45 buy it now. $45 buy it now. We got in the no bids, George Thorogood, Louis Gasca, Grateful Dead, JJ Presidents, BOC, Beatles, Everly Brothers, Beatles, Bob Dylan, Steven Wilson, Beatles, Bob Dylan, Deep Purple, and Signed Deftones. That's our no bids over here, okay? And then we have Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young so far, $29.99 on that. Eric Clapton self-titled, $34.99. Judas Priest is a $10 start. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Let me see what I can find out for you on Seether. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Or Chevelle, that is. Give me 1 second. What's going on with this one? Okay. And then we'll put it up for bid, okay? So Seether's in my hand. Just give me some seconds to... Give me a few minutes to verify some stickers and check on a few things, okay? And this one is CL 89402. You can look this up on JSA's website. And this is signed by Pete Loeffler, and Sam Loeffler, okay? Judas Priest does have a bid for 10. All right. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Yes. Buy it now best offer crate. Yes. All right. First thing I have here is a Cat People soundtrack. Awesome. David Bowie's on here. Putting Out Fire with Gasoline, 1999. It's CSN original. It should be. Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young. Yeah, it is. Monarch pressing as well. That's $29.99. No condition notes on that. Also over here, I have It's Hot in the Store. I got to go turn on the air conditioning. This is Red soundtrack. We had that earlier tonight. $19.99. Guadalcanal Diary. That is 2x4. $19.99 on that one. And Genesis, Seconds Out of 2 LP, $34.99 on Genesis. Okay, sorry on GP. I know, but I missed it. This is Judas Priest Turbo. Judas Priest Turbo is a 96 USOG VG minus G plus. VG minus G plus. Jason Morris has it for $10. Don't ever feel bad about asking for details for an auction. That doesn't bother me whatsoever. Now the people bidding on it might be like, "You've got to be kidding! You've got to be kidding me! You've got to be." It doesn't matter to me because that tells me you might be about the bid. That means you're really like, "Yeah, I'm in now. I'm in for $12," and that helps me with my foot shooting. That helps me a lot with my foot shooting. Boy, look at this color. I think this might be an expensive color. This Chevelle. Or that could be the one that I show every night. Color and color black with sputter clear with color and color. Cobalt clear black. So confusing here. Most of these modern records that are signed, I have to check the value of the record more so than the autographs. Typically, the value of the record is just as expensive. Yeah, this one starts at $55 on Discogs, never sold. It was a website exclusive. So this was a website exclusive, never sold on Discogs. It's signed and JSL authenticated. A $55 start on Chevelle. $55 start on Chevelle. James Papa Costantine on the Cat soundtrack. There's that sold. And then Nashville Tiger on Crosby, Stills, and Nash for $20. And Judas Priest has a bid for $11. And then the incense, the Beatles incense is still available, $95. The Beatles posters, incense, and strobe candles. Get Back 1969 with the incense, purple vinyl, 95. And then the Deftones is still available. One bad thing about it though, it's personalized, but that's a way to get a bargain. We sold a signed Deftones drumhead here a couple months ago for $750. This is signed by 5, but it says thanks Patrick. But if you kind of look at it, it just looks like another autograph. $275. $275 on Deftones, okay? $275. Judas Priest is at 12. Chevelle has 3 $55 bids. So Chevelle has 3 $55 bids. Chad's having to stretch. Hold on. Oh, gosh. Chad is stretching up a storm. Oh, my gosh. Tonight does sound like a good night to watch The Fugitive, though. Oh, gosh. Last week I watched The Rip. Excellent. Excellent. I watched The Rip and I watched Lone Survivor. I never had seen Lone Survivor. So I watched The Rip with Matt Damon and that other guy, and it was awesome. Now that is the kind of movie I like. And then I watched Lone Survivor. I'd never had seen it before. Judas Priest is sold to Jason Morris for $12. Chevelle is at $60 with JCB. $60 with JCB. Okay. What was the name of the Soundgarden box set? The Singles Collection, I think, or something like that. All right. With Harrison Ford, Tommy Lee Jones. No, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. They might as well be Harrison Ford. The Rip. Oh, that was good. Y'all need to go watch that. Just not right now because you got to buy records. We have John Lennon Double Fantasy. John Lennon's $19.99. We have Cream Goodbye. Cream Goodbye is $29.99. And then over here, the signed Chevelle's at $60, which means that Ron Eaton, you're out, and Brian Call, you're out. We also have Willie Nelson's Greatest Hits and Some That Will Be, $24.99. What was the Elton John? That was Captain Fantastic, but it's the late 70s reissue that's not a gatefold. Not a gatefold, 1999. Also, we have Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun. Eric Clapton is $24.99. Willie Nelson, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. That one's $14.99. And Hot and Cold, the Swingin' Buddy Cole at the organ. What a cover. That's pretty cool. $9.99 on that one. Also, Powerhouse, the Swingin' Buddy Cole. Another cool cover, in my opinion. $9.99. And Julie London, Feeling Good, with the Gerald Wilson Big Band. That is a sealed copy, unopened, for $24.99. Frank Sinatra, This Song Is You, $14.99. And we have Ritual of the Savage, and this is Les Baxter, $29.99. Les Baxter. Chevelle has a new bid for $62. The Verve Songbook for $15. I'll do the Verve Songbook for $18. $18 on the Verve Songbook. It was marked $24.99. Let's put up another auction. That next auction is going to go up right now. Echo and the Bunny Men. Unfortunately, a VG minus G plus copy, and the cover has tape, so a pretty beat up copy. Just a $10 start on that one. $10 start on that one. Guadalcanal Diary is sold to Matt Bushy for $14. Thank you on that one. Ritual, Duophonic, no condition notes on the vinyl. Actually, pretty dang clean. Let's call it EX Plus. Yeah, EX Plus. The cover, VG Plus. It has an original price tag, stamp paid, and an Arn Jensen Raucous Brooms Project. Some kind of radio station, maybe. $29.99. And Chevelle's at $65. Ryan Eaton's out. So unless Brian Call bids again, Josh Brown has Chevelle at... No, there's another bidder. Barry Stramato, $65. And Josh Brown tied. Echo is low grade, but just a $10 start. Chad's got to take a drink of water. All right. We have another crate of new vintage stuff to go through. Buy it now or best offer. Okay. And then we're going to be going through some other crates tonight. All buy it now or best offer. The Soundgarden box we sold was called, here it is, Matt Nichols. Man, I was like screaming your name. I was like, man, Matt Nichols would be all over this. The singles box. The singles box. That was it. The singles box. Can't believe it. And a Nirvana box set too. I was like, man, where's our people at? Where's our people at? All right, so first thing over here, Verve 18, 17, 18. Okay, well, if Chris Meisser passes, then it's sold to Amenities for 18. If Amenity passes at 18, then it's sold to Topographic. So somebody's getting that for $18. Chevelle looks like Barry Stramatos might be getting it for 65. Echo is up to Will Smithson. Chris Messer said he will take it for $18. Great. And can you get another? No, that came out of a collection. That is out of print. That came out of a collection. We have Les Baxter, Frank Sinatra, Julie London, Buddy Cole, Willie Nelson, Eric Clapton, Elton John, Willie Nelson, Cream, John Lennon, Genesis, Red soundtrack, Clapton, Paul Simon, Pete Shelley, Traffic, C.W. McCall, The Sting soundtrack, Jefferson Airplane, Count Basie, The Supremes, Joe Pass, Gil Fuller, Linda Ronstadt, Nat King Cole, Leon Redbone, and yes, all those are buy it now or best offer, just FYI. Deep Sea Club wants the Savage Rituals. That's sold to Deep Sea Club for $29.99. Over here, the Chevelle signed is sold to Barry Stramatos for $65. Echo has bids for 10, 11, 11, and now 12 with Will Smithson. All right. Thank you on that. Let's put away Chevelle. Yes is a, let's take a look at it. Yes is Yes Songs. 3 LP, of course. A really clean copy, $39.99. I don't have an exact year. Very nice. And probably the next question, does it have the book? Let's open it up here. Awesome Roger Dean artwork. Let's see here. Inner sleeve. Yeah, there's the book. There's the book. Chris Squire. Always been a pricey set. Notorious for heavy ring wear. This one has a little. This is a notorious cover for heavy ring wear. Genesis was 34, another big prog live album. Okay. And we have C.W. McCall, $14.99, no condition notes. Polydor white label promo. Echo has a new bid for 13. Both Count Basie's for 30. Okay. $15 and $15 sold to Rich T. Duke. George Thorogood, $35. Sold for $35 to Rich T. Duke. Pete Shelley, $3.99. Pass. Echo and the Bunny Men out. What is the condition? The high bid is Patrick Fu for 13. G plus, VG minus. Very low grade. That's why it's at 13 and not $42 right now. Next auction is going to go up for bid, and that is these Bob Dylans. I have a set, volume 1, 2, 3 of The Little White Wonder, which is an Italian unofficial series. This is VG plus, Near Mint minus, and VG plus. It's a Bob Dylan 3 LP. It's called Little White Wonder, and all 3 of these together for a $95 start. Dylan's a $95 start. That's now up for bid. $95 start on that. Actually, $100. I'll say $95. Boy, I like those 5s at the ends. $100 was wrote down, but we'll say 95. Anybody else before I grab a new crate? Anybody else before I grab a new crate? All right, let's go ahead and sell Echo. My crate over here is almost full. Soda Patrick Food for 13, and the Dylan 395. Some metal bands. Yeah, those are the reason those wasn't photographed for tonight. I do have quite a bit of signed metal albums, which obviously I'd like to do on Thursday nights. I mixed in kind of a couple tonight, but yeah, we got some pretty good ones probably for Thursday coming up. But I do have other signed stuff in here I'm trying to filter through. Trying to figure out what happened to all the... We had a few CDs and stuff. I guess all that's up front. Some of it's in the office here. I'll try to get through some of that in just a second. All right, let's bring this crate over here then. And let's go through another one. Let's go through another one. All right. Cool crate here. A lot of different stuff. All buy it now or best offer. Kevin wanted George Thorogood. I've already sold it to him for $35. I did it so fast you didn't even see me. If anybody wants these 3 Bob Dylans, $95. 3 Bob Dylans, $95. I still got Dylan. I've got Beatles. What's in the no bid? Deftones, Beatles, the Dylans, Louis Gaska, Grateful Dead, Jay and Kai, POTUS, BOC, Beatles, Everly Brothers, Beatles, Bob Dylan, Steven Wilson, Dylan. A lot of Beatles and Dylan over here. You know, they're only like one of the most bootleg bands of all time. This is Buy It Now Best Offer. And over here, I have this. I have Midnight Oil. And I've got a few of the lower grade stuff here I'm going to make Buy It Nows. Okay. That's weird. And then this. All right. I got 2 more like G Plus records for $6.99. One's VG minus and one's G Plus. Midnight Oil, VG minus, $6.99, and Talking Heads, G Plus, $6.99. $6.99. Rich T. Duke, just for clarification, Rich T. Duke got the Count Basie's. Kevin Chapman got the George Thorogood, but there's a couple that were tagged for auction. But let's just go ahead and make those Buy It Nows. Midnight Oil and Talking Heads, $6.99 and $6.99. Low grade records there, $6.99 and $6.99. Okay. And then we have our next 2 here. I've got Led Zeppelin and Sammy Hagar. Okay, let's do these 2 here. I have Led Zeppelin, a 1979 USOG, VG minus, $10 start. Led Zeppelin, $10 start. Sammy Hagar VOA, EX Condition, an 84 USOG, $15 start. 10 on Zeppelin, 15 Sammy Hagar. We got Matthew Hendon, got Midnight Oil for $6.99, and Talking Heads is still available for $6.99 as well. That's a 79 OG G Plus VG minus, actually. I think you'll be happy with it. Okay. And Ernest says he'll take it. And I'm going to make that the last record of my crate. We're going to start a new crate. And we're going to start this crate on the table. So let me move these right over here. There we go. All right. Bring these right over here. Can officially move that out of the way. Looks like John is chipping away at the back. So many records. We're working our way. Old is first. Out with the old, in with the old, in with the new eventually. We got so much in the back to process still, though. All right, then let me grab a crate. All right. Hope nobody's getting sleepy on me. All right. Any Bowie lights left? Yes. Yep, I got one left that's not cracked. That one though is cracked. This is Three-Man Army. Three-Man Army 2. A promo marked, promotion not for sale. 1974, just a $45 start. $45 start on Three-Man Army 2. Led Zeppelin has a bid for 10. What letter is it? It is letter F. Letter F. It does have a bid for 10. Sammy Hagar 15. Three-Man Army 2, a $45 start. Promo copy. Promo copy. Here we go. Ronnie Millsap lost in the 50s tonight. Ronnie Millsap is $9.99. Over here, we have Scandal. Love's Got a Line on You. Scandal is $19.99. And The Best of Rod Stewart. This is a 2 LP. The Best of Rod Stewart, $24.99. The Best of Rod Stewart. Also, we have Rick Springfield and Randy Crawford. That's Taxi Dancing, a 12-inch single, $9.99. And the Rolling Stones Aftermath, $39.99. The Rolling Stones Aftermath, really clean copy, $39.99. Ronnie Millsap sold to Arnold Adams. Next is Diana Ross, Love Hangover in '89. That's a 12-inch single, $9.99 on that one. The Supremes live at the Copa. The Supremes is $9.99, and Al Jarreau is $9.99. That's Al Jarreau, $9.99. David Bowie lot sold to Chad Smith. That means I've got Randy Rhoads, Iron Maiden, Aerosmith, Cannibal Corpse, and one Black Sabbath in stock. David Bowie lot sold to Chad Smith, okay? Thank you, and that means I got Black Sabbath, Cannibal Corpse, Aerosmith, Iron Maiden, and Randy Rhoads in stock. That's what's left in those, okay? That's what I have in here. Should be getting several more throughout next week, new ones, and then restocks. Grover Washington Jr., Mr. Magic, $9.99 for Grover Washington Jr. Memories Worth Saving, $14.99 for Memories Worth Saving. And the Beatles 65 green Target label, $34.99. Green Capital Target label, $34.99. Led Zeppelin is officially sold for $10 to Charles Berry. Sammy Hagar is a $15 buy it now. And Three-Man Army 2 is a $45 buy it now. So 15 on Sammy Hagar and Three-Man Army 2, $45 buy it now on that one. So those are available. 15 and then 45 on that. Let's put those right in here. Also in here was B.J. Thomas, Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head, $9.99 for B.J. Thomas. And we have, going up for bid right now, is this. I have a copy of Van Morrison, No Guru, No Method, No Teacher. Van Morrison is a VG Plus copy, strong VG Plus. That's a $15 start. Love my Elvis Live, having it every day in my office. Great. And we have a restock of those coming soon. We have Grover sold for $6 to Colin Butler. Thank you. That's sold to you for $6. We also have Peter, Paul, and Mary, late again. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $9.99. Jamming with Edward, Nicky Hopkins, Rock Hooter, Mick Jagger, Bill Wyman, Charlie Watts. That's $34.99. Lonnie Mack, Second Sight. Lonnie Mack is $19.99. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf, $34.99. That's the black and blue Epic label, $34.99. Troy was going to pay full price for Grover. I just shot myself in the foot over $3.99. Won't be the first time that happens tonight. Here is a vintage Bruce Springsteen bootleg. This is called The Boss Resurrected. It's a VG Plus $35 start. Some early Bruce stuff here. 1969, Free University. 1972, Richmond, Virginia. 1973, Max's Kansas City. It's The Boss Resurrected, VG Plus, $35 start. Steve Worley has Van Morrison for $15. Troy offered $6 for Diana. Let's go ahead and sell that for $6. EM7 Corey gets the Rod Stewart for $20. Thank you on that one. And this is all buy it now or best offer here. Buy it now or best offer. Olivia and John making a good thing better. That is sealed for $14.99. And Jeff Beck Group. Jeff Beck is $19.99. And we also have Ringo Starr, Goodnight Vienna, $19.99. We have Pops of Peace, Paul McCartney, Say, 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 Michael Jackson makes an appearance on here. Original on her sleeve, $24.99. So Van Morrison, 15. We're about to sell it. The Boss Resurrected, a vintage Bruce Springsteen bootleg, $35 start. I still got a pretty rare Beatles album over here. I'm going to double check this one over on PopSock. And it's, I think, a pretty desirable one, though. It's amazing how some of these, even though sometimes they look pretty similar, how vastly sometimes different the prices are on some of these. This one's called LS Bumblebee. And let me find out what's going on this one right quick. All right. And before I do anything else, we have Devious John gets... let me see over here what happened. Chad, have you been able to order a copy of Night Ranger Neverland for me? I'm nervous because I'm not seeing it out anywhere. I have not seen that. I don't know if that's... Wasn't that up for pre-order? I think we had that up for pre-order in our group. Am I not right on that one? So I'll have to double check, though, for you. Devious John gets Meatloaf for 26. George Scherer gets the Aftermath for 30. And Chappie gets the Olivia Newton-John. Okay? That is sold. And then over here, we have the Sinatra Society of Australia presents Vintage Sinatra Volume 3, $14.99. Johnny Cash, The Johnny Cash Show, $14.99 for Johnny Cash. And we have James Bond, 10th Anniversary Album Super Pack. This is $29.99. Okay, so over here we have Van Morrison. This is No Guru, No Method, No Teacher. And this is $15. So does Steve Worley. The vintage Bruce Springsteen bootleg, The Boss Resurrected, is a $35 buy now. Let's put that right over here. And here's another Beatles bootleg. This is the Beatles LS Bumblebee, a vintage bootleg here. Of course, as y'all know, these are typically blocked on eBay, blocked on Discogs, etc., etc. Sometimes they'll slip through. Looks like it's been... I don't really see this particular version much anywhere. There's some with red covers and blue, but I don't see this black and white actually haven't sold anytime recently, like in the last 5 or 6 years, with this little small image on the front. But nevertheless, there's kind of one right there. Yeah, 2019. So it's been a long time. This is a $55 start. Vintage Beatles bootleg, Studio Tracks live, rare, and radio broadcast. $55 start on that one. Jason Forterat on the Johnny Cash TV. That's sold to Jason Forterat. Thank you. And then we have over here $26.99. Some kind of football record. What exactly is this? Looks like Notre Dame in Texas. The Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. Yep. The Fighting Irish of Notre Dame, the early days, presented by Mutual Sports Incorporated. It's a double LP. That kind of looks like, I don't know, kind of looks like they're playing Texas there in that painting. $26.99, that's what it looks like to me. The Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. It's a 2 LP spoken word record about the Catholics. Let's see what else I can get in here. Yep, double LP. Let's look at the gatefold. Pretty cool. Gold. $26.99. 1969. Any Notre Dame fans? That's what you need. Beatles $55 start. Cash is already sold. I have Sada, Music of Middle East. That is sealed for $24.99. And plant music. Folks, this is real. You play this for your plants and they'll grow better. Sunflowers, marijuana, whatever you got. Next thing over here is John Lennon Imagine. This is a 75 US repress. It has the inner sleeve and the poster. This has that original inner sleeve and the John Lennon poster. $15 start on this. Imagine. John Lennon. Pretty much a VG Plus copy. Does have that big poster with it. There's plant music sealed for $24.99. And we have Here's Johnny. Magic Moments from the Tonight Show. That is sealed, unopened. $24.99. And Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Solar Fire. That is $12.99. The Rolling Stones, it's only rock and roll, and I like it. $34.99 for the Rolling Stones. We also have Inside Ronnie Millsap. That's inside of them for $9.99. And we have Man for Man's Nightingales and Bombers, $14.99 on that one. Dire Straits, Money for Nothing, $34.99. It's like a greatest hits of Dire Straits gold stamp promo, $34.99 for Dire Straits. The Beatles didn't get a bid. It's a $55 buy it now. And speaking of the Beatles, John Lennon Imagine, a 75 US repress, a strong VG, $15 start on that. Johnny Hancock got the Dire Straits. Thank you for that one. ZZ Top Eliminator does have some damage up here. $34.99 for Eliminator. Ooh, that's a German press. Very clean, very nice. A little bit of sticker damage up there on the cover. Mercury Rockabillys, that's a compilation. $19.99 Rockabilly comp from the Mercury label. And the Raspberries, wow, in shrink. That's going to be pretty tough to find. The one that's shaped like a bushel of raspberries, and it has the hype sticker, $24.99. I don't know if I've ever seen one of those in shrink wrap. John Lennon, man, the John Lennon posters should be $15. Let me open it up and show that to you right quick. Somebody about me needing this for their Apple upgrade because I think they're all pretty much the same thing. Let's go to the top cam right quick. Here's the John Lennon poster. Let me take you down, 'cause I'm going to strawberry fields. Nothing is real. A 75 repress on Apple with the inner sleeve, $15 start on that. Nothing to get hung about. Strawberry fields forever. Living is easy with eyes closed. Misunderstandings all you see. John Lennon does have a bid for 15. Ronnie Millsap sold for 7 to Arnold Adams. Matt Bushy got Man for Man for 8. And and then John Lennon has another bid for 15. And the Raspberries is sold to John Farrell. And then John Lennon got another $15 bid and another bid for 20. There we go. So the poster is selling it. Peter, Paul, and Mary in the Wind, $9.99. Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow, $19.99. ELO Time, $19.99. Olivia Newton-John, Totally Hot, sealed for $14.99. Eddie Rabbit, Radio Romance, $9.99. Exotic Love, Martin Denny, $9.99. And ZZ Top, Legs, She Knows How to Use Them, the 12-inch single, $19.99. All right, so the three-man army condition again from No Bid Crate best offer. So it was stickered for $60, and we never did put it out for sale. I put it up for a $45 start. It's the promo copy. So I guess I will take an offer, even though it's kind of been reduced already. The Vinyls EX Plus, the Near Mint Minus, VG Plus cover. Which Man for Man did you pull? I wanted Solar Fire. I pulled for you Nightingales and Bombers. I might have pulled the wrong one here. Let's see here. I did. Let me swap right here. Solar Fire for Matt. And then Mega Blast got ZZ Top for 15. That one doesn't come through too often. And then Chappie on Olivia Newton-John. So now John Lennon's at 23. We just sold Olivia Newton-John. Chris Messer gets 3 Army 2 for $35. Wow, I think that's like half off. You got it, though. And we need to go through the no bids. We're about to go through some more Bot Now Best Offer crates. I'm just going to read what's left in here. Let me grab another auction. I think I got one more signed album that was actually, quote, advertised for tonight. And then I need to start condensing all my bins because it is the end of the week. And these bins get filled up with auctions, and then I slowly start chipping away until everything is sold out of here. And we're almost sold out. We're almost sold out. Let's start doing a couple miscellaneous things here and there. Here are 3 Kiss CDs. Double Platinum, Destroyer, and Unplugged. All 3 of them for a $10 start. All 3 of those for a $10 start. I'm about to go through all the no bids. If everybody's done on John Lennon, let me know. And there's the 3 Kiss. I'm going to start trying to clean up the bins, clean up the auctions, show you what I have left. Here's a VG. Here is a Zeppelin 2. It's not a Bob Lugwood cut. This one was straight priced the other night, and I pulled it out, and I went, you know what? Let me just go ahead and auction this because any of these vintage Led Zeppelin 2s, even if they're not RLs, I like to put them up for bid. So this is a gatefold jacket, of course. It has the gold record sticker. There is a little bit of cover damage, but it's actually not bad. And it's a 4-digit 1841 Broadway. I think this is a 69 press. It's a 69 press. It's not technically the RLOG. That's a very clean copy for a $45 start. $45 start on that. And then what year is Plant Music? Let's take a look at that. And let's go through some other crates. Buy it now, best offer. Plant Music is right here. And Plant Music is, it's sealed. You know, I don't have a confirmed year. It's definitely an older. It's not a, it's not any kind of modern reissue. It's definitely an older pressing, but I can't tell you the exact year. 1975, probably. $24.99. Okay? And I'm going to mute my mic and chug some water. And then I need to go get another one to put caffeine in. Boy, my camera's a little high. I think I've been trying to move it and so I could tilt it every once in a while and show y'all inside of the crate, but it's not the best strategy. I think that looks a little crooked. There we go. I think that's pretty good. I can kind of see the auctions. And all right, so Plant Music, if you want to price, let me know. Scandal, Rick Springfield, The Supremes, Al Jarreau, Memories Worth Saving, original radio broadcast, The Beatles 65, B.J. Thomas, Peter, Paul, and Mary, Jamming with Edward, Lonnie Mack, Jeff Beck Group, Ringo Starr, Paul McCartney, Vintage Sinatra, James Bond, the Notre Dame record, the Sada Middle East music, Johnny Carson was sealed, the Rolling Stones, ZZ Top, Mercury Rockabillys, Peter, Paul, and Mary, Jeff Beck, ELO, Eddie Rabbitt, Martin Denny, and Manfred Mann. Okay, that means John Lennon is sold for $23 to Chad Smith. The Kiss CDs are sold to Matt Nichols for $10, and Led Zeppelin EX or better 69 press, $45 start on that. Let's browse through some of those no bids as promised. Let's get this pile definitely thinned out. Definitely need to thin out this pile of no bids. And I still got some over here from the previous night as well. And then what is this right here? A test press. I don't think I have figured that exactly which one that is yet. Here's a note from Ed I still got to read. Ed leaves me little notes. I love it. This one was one from last night. I still got the Nashville Cats here. And that was a 2014 2LP sealed, $125. Nashville Cat, Pussy. I still got that one. And then over here, which label is the Beatles 65 on? It was the Green Target label. Green Target label back here on that one. Stereo Press reissued Green Target label, $34.99. I'm going to go condense these, and what we're going to do is, let me get all of tonight's stuff together in one batch here, in one crate, I should say. Yep, there's that. So I think they marked about 7 crates of vintage. We have gone through all of them, and everything left is now over here in 3 crates. That's pretty dang good. Pretty dang sweet. And let me put those in here. And now I can stack all these off to the side. Here and here. Awesome. I think I still got a few more Japanese items over here. Let me dig through these. Nope. 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 Yep. Yep. Nope. 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 Yep. Yep. And nope. Yep. Yep. No. 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 Yep. No. 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 Yep. No. Yep. No. Yep. All right. So we just added like 20 new auctions going through the Japanese crate. And if David Johnson would have asked me sooner, I would have remembered. But I didn't get any reminders on Japanese like I normally do. Strike one for David Johnson. He's about to lose his reign as Japanese connoisseur. Customer overdue. Somebody's got high-end autographs for sale. That sounds interesting. All right. We're ready. Here we go. Details on Led Zeppelin. Let's do that first. This is a 69 press, gold award stamp. It is a 4-digit, 1841 Broadway. Actually really clean and nice. EX Plus. Jacket has to be VG because of that. Looks like where a sticker got pulled off. $45 start on Zeppelin. It's up for bid. I'm going to grab our next crate to do best offer. And then we're going to do that. More best offer stuff. We'll definitely do at least one, maybe two half off crates tonight. I'm just trying to play a little cleanup and move stuff around. As you'll know, I keep a table. There's a table that stays next to me over here, and we just basically all week, they just fill it up with auctions, okay? And we've got to the point tonight where I'm almost done with everything in one bin, then I'm going back through another, and that's kind of what we're doing right now. We're just trying to go through all these, make sure they've all been offered for auction, and if they have and they hadn't sold, then take offers on them until they're all gone. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm basically cleaning up and organizing and doing that. Okay. And I need to put some stuff over here on the shelf out of my way. Then we'll clean off the shelf later tonight. We'll clean off the shelf later tonight. That's where we find all kinds of cool miscellaneous stuff that gets catched all. They get thrown over here and put away for the week. All right. So stand by for takeoff. I usually do this kind of thing at like 11, but it seems like it happens earlier on Saturday nights because we don't have as many new arrivals. We don't have new vinyl and not as much stuff comes in. So I feel like the part 2 begins a lot earlier on Saturday. So the first no bid is Led Zeppelin for $45, okay? Let me actually get the disc out of the jacket. This is $45. We're about to put up a whole new series of auctions, but we got to reduce and get rid of some of these no bids over here, okay? So Zeppelin, $45. It's available for a buy now, 69 press, just not a Bob Ludwig. It would be a lot more than that, okay? 45 on Zeppelin. Sammy Hagar was $15, an 84 USOG EX condition, $15 on Sammy Hagar. All right, let's separate the boots and autographs. Those are boots. Okay, here's just another regular record. Grateful Dead, an early U.S. repress on the 7 Arts label. VG condition, $25. Zeppelin, $45. Hagar, $15. Grateful Dead, $25. Jay and Kai, that's a $55. Really nice cover, sharp corners, and EX vinyl. $90 on that. These are buy it now or best offer. That's an autograph. That was an autograph. And then bootleg, autograph. And then boot. Okay. And boot. And autograph. Mark Diskin gets the Grateful Dead for $25. All right. Louis Gaska. That was a rare Latin jazz album, Near Mint Minus, for those who chant. Near Mint Minus, Blue Thumb, $50 on that. All right. And then Steven Wilson. This is the overview. CD and Blu-ray, 2 CD and Blu-ray with book, $175 buy it now. All right. And then let's get all the boots together. We got a bunch of them. Let me put them all back in here. And then the autographs. There's only 3 autographs, and 2 of them were added additional tonight. Yeah. So there's only 2 autographs that hadn't sold, and 1 hadn't been put up yet. The Hagar was a 84 US Club, no, an 84 US Retail, EX, $15. All right, let's grab our next crate. I need a crate to put there, honestly. And let me find which one we want to do. Hendrix, Don Nix, Eno. That one looked pretty interesting. When were these marked? Dobie Gray, Love, Pink Floyd, Pantera, Willie Nelson. I like the way this one sounds. March 2nd. Yeah, these have been priced 10 days ago, so it's probably been a while. So here we go. Louis Goska Soda Ray Red for $40. Thank you on that. All right, so these are like all the just regular records, not bootlegs, not autographs, okay? There's only 3 left. Zeppelin, Hagar, and Jay and Kai, and Steven Wilson, okay? And those are all best offer. I'm going to go ahead and start putting those over here so I can get them a little bit better. All right. This next crate is about to be bought now, best offer. Now, here's the autographed records. We only have 4. The Deftones was personalized to Patrick. 5 signatures, $275. JSA authenticated, Deftones covers. The Everly Brothers, 2 Lester, my old buddy and comrade, I think. Don Everly, that's $25. JSA. This was the last of the BOC autographs, and this one's actually the cheapest. It's Blom, Levine, and Dharma, $275. And then the Presidents of the United States of America, $125. And that was on the green and bronze marble vinyl, and it's also signed. So POTUS signed, $125. The record itself not too cheap. BOC, $275. We've already sold 4 more tonight for $350 each. Don Everly, $25, and the Deftones, $275. Colin, you just missed Louis Gaska. I sold it already for $40. Okay, and then here's all the bootlegs. Should be all Dylan, Beatles, and these have already been offered, and they have not sold. So here's the first Dylan. Blind Boy Grunt, Zim Zim's a Bob. That's Bob Dylan live in Mansfield, Massachusetts for $50. Make offer on these. Okay, and then let's get the next one. Bob Dylan, Manchester Prayer. That's a 2 LP, $60 on Dylan. So Dylan 50, Dylan 60. And then we had this one right here. Bob Dylan, The Little White Wonder set, volumes 1, 2, and 3, $95. So 5 Dylan bootlegs, technically 3 different lots. Volume 1, 2, and 3 of Little White Wonder, $95. Manchester Prayer, $60. And this one is Zim Zim's a Bob for $50. So those are all available, $50, $50, and $95. Okay? That's all the Bob Dylan boots. Those are all still available. All right. And then we had one off here. The Bruce Springsteen, The Boss Resurrected, $35. Okay. The Boss Resurrected, $35. And then Deep Purple, Sonic Zoom. Unknown year of manufacture, but it's live in Chicago, 1970. That one's VG for $75. Deep Purple bootleg. Don Everly, $20. Don Everly, $24. After I've paid to have it authenticated, I'm virtually making nothing. So $24 on Don Everly. And then here's all the Beatles boots. The Beatles live in Philadelphia. It's called Atlanta Whiskey Flat. VG for $75. The Beatles Come Back is $75. The Beatles LS Bumblebee was $55. And the Beatles Posters, Incense, and Strobe Candles with Strawberry Incense, purple vinyl, $95. Okay? So 4 Beatles boots, 5 Bob Dylan boots, a Deep Purple Bruce. If anybody wants a bundle deal, if anybody wants to make a bundle deal offer, whatever, that's all. Or the autographs, doesn't matter to me, okay? Tables cleared. We've went through the no bids. Let's get a new batch of auctions going, new crates going, etc., etc. Here we go. All right. And Ron Eaton does get the Don Everly for $24. Thank you. I think, honestly, I might have even said 35 on that, but 24 buys it. It's Soda Ron Eaton for 24. Thank you on that. Okay, budget autographs. Hopefully, I can come up with some more over here. They're probably around here somewhere. Here's this one. I hadn't really got a chance to check the record yet. And then we definitely need to get the Japanese stuff rolling. So while I'm checking this record, here's our next Japanese. Let's resume auctions with a Japanese pressing of a record I don't think I've ever had before. John Anderson. Yes, John Anderson. Progressive rock John Anderson. This one's called Animation. Near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing with insert. A $35 start on John Anderson. That's now up for bid. The next auction I have is going to go up for bid right now. And that next one I have going up for bid right now at this moment is this right here. It is another Beatles bootleg. And this one is the Beatles Ed Sullivan Show. This is a very desirable one. Everybody loves that because that's never been... I don't know what they'll have to do to get that, but I thought that would always be a cool release for them to put on vinyl one day, the Ed Sullivan Show. But here it is. It's bootlegged ever since then. There they are, and that is a $55 start. So John Anderson, $35. The Beatles on Ed Sullivan, a $55 start. That's a bootleg unofficial. And let's get started with this crate. It is officially buy it now, best offer, okay? Buy it now, best offer. As soon as I get Discogs pulled up to scan this next autographed record. All right, so I have the hit sound of Dean Martin. These are all buy it now or best offer. $9.99. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. The hit sound of Dean Martin, $1,000,001 come running back shades, $9.99. Michael McDonald, no looking back, $9.99 for Michael McDonald, no looking back, $9.99. I keep forgetting. What we have John Mayall, Primal Solos, legendary performances with the archives with Clapton, Mick Taylor, and Jack Bruce. $24.99 on that. John Mayall, A Banquet in Blues. That one's $24.99. Mayall, A Banquet in Blues, $24.99. And we have Outlaws, Wanted, Waylon, Willie, Jesse, Tom Paul Glaser. That's a clean copy for $24.99. And another John Mayall, The Hard Road, $24.99 on that. That's a really nice copy. Another Blue London. So Mayall, trifecta. I skipped over Band on the Run. How could I possibly do that? Here is Wings, has the original inner sleeve, $29.99 for Band on the Run. Final call to get a bid on John Anderson. No bids. Final call to get on the Beatles, Ed Sullivan bootleg, no bid. Sad but true. All right, I've checked the record on this one. Now let me look up the autograph here. And let's do that one. All right, and then we have Olay ELO, Electric Light Orchestra. This is $19.99. Electric Light Orchestra, $19.99. And we have Newgrass Revival, Friday Night in America. Newgrass Revival, $24.99 for Newgrass Revival. These are all buy it now or best offer. A history of New Orleans Rhythm and Blues, $19.99. A history of New Orleans Rhythm and Blues, $19.99. Let me make sure this isn't signed by... Okay, now my final step is I got to pull it up on JSA and verify the signatures if it mentions any. Let me find out right here. And this is CL89373. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this greatly affects the value for sure. Sorry about that. Boy, you are quiet tonight. Let me make sure Facebook isn't. Every time I don't see a comment for like 4 minutes on Facebook, I'm like, okay, either everybody's very sleepy tonight or I've lost connection. And I'm like, uh-oh, because I wonder if like comments are trying to come in. Nope. Regina says, I keep losing my connection. That might have something to do with it. Maybe there's some bad lag tonight or something because Facebook worries me. I'm like, hello? Is there anybody out there? Okay, the feed is still working. Thank you. The feed is still working. Johnny Hancock on Band for $20. Band on the Run is sold to Johnny Hancock for $20. Thank you on that one. The Beatles, Ed Sullivan, $55 buy it now on the Beatles, Ed Sullivan. And then John Anderson, Japanese pressing, $35. John Anderson, $35. I just got to get everybody woke up. I think, you know, you think everybody's like, oh, yes, the weekend, Friday and Saturday. That's when y'all are the most exhausted. I usually have to start yelling at y'all to wake you up. Everybody's like, oh, Chad, we've worked all week, blah, 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 blah. I can't stay awake, D. And I'm like, good gosh, get y'all some caffeine or something. I mean, what are you going to do? Sleep your life away? Not have an energetic, live, booming weekend? Ed Sullivan, $55 Beatles. John Anderson, $35 no bid. And this is actually signed by Jason Isbell, Amanda Shires, and one additional signer. So this is signed by Jason Isbell, Amanda Shires, and one additional signer. So, wow. Jason Isbell's signature on here with Amanda Shires. That is going to go up for a $75 start. JSA authenticated, $75 start on that. Next Japanese pressing is Night Ranger Dawn Patrol. This is near mint minus and pristine. Night Ranger Dawn Patrol, near mint minus and pristine. And this is going to go up for how much, Chad? Just a $35 start. There's no way. I'm Ray. I'm being serious. $35 start on that one. And over here we have the best of the four tops. $14.99 condition on ELO. The Electrolyte Orchestra disc. The ELO disc on this one has no condition notes. It is near mint minus. $19.99. Isbell autograph at $75. His stuff's usually not cheap. Also signed on there Amanda Shires on the Amanda Shires album. The Supergroups comp, BG's, Iron Butterfly, Buffalo Springfield Cream. That's $19.99. Now Night Ranger 45. Okay, good. Boom, boom, boom. We're waking people up. Everybody's starting to doze off. I mean, it takes one thing for me to keep going, participation. Participation falls off, guess what? I end the sale. I stop by Walgreens. I get me a pack of Oreos. I go home and I watch The Fugitive with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones. That's what we do. Participation goes down. I'm like, okay, nobody has any interest in buying records tonight. I'm just going to go home and use my time wisely to eat cinnamon rolls. I bought a pack of Pillsbury cinnamon rolls today at the old Publix and some milk, and I'm just going to pop those in the oven, put on The Fugitive, and I'll watch movies. Got to get some amazing there should be offers. Chad, I'll take this. No bid. John Anderson sold. Beatles sold. $55. I mean, you just got to start spending it. There's no reason it's just got to just let it go, folks. We have a history of New Orleans Rhythm and Blues, Volume 3, $19.99. Lee Dorsey, Johnny Adams, Alvin Robinson, Robert Parker, the Dixie Cups, $19.99. Some of y'all have so much money you don't even know what to do with it. You're like, here, Chad, just start taking random stuff. Here's 100, here's 300. Just send me records. That's why I'm here. Robin Glenn gets the four tops for $10. That is so to Robin Glenn for $10. George Scher gets the super groups for $12. Here we go. Everybody's starting to wake up now. Bundle price on the Mayalls. How about 15, 15, 15? 15, 15, 15. 15, 15, 15. And they're yours, Stephen Total. Just 15, 15, 15. Final call on the Jason Isbell, Amanda Shire, $75. Final call on Night Ranger for $45. We have another newer. Is that the same one? That's the same one, $19.99. Original Oldies Volume 1. $9.99. Willie Nelson, The Promised Land, sealed, $19.99. Stephen Tuttle said sold. Thank you. 15, 15, 15 on those. Now we're cooking with hot grease. Now we're deep frying Oreos. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power, 2 LP sealed, a new level, $54.99. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, sealed, $49.99. I'm broken. Next is Marsh McCon. Marsh McCon is $34.99. Night Ranger is sold for $45. Let's go ahead and sell that. $45 to Scott Hughes. That's done. Sold to Scott Hughes for $45. And the Amanda Shires, Jason Isbell signed, is sold for $75. That's also gone. Shea Later, Alligator, that's sold to Jason Fornerat. I'm having to walk over here to get a sleeve for the Night Ranger record. I'm putting in the sleeve, and here we go. That's sold. That's done. And then Jason Isbell sold for $75, and that's sold to Jason Fornerat. The Beatles, Ed Sullivan, sold for $45. Now we're talking New Orleans comp, sold for $10. Now we're officially rolling. I like the way this is going. Next is Pink Floyd, Obscured by Clouds, a reissue Jacksonville Press, $49.99. Next auction's going to go up right now. This is going to go up for bid. Didn't we have an absolute war for one of these the other night? I feel like we had absolute war for one of these the other night. Michael Schenker Group at Budokan, a 2LP live Japanese press with Obi, 2LP. Guess what? The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. There's LP1, there's LP2. Here's the gatefold jacket with Obi. There's the insert. No poster. Felt like we had a poster the other night. $35 start for MSG. That's now up for bid. Bang Bang, your Terry Reid, no condition notes, EX edition, $34.99. That's the orange Epic label. I believe that's the second label. Peace and Quiet. Peace and Quiet is $34.99. Interesting stuff here. Harvey Mandel, The Snake, that is $24.99. Interesting one there as well. And then Matrix, and $14.99. And the Matrix numbers on the Matrix, in case you are curious, is B4 RS-292 HS1965-R, and that's from the Rare Earth label. There you go, $14.99. MSG, a $35 start. Here's our next auction. Wham, fantastic. Wham George Michael, $35 start. It is in shrink. It has the hype sticker. Excuse me, it has the Obi, and it does have this book that came with it, which is the Wham Fantastic book. That's included. Shrink, Obi, Wham, $35 start. Knocking out some Japanese stuff for this week. There's that. There's that. Now over here, we have High on Mount Rushmore, VG minus $19.99, and Love Forever Changes, a VG copy, $59.99. Gold label Monarch Press, $59.99. Over here, we just did a little bit of those. We hit a batch, a lot of that 60s obscure rock that seems like when I show it, everybody's like, man, that's a killer album. And most people's like, well, I've never heard of it. Over here, we have Bob Dylan and the Band. This is in VG Plus condition, and this is a promo marked record. You heard me correctly. A promo marked record, VG Plus condition. Bob Dylan and the Band, a 2LP. And this is a $20 start. White label promo, $20 start. No bid on MSG, $35. Now there's a bid for $35. No bid on Wham, $35. And this is a buy now best offer crate. King Crimson and the Wake of Poseidon, a VG copy, $19.99. We have Rock Candy. That looks like another one of those too. VG Plus, $24.99. Someone's like, man, that's an awesome album. And I'm like, well, I've never heard of it. VG Plus, $24.99 for Rock Candy. There's the Rock Candy. There's Rock Candy, the band. And then we have Mint Tattoo. Mint chocolate chip cookie. What's that flavor everybody likes? $24.99. And Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. Welcome, my son. Welcome to the machine. VG Plus, $49.99. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Tring. Tring. Feeling the pipeline, feeling the no. No, you can play a mean guitar. So come on, to the machine. Boom, 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 boom. Rock Candy sold for $15 to Jackie Reynolds. Thank you on that one. Next in here is Songs for Hip Lovers. This is Woody Herman in shrink wrap, $14.99. This is Bobby Billy Brazil, Bobby Hackett and Billy Butterfield, $19.99. And Creole Cooking. Look at all that down in there. Look at all that, and fresh stuff there, and peas and rice, and $14.99. $14.99. All right, first, is this buy it now best offer? You already know the answer to that. No. Love, price, and info. Love, price, and info. This is VG $59.99. This crate is buy it now or best offer. It's on the gold label, VG $59.99. Gold label Monarch Press, VG $59.99. All right. We have over here at TSO Houston on MSG for $35. Thank you on that. How does that first verse go again? Bum, 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 bum. That's the sound effects. How much is Peace and Quiet? Are you trying to say something bad about my singing? How much is Peace and Quiet? Bob Dylan is in the band promo, sold to Mark Diskin for $20. Okay. Sold. You play a mean guitar. Why do 30 on Love? I will not, but I will do 40 on it. Wham is a no bid, a $35 buy it now. Great Gig in the Sky. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, that's about as, yeah, that's disrespectful. I apologize. I don't know if anybody can do that. Boom, boom. Ba-da, whoa, whoa, ah, ah. That's about as good as I can get. I need a box of sleeves. Stand by, everybody. I need a box of sleeves. Let me find them over here. Hello, pack of sleeves. Give me 1 second. I have ran out of supplies. How does a store like ours run out of sleeves? They're over here somewhere. There they are. I knew I had an emergency pack somewhere. Okay. Let's get this in an e-sleeve. Boom, boom. Boy, these don't have openings on them. Oh, gosh. I don't like these. What is going on here? I don't like these sleeves. They're not even cut open. No. I'm not dealing with this. Nope. Trash. Okay, that whole pack's going in the trash. That's something wrong with those. They're too sticky. I'm not dealing with that. That's going to cost me thousands of dollars. Here's a pack over here. Are these good? I hope so. These don't feel right either. Gosh. Okay. Yeah, these suck too. What is the Wish You Were Here story? Uh-oh, that means I get to do some more singing. Man, look at these sleeves. That's crazy. It's like they're glued together. That's frustrating. All right. Boy, that took a lot of time. Yeah, I can't deal with this. All right. Well, nothing else is getting a new sleeve tonight. I think we don't need them anymore except for the Japanese. Wow, look at all these questions. First thing we had was somebody offered on 30 on Love, and I said no 40. And then, how much was Peace and Quiet? How much is Peace and Quiet? $34.99. High on Mount Rushmore for 10. I will say that for 15. Still Psycho. Would you take 30 on Love? No, I'll take 40. Okay. And then over here, we have next thing. Most people are here for the not to buy records. They're here for the entertainment. That's true. And then they buy records to boot. So that's just the way it is. And then what was the Wish You Were Here? This is a Terre Haute Press OG no postcard VG Plus $49. It's VG because it's got this ugly scuff going across it. Other than that, it's nice. VG Plus $49.99. How much is Creole Cooking? In shrink wrap, $14.99. In shrink wrap, no condition notes on the vinyl. Do you sell cardboard album covers? No. Do you sell gum? No. Okay. And then over here, Still Psycho gets Mount Rushmore for 15. Creole Cooking is sold to Dust Gray for 9. Peace and Quiet is sold for 28. Okay. I'm assuming Steve Worley's passing on Love. And then somebody just asked about Pink Floyd. Okay. There you go. Somebody with more time than me can work on these sleeves. All right. Here we go. Now, in the meantime, I'm going to tell y'all a personal story about my life. And now that I have your attention, here we go. So yesterday, I walked into, no, I'm joking. We have Blues with a Kick, Bobby Hackett, $9.99. $9.99. Sweet, Hard Centers, The Rock Years. 1987 UK, $24.99. Mary Hopkin postcard, $9.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's a Japanese pressing of Billy Joel and Innocent Man. Billy Joel is in shrink wrap, $35 start. The vinyl is absolutely near mint minus and pristine, and a lot of people would agree it probably doesn't get any better. There's the insert, there's the other insert, there's the cover, there's the hype, there's the Obi, there's the jacket, there's Billy Joel, and it's a $35 start. $35 start on that. We had Hackett at 6 and Blues at 7. Bobby Hackett, Creole 9, and then somebody said Hackett 6. Blues, how about 7? If you say 7, it's yours. If not, Biddlecombe. And then over here, we have Bobby Gray, Love and Arms. That's $14.99. Tim Morrow on ELO for $15. You must be talking about this really nice, really beautiful copy back here. Tim Morrow, $15. That's sold. And then over here, we have the Frank Sinatra Story and Music. That's a 2 LP, $29.99. Bob Seger, 9 Tonight, a 2 LP, $24.99. Oh, that was my left knee. Whew, that felt good. Okay, our next auction is going to go up for bid right now. Twisted Sister, come out and play. This is in rough condition. This is in rough condition. G condition. G condition. This is in $5 start. G rough condition. $5 start on that. George Harrison Extra Texture, $26.99. And the Guess Who Road Food, $16.99 for the Guess Who Road Food. Who asked for 7 Dust Gray? And let me know if you want that for 7. If not, and then I was about to jam my phone into my face. What just happened? Better Sleeves It Will Be. And then Awesome and Billy Joe has a bid for $35. Okay, moving on. Next is Go Near Ring Moontown. That's $34.99. Twisted Sister 5, Twisted Sister 5. John Wayne, America, I Love Her. That is sealed. America, Why I Love Her. So realistically, the Twisted Sister has been graded G, rough condition. That's what it says on the back sticker. G, rough condition, just FYI, okay? And then Billy Joe's a final call for $35. We have Lloyd Price, the ABC collection. That is sealed for $19.99. John Wayne is sealed for $24.99. Our next Japanese pressing is Survivor, Vital Signs. This is near mint minus and pristine. Honestly, it doesn't get any better than this. It's a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. $35 start on that. Intercollegiate Music Festival Volume 1, 1967 sealed, $24.99. Carly Simon, Hello Big Man. Carly is unopened sealed for $14.99. Haim, H-A-I-M, Days Are Gone, $34.99, a 2 LP. I never did hear back from Dust Gray on Hackett for 7, so let's give it the Biddlecombe for $7. That is sold for $7. And over here, we have Jade Warrior Waves, $19.99 for Jade Warrior Waves. And this is who? This is This is Bipolaroid Twin Language. Bipolaroid 2013 blue vinyl, $19.99. Billy Joel over here, the last bid is $35, and it is sold. And that is sold to Terry Gearhart for $35. Welcome, my son. Welcome to Billy Joel. And Twisted Sister is at $6 with Larry Gonzalez. That's Larry Gonzalez, G-U-N. Survivor, $35 start. And if David Johnson doesn't bid on this, we're all going to be disappointed, okay? We're all going to be disappointed if David Johnson doesn't bid on this. Whoa. What was that? Okay, over here we have Blondie Parallel Lines, a 78 Terre Haute for $44.99. Black Oak, Arkansas, $19.99. And then Winning, Russ Ballard. That is $14.99, Russ Ballard. Seals and Croft, Unborn Child. Seals and Croft is $9.99. And Blind Faith, and I'm wasted, and I Can't find my way home. $34.99. So Todd Rocks, let me know if you want Twisted Sister for more than $6, and Final Call Survivor for $35 is Bipolaroid sealed. Bipolar Lloyd is not sealed. No, Blue Vinyl 2013. $19.99. Also, Black Oak, Arkansas, Keep the Faith, $19.99. Jefferson Airplane, $24.99. Is the Frank Sinatra double album, 1958 Columbia 6i. What is the condition? What is the spine catalog number? What is the grade? And can you show the back of the jacket? All righty. That's a lot of requests, but let's do it for Mark Chesler. $29.99. The Frank Sinatra Story Music is a Columbia 6i. That's a different 6i than most. That's a burgundy with the silver eyes. It's a 2 LP. There's no condition notes on the vinyl, and it is $29.99, Mark Chesler. Over here, we have Jefferson Airplane, So to Sid Said, for $15. And then we have Frank Marino Mahogany Rush World Anthem, 19, and Can I Go Play It For Him? Yeah, let me pause the show. I'll be right back. Let me go listen to this Frank Sinatra record. Okay, I listened to all 4 sides, and it plays EX Plus or better. Little Feat representing the Mambo. Little Feat, $29.99. That one's a lot tougher to get. And then Jeff Beck, There and Back, and that is $19.99, okay? $19.99. All right, so Twisted Sister is sold to Larry Gonzalez for $6. Nobody bid on Survivor. It's a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on Survivor. That's a no bid. $35. Yes, it feels like the show's about over, honestly. Y'all have beat me to death tonight. I mean, I can't explain to you. I feel like y'all have just beat me. That's what y'all do. Some of y'all's like, I cannot wait to get on there and just absolutely torturize Chad tonight. I'm going to ask him to do some really crazy stuff. Like, will you shave your head live on camera while doing something else, okay? All right. Oh, gosh. Time to stretch. And he's down. Jimmy's down. Jimmy. Okay. Haim, $25, sold to Black Yale. Every time I come here, I am abused. Black Yale gets that for $25. Come on, Mark Chesler. I know you want that Sinatra, my friend. I know you want it. Know you need it. You will buy Frank Sinatra. You ready? Here we go. Ready? Here it is. Here it is. Buy Frank Sinatra. You will. No Sunday show. Nope. I don't know if people want to buy silver or sell silver. I don't know right now. I think a little bit of both. Okay? Are we at the point where we're at the show where we're taking questions? You can ask me a question at any point of the show, but after right now or any time after this is a better time. This is a better time to ask one, yes. Press conference is open. Go ahead and ask me anything you want. You can ask me about my personal life, my relationships, records, orders. Mark Chesler gets Sinatra for $20. Now we're talking. You can ask me about my family history. I mean, it just, whatever. It's all on the table. It doesn't matter to me. I'm going to read these titles one more time. And if you need something or you want to make an offer on something, go right ahead. All right? Because that's why we're here. We're here to sell these records. And if that confuses you and you're confused on why we're here, then let me clarify that. We're here to sell records. Some people might be like, you're kidding. And I'm like, no, I'm not. That's why we're here. We're here to sell records and other stuff, but mostly records. Here comes our next auction. This is a Japanese single. Really cool here. More Than a Feeling. Then some. This is Boston, More Than a Feeling. Japanese 7-inch single, beautiful. Near McMinus and pristine. A $15 start. $15 start. That's now up for bid. Okay. $15 start. And then we have Blondie, Call Me, a Japanese pressing. $15 start. $15 start. Blondie, Call Me. Okay. Here we go. First thing here is request silver but not pay for silver. What does the mean of life? Any Kiss Japanese? No. What is the next lot you're making? The next one going up for pre-order will be Boston. It's going to look like this spaceship. It's going to be Boston. It's going to look like that spaceship. More Little Feed. Ever read George's book, Acting Without Acting? You can ask anytime, but you're lucky if you answer all. He tends to just ignore me most nights. Best burger you've ever eaten? It was at a restaurant. Have you heard, I heard you talking earlier about auto pen autographs versus lot autographs and probabilities. What are your thoughts on if Megadeth signs legit on their last album? Also bought a pre-order Black Label Society and it's Legend Messiah, but I doubt it. Thoughts? The new Megadeth album is signed. They signed those here in Nashville. There's videos of them signing it. Those were actually signed. I don't know about Black Label Society. Zakk Wylde usually signs his stuff, but I'm not for sure. I'd have to see it. If we can ask you questions, Chad, then I'd like to know, when is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? I'd like to buy some black metal records. Boston 15, awesome. I'm here to chew gum and buy stuff, and I'm all out of gum. Steve, he's going to make me buy another light. Danzig light would be cool. Still ready for a Pablo light. Doubt that happens because you keep asking it. Please recite the Declaration of Independence. We, the people of the United States, in order to perform... That's the Constitution. In Congress, July 4th, 1999, Prince wrote a song, Nirvana Light. That's also been in the works. It's going to look like the smiley face. And we have Nirvana. Do you think a man will ever land on Uranus? No, that's a gaseous planet. Boston's a $15 start and Blondie's a $15 start. Okay, I think we're caught up on questions. Both bids have $15, and if you need a price on anything in here, just let me know. We have Dean Martin, we have Michael McDonald, The Outlaws, we have New Glass Revival, Original Oldies, Willie Nelson, Pantera, Marshall McCon, Pink Floyd, Terry Reid, we have Harvey Mandel, we have Matrix, King Crimson, Mint Tattoo, Songs for Hip Lovers, Bobby Billy Brazil, Bobby Hackett, Love, Pink Floyd, Sweet, Mary Hopkin, Dobie Gray, Bob Seger, George Harrison, Golden Earring, Guess Who, Lloyd Price, John Wayne. We have Intercollegiate Music Festival, Carly Simon, Jade Warriors, Blondie Parallel Lines, Black Oak, Arkansas, Russ Ballard, Seals and Croft, Blind Faith, Bipolaroid, Black Oak, Frank Marino, Little Feet, and Jeff Beck. Final call on Boston, one bid for $15 with EM7 Corey, and one bid for Blondie 15. What's the volume of the Captain C? Excuse me? Let's go ahead and put up another crate, and then if anybody wants a price or makes an offer on anything in there, just be like, Chad, I would like to make an offer on everything. I'll give you $975 for everything that's in there, sight unseen, even though I just seen them. I'm going to go ahead and side them into my invoice. $975, bill me. Dropping the bucket won't be a problem, okay? And I'm like, holy cow, all right. $975, we'll blow an air horn, and then we'll all sing Kool and the Gang, Celebrate Good Times. Come on. Jungle Boogie, da-da-da-da-da-da, Jungle Boogie. Okay, next thing over here is last one thing. I got British Steel earlier. I want to make sure you know that this is Kevin Richards from Facebook. Kevin R6405 is Kevin Richards. Golden earring condition. The vinyl was EX Plus or better. The cover looked like it was about VG. Yeah, the cover is probably about VG. It's got some wear and tear on the corners, but no condition notes on the vinyl, okay? And then over here, Mega Blast is looking for Charlie Pride and Johnny Russell. Box sets and price details on Blondie Parallel Lines. That's $44.99. A 1978 Terre Haute. There is some writing, $44.99. All right, and then $9.75. What would still be $8 shipping? Everything you buy is $8 in limited shipping. 100 records, 200 cassettes, this entire crate, $8 in limited shipping. Yes. So Blondie just got one bid. This is sold for $15 to Steve Riley. Thank you, Steve. That is sold to you. And then over here, Boston's at $16. Boston's at $16, okay? Silver at $80 an ounce. I'll pass, but thank you. Boston is at 16 with Oso Adventure. That means EM7 Corey, you've been outbid. We officially have a bidding war breaking out. Let's go ahead and go through another crate of buy it now best offer. Listen, everybody's here for one reason, and that's one reason only. And some people might be like, well, I'm here for this reason or that reason. No. You can lie to yourself. We all know why you're here. You're waiting for me to sing Learning to Fly, Pink Floyd, David Gilmour. That's why most people's here. You can lie to yourself and like, I'm here to buy records and add to my vintage album collection and buy rare autographs and collect Kiss stuff. Yeah. Yee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Listen, we know why you're here. You're here to be, you know. Okay, so this is sold to Oso Adventure for $16. All right. Do I need any other comments? Did I read Boston lead singer died? Brad Delp died 30 years ago. Next auction is going to go up for bid right now. This is BG Staying Alive. This is going to go up for a $25 start. This is a Japanese pressing. Staying Alive, Staying Alive. This has the insert with it. It's a gatefold jacket with Obi. $25 start on BG Staying Alive. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that is another Japanese single here. And that is a Japanese single of what? Against the Wind. Against the Wind. That's a $15 start, a Japanese single. And over here, and we have, here we go. Buy it now, best offer crate. Oh, God. That hurt, but felt good at the same time. All right. If I weren't into music, what would you do? I'd probably be teeing off tomorrow morning in the Players' Championship in the lead. I'd be leading the Players' Championship. Professional golfer. I'd be at the top of the world rankings. Leon Russell and Mark Bueno, Asylum Choir. This is VG, $9.99. Leon Russell, $9.99. VG, $9.99. Billy Preston, I Wrote a Simple Song. A nice VG, $14.99. VG, $14.99. We have Steely Dan, Can't Buy a Thrill. A 73 Terra Haute Press, VG Plus, $34.99. Original label, ABC Blocks, $34.99. Dr. John's Gumbo, VG Plus, $34.99. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Nice Atco original label, VG Plus, $34.99. And Styx, The Serpent is Rising. Styx is a VG copy for $14.99. Styx, The Serpent is Rising. Also, David Bowie, Ziggy Stardust, VG Plus. This is $39.99. This is an OG orange label. The spine does have some rips and tears, kind of like mine. Oh, gosh. VG Plus, $39.99. And Jimi Hendrix, Are You Experienced? Have you ever been experienced? Well, that's a third label, a 79 press. That originally came out 67. VG, $24.99. What'd you shoot on a hole 12? Do you mean hole 17, the Island Green? Easy, birdie. We have Bob Seger, a buy it now for $15, and Staying Alive is a buy it now for $25. The motion picture soundtrack to Staying Alive, $25. And I can't believe David Johnson didn't bid on this. Just when I thought David Johnson was a serious Japanese collector, time after time I come here and I'm disappointed by his decisions. I'm like, oh, I thought he was a serious Japanese buyer. He must not have the Staying Alive soundtrack, or he must already have it, or he would be buying it. Otherwise, I'm like, highly confused because if you don't have the Staying Alive soundtrack and you're trying to call yourself a Japanese collector, yikes. Okay, we also have the Fugs that crawled into my hand honest. There is some cover damage down here. It's a VG copy, $14.99. Skin Alley, skin tight. We've had to censor something. That doesn't look too cool. VG Plus, $14.99. There is some tape along the cover, $14.99 on that. Black Eel on Ziggy. Ziggy played guitar. Da-da-da-da. And the Spiders from Mars. He played it left hand. Roxy Music, VG Plus, $24.99. Can't Buy a Thrill. Mike Kennedy gets this for $28. That's sold to Mike Kennedy for $28. Our next Japanese single is Asia. It was the heat of the moment. Telling me what you, ha, ha, ha. This is Asia, $15 start, Japanese single. Beautiful. Honestly, couldn't get any better. Queen, The Game. Maybe we can play the game of love. Crazy Little Thing Called Love. Another one, Bites the Dust. VG Plus, $34.99. UK, Danger Money. UK is VG Plus, $24.99. And Stoned, a sock tribute to the Rolling Stones. Oh, man. That doesn't look good. Over here, this is a 2015 press, VG Plus $24.99, and the Electric Prunes Underground OG Mono Tricolor Steamboat, VG $39.99. Nice Mono Tricolor Steamboat, VG $39.99. Asia, Mike Locke has it for $15. Telling me that you're Next over here is CCR, Who'll Stop the Rain, and Traveling Band. That is a Japanese press, a $15 start. There we have it. Asia has a bid for $15. Nightly Asia alert. Nothing wrong with some Asia, huh? I love Asia posters. You should see my collection. Roger Dean artwork. We have Touch, and this is in VG condition, $34.99. Blondie Chaplin, that's a VG Plus copy, $14.99. Faces, A Nod is as good as a Wink. Stay with Me, Rod Stewart. That is VG $19.99. Thin Lizzy, Fighting. Wow, how did this not sell the first time around? VG Plus $49.99 for Thin Lizzy. Vertigo Press $49.99. These are all buy it now best offer. Let's make a deal. Just like that TV show that I don't think I've ever seen. Let's make a deal. Eyes of the Beacon Street Union. That's VG Plus $24.99. And Waylon Jennings Live. VG minus $9.99 for Waylon Jennings Live. VG minus $9.99. $9.99. Waylon Jennings Live. All righty. Let's see what's going on over here. Which Blondie did I show? Give me 1 second. Let's make a deal. I don't think so. I was always a Price is Right type guy. All right, so Waylon Jennings sold a Mega Blast for $7. Thank you on that one. Thin Lizzy on 40. There we go. Thank you, A-Rod. That was not easy to get. The Zombies, nice. That's their debut, an OG Mono and a nicer VG, $49.99. $49.99. Have you ever seen Epic? He's asking Regina. I might have to take my mom to see that tomorrow, the Elvis movie. Quatrain is VG, $24.99. Faces, 10. Faces, $15. That's an old-fashioned meet in the middle. Nobody bid on CCR, $15. Nobody bid on Asia? Yes, they did. Asia got a bid for $15 with Mike Locke. Thank you, Mike. That's sold you for $15. And then over here, check this out. I already have this. Nice. The Godfather theme, the original Nino Rota Orchestra, the theme from The Godfather. Da 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 da. Run dun dun da 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 da. Da da da. Wow. That's really cool there. That's a really cool original Japanese Godfather and the Godfather Waltz on the flip. $15 start on that. That's epic. Imagine if you get Marlon Brando to sign that. Well, he's not here with us anymore, but imagine if you could. Tough autograph to get. My gosh. I looked into that a while back. I was like, yep, not getting a Marlon Brando. I was like, yeah, I'm going to get on eBay and buy a signed Marlon Brando Godfather poster. And I'm like, what? First of all, they don't really exist. Okay, first thing over here is this. Faces. Sid said got that for $15. Survivor and Staying Alive, 25 apiece. 25 and 25. Sold to Oso and sold to Oso. Godfather 15. Zombies, $32. Let's sell it to Tom Moran. And then over here, I just realized my Godfather. Yeah, that's the Godfather. That's the puppeteer. I'm pulling the strings, see? That's me pulling the strings, selling the records every night. Yeah. I don't think Marlon would be a fan of signing autos for fans. No. No, he didn't sign much. About the only way you can get his is like cut off a document or cut off a check or something. There's not many people that got to approach him and he signed something for them. That didn't happen. That's why they're thousands of dollars. What was I humming? That was the love theme from The Godfather. Da 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 da. That's what that is. And then we have John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band, a VG copy, $19.99. And we also have Band on the Run, a VG copy for $14.99. Wings, Paul McCartney, Let Me Roll It. Jet, The Bosses, Joe Turner and Count Basie. That is sealed for $24.99. And Joe Pass, Virtuoso, that is in shrink, $19.99. Okay? All right, next thing over here is this. We have going up for bid. I have the Eagles live, and this is a VG minus. It's a 2LP, just a $10 start on that. It does have the inner sleeve, but no poster. Fleetwood Mac self-titled, $24.99 for Fleetwood Mac self-titled. No condition notes. Wow, $24.99. Those are usually a little bit more. And then Runt, Todd Rundgren, $14.99 Todd Rundgren. Godfather is sold to Mega Blast for $15. So that is... So there's the Godfather Waltz and the Godfather main theme. There's one that's like, it sounds like a classical guitar, and then there's one with like a French horn. So there's like, the French horn, I think, is the Godfather main theme. And I think the Godfather Waltz is it sounds more like strings or something. I think that's the two different things. You hear them both in the movie. But the one, it's just like a French horn, maybe. It's really like, you know, solemn. I think that is the Godfather main theme, which is side A. And Wings is sold to Todd Kilgore. I think that's the two different ones. Yeah, and the Flamingo is like a yeah, that kind of stuff. Okay, is it a trumpet? A trumpet, I guess. Sounds more like sounds like the horn that's on You Can't Always Get What You Want. Sparks, Kimono My House. I would play a quick second of it, but our video would get muted and I wouldn't get paid for monetization. So I'm pretty sure that's probably pretty heavily copyrighted. We might can play like 1 second of it. We have Slade. That's EX $24.99. And the Free Movement, I've found someone of my own. The Free Movement, $14.99. That looks interesting. Maybe some sort of soul album. It has a promo strip on the front. The Free Movement, $14.99. All right, almost lost my spot there. All right, so Eagles is a quick bot now for $10. VG minus. And then here are the other no bids. Wham is $35 and John Anderson, $35. Not country John Anderson. And then Wham, $35. Eagles is $10. Now, there was a ton of no bids from earlier, but it would take 15 minutes to go through them. We'll do that at the conclusion of this crate, maybe. We have the Free Story. That's free like the band. $34.99, a 1973 OG compilation that was limited edition back in when it came out. $34.99 on that one. And then we have Stone Ground Play It Loud. That's an advanced test pressing, $34.99. $34.99. Main title. Here is the love theme from The Godfather. And then here's the main title. Yeah. That's the difference. They're very similar, though. They're very similar. Chappie on Free Story. That's sold to Chappie. Witch Eagles. That's a 2LP live. It is OG with 2 inner sleeves. 1980. It's VG minus $10. Good Japanese. There are no more Japanese pressings left. Wait a second. I've got Bob Dylan, real live. And this is a $35 start, near mint minus and pristine, $35 start. I go 1 second without auctions, and everybody's like, wait a minute, Chad, are we done with auctions? I'm starting to get nervous. This is a $35 start. This is a $35 start, okay? Free movement is sold for $10 to Colin Butler. And then over here, we have Chappie got the free move. Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. My bad. I thought she wanted the free story. Free movement was already sold to Chappie. I messed up on that one. Let's go ahead and sell that to Chappie for $10. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. That's sold to Chappie for $10. I messed up on that one. Colin, sorry, you were second. I thought she was getting this. I thought she was getting this, the free story. Eagles is sold for $10 to Todd Rocks, okay? Bob Dylan's a $35 start. No, we're not doing auctions. I was just trying to get through this crate. There's so much in here. Here is a Japanese, possibly a Nobi. Let me see if I don't have an Obi with this one. This is Journey Captured. This is a Japanese pressing 2 LP. There's 1 LP. There's 2 LP. And that is, wow, this has the poster. It's got everything but the Obi. Poster, inserts, inner sleeves, gatefold jacket. $35 start on Journey Captured. That's a 2 LP live, just FYI. We have Tom Petty Long After Dark. No condition notes, but there is some writing on the back. Just $24.99 Tom Petty. The cover here is a little worn, where, you know, the edge where somebody's opened it a lot. $24.99 for Tom Petty. And we have Andy Summers and Robert Fripp, Bewitched. $24.99 on that. Amenities on WE. WE, we'll figure out what that is in just a second. Juke and Bone, way down east. Juke and Bone is $24.99. And David Bowie, Station to Station. A tan label, Indianapolis Press, EX condition. And that's the OG label for that, $34.99. Tazavalon Presidente, Milky Way Moses, with lyric insert, $39.99. Peter Gabriel, The Rain on the Car album. Climbing Up on Strawberry Hill, $34.99. We Can Be Heroes, just for one day. A gold stamp promo, EX, $49.99. And Van Halen, Diver Down. We were dancing, dancing in the streets. This is EX, $34.99. It does have the original on the sleeve, but there is some cover damage, okay? Let me pause there to make Bob Dylan and Journey, no bids, buy it nows for $35. We were dancing, dancing in the street. It's across the nation. Da 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 da. Okay, and Journey is sold to TSO Houston. Van Halen, and then past Chad, technical question. Why are there no pre-roll ads in your Twitch stream? Pre-roll ads. What is a pre-roll ad? I don't know. That sounds like a question for my tech guy, Jake. A pre-roll ad? I love rolls at Texas Roadhouse. You ever had any of those? Oh my gosh, Logan's Roadhouse rolls. I love rolls. I don't know about pre-ad rolls though. Sounds like something bad. And then Mike Kennedy second on Journey. And then we have Bob Dylan real live. This was a buy it now for $35. Texas Roadhouse rolls. Thank you very much. Logan's is the best. Logan's are pretty dang good. Oh my. Rolls. Butter. Salads and steaks and rolls and salads and steaks and rolls on my. Salads and steaks and rolls on my. I'm still trying to get this sleeve open. All this time wasted trying to get these sleeves open. They're horrible. Absolutely horrible trying to get all these open. Salads and steaks and rolls on my. Salads and steaks and rolls on my. Salad. All right, let's keep going through this crate. Buy it now, best offer. We have Supertramp Breakfast in America. Jim B's getting impatient because he hadn't made enough money tonight to pay his bills. Supertramp Breakfast in America, $34.99. It's sold, wow, another Thin Lizzy. This is a 2014, though. This is a reissue. Tough OG to get for some reason. Vagabonds of the Western World, $34.99. Rolls and salads and steaks. Oh, my. Next auction is this. Very rough. Very rough. G condition. Twisted Sister. Love is for suckers. That's a sucker. Love is for suckers. There's Twisted Sister. That'd make a cool lot box. $5 start on Twisted Sister. Have fun. Good luck bidding. Best of luck. May the force be with you. Next is With Love Share. That's in shrink wrap, $24.99. And we have T-Rex, a 2014 edition. That is $34.99. I put in a request for me. I saw that. I've got you down. Thank you, Tom. I've got you down. Supertramp is actually OG Near Mint Minus and shrink. That's a very nice copy. So logical, magical, wonderful. This is $34.99. Goodbye, stranger. It's been nice. I've been waiting for a Logan's Roll. Journey, $34.99. That is their debut album. Super clean copy there, $34. Twisted Sister is rough. G plus condition. G plus condition. G plus condition. We have Bread, Love, ooh, more bread. Bread, Love, and Cha Cha Cha. Xavier Cugat, $9.99. Twisted Wister, 555. And then over here, what was the Fripp and Price? Fripp. Robert Fripp and Andy Summers. Andy Summers, Robert Fripp, Bewitched, $24.99. No condition notes. Pretty nice jacket. A little bit of spot wear up there. Inner sleeve. And yes, nice vinyl. Well, it kind of has a wavy look to it. That's kind of weird looking. See that? Look at that. Interesting. $24.99. All right, over here we have 30 on Supertramp sold for that top copy. Farmer Red Band on Juke and Bone for $15. Let's go ahead and sell that. Farmer Red Band on Juke and Bone for $15 sold. And Twisted Sister 6 with Larry Gonzalez. All right. Chris Frazier was first, though. And then we have the Tubes Young and Rich, $24.99. Who wants these last two Japanese pressings for 10 and 10? That'll give you a $10 discount. Seeger and CCR, 10 each on those, 20 for both of them if you buy both of them. All right, let's see. Auctions. Dun, 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 dun. Here comes the auctions, and I have Coheed and Cabria here. This is sealed. Coheed and Cabria, Good Apollo on Burning Star 4, Volume 1, and that is sealed, a $25 start. Coheed and Cabria. Coheed and Cabria. That is sealed. I was listening to some of their music last night, or technically this morning, because I was researching those autographs. $25 start on sealed Coheed and Cabria. Just FYI, that's available. Not done with this crate either. This thing was packed. Charlie Parker, The Very Best of Bird. Charlie Parker over here is $24.99. Coheed has a bid for $25. Todd Kilgore said take. What happened over here? Todd Kilgore, take. Did you mean to say you're going to send me a cake? Man, that sounds good. You better go and make sure they've baked it correctly. Elvis the Sun Sessions, $29.99. This is on the black RCA. We had one of those earlier. We sold one earlier. There's another one. Profile, The Best of Emmylou Harris. That's a 2015 sealed, $24.99. And the Flying Burrito Brothers, Flying Again, $24.99. And King Crimson, In the Wake of Poseidon, a 1970 Richmond press, $44.99. He wants the Japanese singles. Oh, you're not going to send me a cake. You're taking the Japanese singles to Todd Kilgore, 10 and 10. Thank you on that one. Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr., the two of us, $9.99. Coheed and Cabria is at $25 with Mortgage Guy Rob. That's a final call. Twisted Sister out. And that means Hoopy has it for 7. Larry Gonzalez, you're out, okay? Chatter, those sleeves the same. Y'all usually go to just a bad batch. I think that's a bad batch. They're like stuck together. You have to like pop them up. Usually you just like do that and they'll pinch right open. But these are like they're almost like they didn't make them right. But they work fine after you get them open. They're working fine after you get them open. There's really no problem with them, it looks like. I cannot bake cakes. Dang. You serve no purpose to me then. My dad actually asked my mom that on their first date. He said, "Can you bake pies and cakes?" And then it was love from there on. We have over here Getz and Gilberto, $49.99. And Small Faces, Ogden's Not Guns Special Flake. We had that OG die cut last night. This is the 72 sealed copy, $54.99. Twisted Sister then is sold to Hoopy for $7. And Coheed and Cambria, this was just marked 2017, I believe. Yeah, 2017 sealed. High bids $28. Cake, pies. Yeah, I'd prefer a pie over a cake probably. Well, chocolate pie. You know, chocolate cake over like an apple pie to chocolate cake. Give me the chocolate cake. We have Love, and this is a 2001 Sundays pressing for $29.99. I'm not selling out. I'm buying in. That's Swamp Dog. $19.99 for Swamp Dog. Elvis, $20. Elvis, $20. That's sold to Tom Moran for $20. Black vinyl on Coheed and Cambria. Let me scan it one more time and make sure. Let me scan it one more time and make sure. I don't know what's over here in these other bins I'm going to pull out of, but that's where I'm finding this stuff. At the conclusion of this crate, which is just a few more records, yeah, this is black vinyl. Well, it's either a 2017 or a 2024. I'm not for sure. It's either a 2017 or a 2024 on that one. Black vinyl. I got a few low-grade records like those Twisted Sisters we've been selling. I'm just going to make some buy it now so we don't spend 10 minutes selling a $7 record. Tim Buckley, Star Sailor, a 1970 Santa Maria, $59.99. Dan Fogelberg, Phoenix, $9.99 on Dan Fogelberg. George Harrison, Cloud 9, $24.99. Coheed and Cabria's at $29. We have Moonshine and Prohibition, sung and played by New Lost City Ramblers. And this is $19.99. What year is the Diver Down? I believe it was OG. It's not marked, but it's got all the right markings for it. Yeah, it's a retail copy as well. Vinyl's really clean, and the inner sleeve is just got that cover damage. And then amenities on Q, and Q for amenities was another stray letter. Hiding Out, that's a soundtrack, $19.99. It's a Beautiful Day, $9.99. Excuse me, Angel Claire, Art Garfunkel, $9.99. The Birds Pre-Flight is $29.99. Paul Butterfield Blues Band was $29. And Pop Goes Captain, Captain Sky, 1979 funk album. That looks interesting. $44.99. Okay, Chad, the Robin Trail Live pre-order didn't come in today. No, we don't get any new deliveries. Unfortunately, no new deliveries on Saturday. So on Saturdays, nothing new comes in. So, yeah. The next arrivals of new vinyl will happen on Monday. And boy, do I have a lot of stuff to order. I think the last few pre-orders I've posted, I hadn't actually got around to ordering those. But no, I haven't seen it yet, Mark. Okay. Oh. Okay. I'm over here stretching my leg. Oh, I had to sit down. I brought the chair over here so I could still see the comments. Coheed was on black vinyl. Black vinyl. Yeah, remastered. Both of them are technically remastered. Whichever version that is. This from Ryan. All right. Oh, gosh. Oh. Now, last Saturday, we had some new vinyl because there was so much that came in on Friday, I didn't even get to 2 crates. They were buried over here. Vintage stuff got stacked on top of it. And I didn't get to it. I wish my knee would pop. Oh, gosh. Come on, knee. Oh, okay. It's not going to right now. It will in just a second. All right, Captain Sky is sold to Amenities. I'm a pastry chef. I can pay you in cakes and pies. Oh, gosh. That sounds dangerous. All right, so Coheed is sold to Travis Woods for $30. Thank you on that. All right, so here's some of those Buy It Nows that are over here for auction. Let's go ahead and knock out some of those over here. These are lower grade records, it looks like, that I didn't get to. And let's knock out some of these for Buy It Nows. So this is a 83 USOG Pink Floyd G Plus with a feelable mark. Pink Floyd, $10. Pink Floyd, $10. Led Zeppelin G Plus, $10. Twisted Sister Under the Blade G Plus, $10. Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, Twisted Sister, 10, 10, and 10. They're all, and let me tell you, these are graded by Seth. He's pretty dang picky. I'll look at it, I'm like, VG minus, what? And then here is U2 October. It's VG minus $10. $10 on U2 October, VG minus. And then we'll skip those two because we just had those same artists. And then here's two more. G and VG minus, $10 and $10 on these. Roger Waters, Radio Waves, and Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith. Craig Weatherford said he will take the Pink Floyd for 10. That's sold to Craig Weatherford for 10. Thank you on that. So Zeppelin, Twisted Sister, Aliens Among Us on YouTube for 10. I mean, these are still very nice. I mean, if these were nice, they would be, you know, 40, 25, 35, 35, 45, you know, so you're getting them based on the fact that they're low grade for a bargain. Mortgage Guy Rob got Judas Priest for 10. Aliens Among Us got Roger Waters for 10. Charles Berry, you're second on Priest. Amenities next on Roger Waters. So these are like they're fourth of the grade of near mint, and that means they're about the fourth of the price. And then here is another U2 and another Pink Floyd. So if you missed out on the first Pink Floyd, here's another one. U2, Where Streets Have No Name, single, VG minus. There's Adam Clayton, $10 on that one. And then another Final Cut, another G copy. This one's G Beat to Shreds. So low grade records there. Or make offer, especially if you want to buy 2 or 3 of them. Or make offer. Okay. And that's officially empties that bonus crate. We've been working on those 3 bonus crates all week. All week we've been working on those bonus crates. Wow. Amazing. That emptied that one. Amenities gets Led Zeppelin for 10. He gets U2 for 10. That leaves Twisted Sister and Pink Floyd. Those are all auctions that never did make it. Now that crate's empty. There's more random stuff underneath that one. No telling what's going to be in there. You just never know, man. But 3 bonus crates auctions this week that were packed, and that was officially the last of them right there. Okay, this is the autograph stuff. Needs to go right there. Now, let's see what else is left in here. Nobody on those last 2. Okay. There's another empty crate. Man, I'm getting hungry all of a sudden. Anybody else smelling Whataburger, or is that just me? Ooh-wee, I'm getting a little hungry. Whataburger. I might go later if y'all let me go eat, take a nap, and then come back at 4 a.m. and do this over again. Let me take a look in this crate and see what else we can sell. Okay, that was actually, this is Hatchet Ed leftovers from last 2 weeks ago crate. Here's an Allman Brothers bootleg. Okay. Yeah, this was priced pretty up there. Let's cut the price down to just a $25 start, okay? This is the Almond Brothers. Live at the Warehouse, March 20th, New Orleans. I think that's 1969, 70, 71, right there in front of me. 1971, the Almond Brothers. Okay? Sealed 2LP, originally a Westwood One broadcast. Almond Brothers sealed, a $25 start. $25 start on that. $25 start on the Almond Brothers. Misk, yeah, we're going to go through my random shelf over here in just a second. Joe Poss, $10. That was right here. Sell this to Ernest Nunez for $10. I'm not even looking at the price. Okay. Anybody want these last two for $15? $7.50 each. Pink Floyd Low Grade and Twisted Sister. $15 for those last two. Okay. Almond Brothers is a sealed unofficial. $25 start on that. Bum, ba-dum-dum. Obey your... Cassettes. Yeah, probably vinyl's been... It's almost time to retire vinyl for the night. I think we can do better doing just random and still showing random records. Not saying we're done, but I feel like everybody's like, Chad, what else you got around there, buddy? All right, what else is in this crate? There's the Almond Brothers. Okay, here's an auction I'll reduce. Blackberry Smoke, be right here. Monarch colored vinyl, red and orange. Monarch. I think it's got like the butterfly effect on it. $20 start on this. Blackberry Smoke, be right here. $20 start. Monarch colored vinyl. What was the price of the free comp? It wasn't free, I know that. 1973 OG, $34.99. Okay. Still finding some cool stuff over here to sell. Let me grab a new empty crate to fill up. VOA Hagar for 10. We have a Beatles boot, a Beatles boot, a Beatles boot, a Beatles boot, a Deep Purple boot, a Bruce Springsteen boot, Dylan boots, Deftone sign, BOC sign, President sign, Stephen Wilson seal, JJ Kai Winding, Sammy Hagar, $10. $10 sold to Charles Berry. Free sold to Matt Shirley for $25. Should have some big poster nights next week. Track listing on Almond Brothers, live at the Warehouse in New Orleans, 1971. That is You Don't Love Me, Soul Serenade, Joy to the World, Whipping Post, Foray Jacques, Mountain Jam Part 1 and Mountain Jam Part 2. Matt Shirley got the free story for $25. Then he said, what is the Springsteen boot? Okay. I was about to say, didn't you just offer $25 for that? This is Springsteen, The Boss Resurrected. Vintage bootleg, VG Plus condition, $35. Early Springsteen stuff there. VG Plus, $35. Blackberry Smoke, by the way, it was stickered $34.99. I just put it up for a $20 start. Almond Brothers was stickered for a lot more. I just put that up for a $25 start. Poster should be happening next week pretty soon, yes. The blues ones, possibly some of the Stevie Ray Vaughns. Almond Brothers does have a bid for $25. What else can I dig out of this crate? Well, there's a lot of stuff. I think this was more no bids, and I think this was like high-end stuff that couldn't make the cuts for like yeah, this is like a catch-all crate. This is all kinds of different stuff. Right. Yeah, this was the other night. We had all those analog productions except this one. Remember, we had all those analog productions. They all sold except this one. The Willie Nelson Shotgun Willie analog productions, 2LP QRP, 45 RPM of Shotgun Willie, sealed and numbered. And this was numbered 00925, $49.99 for Willie Nelson. It's a buy it now. Almond Brothers is sold to Farmer Redman for $25. Blackberry Smoke is a buy it now for $20. Wow, Joe Kolosky just bid $26. Man, I didn't think anybody wanted it but Farmer. So I already sold to him for $25. I'm sorry. And then Head Session gets Pink Floyd and Twisted Sister for $15. Blackberry Smoke is a $20 buy it now. And yeah, let's put Springsteen back over here. Tom Moran says he'll take the Willie Nelson. All right, great. Maybe let's just bring over this crate, okay? This crate I'm pulling all this stuff out of. Let's just go through it, okay? Let's just go through it because we're selling a lot out of here. It's some good stuff, it looks like. That is sold for $20 to Preston Rose, okay? Sounds like a pretty good crate to go through if we're selling this much out of it, right? Definitely. Let me take this off the table. And we'll take offers on just about anything in here. There's actually, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in here. Okay. So here we go. This is the box, this is the crate all this stuff's coming out of. So there's no telling. And then there's my Kiss Graveyard. And what else did we have over here I didn't get to? Here is, I can kind of walk around over here now. Yeah, those are C autographs. That stuff I gotta check. I gotta check that too. That goes for that. Okay, here we go. 1 second, water break. Phil Campbell passed away yesterday. Yeah, we have several signed Motorhead items. Those were showed earlier this week. I've got several. Okay, this stuff's new vinyl, but it was actually offered for sale, on sale the other night. So at this point, I'm taking offers on it, okay? Morbid Angel, Altars of Madness, white vinyl, sealed, $39.99, or best offer. Hum 3, Tozen Records, German, high quality vinyl, special vinyl mastering. Hum 3, $64.99. We have John Cale Vintage Violence, limited edition 1000 crystal clear vinyl. John Cale, $39.99. Vintage Violence. That's a buy it now best offer. We have King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, demo 7 and 8 limited edition splatter, $46.99. King Crimson Beat 200 gram remaster, $34.99. King Crimson Beat. And we also have NWA and the Posse, $29.99. Also, Bruce Springsteen Wrecking Ball, $36.99. And that is a 2LP, $36.99. Bruce Springsteen Wrecking Ball. So those are all buy it now or best offer, okay? Next thing over here is, where did I get to in this batch? Okay, here are a couple more this metal band here, Massey, Fire in the Rain, Massey or Massey. This is was going to be a low start. Let's just make it a $10 buy it now. An 87 Allied OG, MASI, Fire in the Rain. I think that's one of those late 80s hard rock / metal albums. $10 on that. And then here's some new vinyl that came in. I never did price. Andrew Hill, Compulsion, Blue Note Tone Poet, $39.99. And I don't know why they never did get priced, but those Tone Poets are usually $39, so I'll do this one for $39.99, okay? Blue Note Tone Poet, $39.99. So right now, this is new vinyl, new arrivals. These are sticker price because I've never even really put them out. Andrew Hill Compulsion, Blue Note Tone Poet. Recorded by Rudy Van Gelder back in the day. Reissue supervised by Joe Harley and mastered by Kevin Gray at Coherent, and then pressed at RTI. So that's brand new sealed stuff there. All this new vinyl's best offer. Mike Straws gets Massive for 10. Jeff Ed has left me a note on that. We're going to investigate the package, and I don't know what happened. We're trying to figure that out, honestly. But he told me to go ahead and order you 4 more until we can figure out what happened. That way we can go ahead and send them to you. So now you're going to have to wait like a week or 2 for those to come in, and then we'll ship them to you. But he made me aware that something happened somewhere. So as always, we'll take care of you, okay? This is interesting here. This is Sun Lux. This was tagged for auction yesterday. I never did get to it. Sun Lux is a 2015 US 10-inch limited edition numbered special cut. VG Plus, a $75 start. Lanterns and wicks. Yeah, that's what I have. It's one of these that have like 3 different spindle holes, right? Very unique thing here. It's a lathe cut. Looks like something Jim B would buy. $75, Sun Lux. That's now for bid. I never did get to that. That's a pretty good auction. Andrew Hill sold to Amenities for $39.99. Thank you on that. And then this is, this is new. It's, let me check cost on my distributor's website. Let me go and look that up. That was a 6 a.m. greatest hits. Shango, no price. Shango, no price. Let's put that over. Well, let's put it over here with 6 a.m. Collection of Beatles oldies. I think I had duplicates that night, and I didn't put this one up. Yeah, $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. It's a Japanese press. A collection of Beatles oldies. That's about what those usually sell for, but sometimes I sell them for $75. So $35 on a collection of Beatles oldies. I'll go ahead and get that into a sleeve as well. That's a buy it now. Probably do another video in the morning of more no bid buy it nows since we've accumulated so many. What happened to that pack of sleeves? This pack of sleeves is giving me the hardest time. I've never had such a difficult time with it. Well, I'll just leave it back there until somebody buys it. Okay, this, the reason it never got put out because I thought about keeping it. I don't think I have this one. Jim Croce, I got a name. But if I have so many records at my house. If I do have it, I'll run it next week. I think I have the Vertigo Japanese pressings already, but I can't remember. So, and that's all, those sound amazing. So that is temporarily not for sale. Okay, and then I got to price these. There, I think that some of this stuff has waiting lists too, so stand by. Okay, Ace Frehley Anomaly was a yellow vinyl 10th anniversary edition, and we were taking offers on this. So this is a buy it now best offer. Ace Frehley, $49.99. If I can turn around the vinyl. Download card, best offer. And then Ace Frehley Now Playing Cobalt Blue Vinyl, $24.99. These are all best offer. 3 Days Grace Explosions Gold Vinyl, $19.99. Volbeat Gods of Angels Trust, $49.99. And let's pause at the purple vinyl Nirvana Target exclusive of Unplugged, $29.99. Okay, I'm almost logged in over here where I can check prices on these items. First will be 6 a.m. SIXX. All right, and those are $36.99, and they're in stock. So, this will be $36.99, And I honestly need to make sure we don't have a waiting list for it, but I've got a really purge waiting list. So yeah, $36.99 if you want it. And then if anybody wants on a waiting list, let me know, because they have plenty in stock. It's on translucent red and black smoke colored vinyl. Translucent red and black smoke colored vinyl. Sean Sam on 3 Days Grace for $15. Okay. Ace Anomaly for $40. Stanley, You Got It. And Master Ma got Nirvana. Thank you. All right. Then Bruce Springsteen, 75 to 85, a 5 LP. Y'all know this. $49.99. Best offer on anything in here so far, except the new vinyl I pulled out. Hope Deferred. Oh, I missed another comment too. Hum is Stoner Rock. Really? Is that the same one that is like the teal cover with the zebra on it? I know Hum, it's like a teal looking cover with a zebra on it. What is that? Is this? I don't know. There's no price. There's no information. Hope Deferred. Yeah. Hope Deferred. Has it got a barcode? Here we go. Let's look it up and scan it and price it. Crimson colored vinyl. Probably that one right there. All right, so Hope Deferred is death metal. 22 people have it. 5 people want it. None ever sold. Okay, and then there's another color vinyl. Never sold. Is this new? This is pretty new. 2025. Death metal. Maybe this is something new I ordered. Let me see if this is still in print. Let me look up Hope Deferred on my distributor's catalog. And that's DEFERRED. Same hum, different hum. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't see this in my catalog either. Let me look at that one more time. HOPEDEFERRED. Deferred, right? Yeah. Yeah, this isn't in print, or I can't order. I don't know. $25. $25. We'll say $24.99. It's something brand new, but it's not even where you can order it. What was next? Ace. Yeah, Oso Adventure got 6 a.m. I can get more of those if anybody else wants one. And then I saw Garrett come through. Garrett, have you bought our Metallica tickets yet for the Sphere? This is sold to you for $30. Sean told me you're paying for everybody's Sphere tickets, and we're going that last weekend in October. Tennessee Vols bye week, so I can go, and you're paying for it. Is that right? You got Morbid Angel for $30. Hum is this. You prefer an astronaut from Illinois, Germany, and newer. Okay, so 2 different Hum bands. Okay. Let me put a price on Hope Deferred so we know what that is next time. Okay. All right. This was well, there's something else in here. REM, that's new. That just always gets misplaced. $29.99. That's a Radio Free Europe 10-inch orange vinyl. The Beatles sold to Matt Bushi for $29. Sure, let me just try to find a sleeve. And by the way, I didn't actually make that a buy it now. So Sunlux is a buy it now for $75. Matt Bushi gets the Beatles for $29. I don't know where my sleeves are though. Let me go get. Here's some over here. I know they have some on this desk. Yeah. Let's tag these. All right. All right. And $29. Got us a whole road to Sphere of all the money I've saved the past few months. Great. Thank you. Sunlux is sold for $60 to Jim B. And let me put that behind a cardboard backer. Jim, do you have a collection of rare lathe cut records? Sells on their site for $35. Well, here, there you go. I've got it for $24. It's not available through our distribution, so you can't order it wholesale right now. And then Volbeat 25. I'll take the Hope Deferred if no one else is interested. And then Volbeat. Seth, I can't do that. This is still expensive new. Let me see what this would cost to order a new copy. And Volbeat, by the way, is two separate words. Every time I try to find, no, it's one word. Yeah. Don't ever try to separate it. Okay, if I order this new right now, wholesale on it's $33.25. Okay, I'll sell it to you for $33. This came from a collection, but if I order this wholesale to mark up, the wholesale price is $33. So that's the replacement cost on it. $33 if you want it. Let's go ahead and tag Hiram from Hope Deferred. All right. This was supposed to go on Discogs, but it never did make it. So this is the Flirtations, and if you check on this, you'll find out this grade is pretty tough to get. VG Plus or like 100 plus. We had it one night for $95. I was going to put it on Discogs for $125. It hadn't made it there yet. So I'll do $95 or best offer. The Discogs price is going to be $125. That's the Flirtations. Is REM a re-recording? No, it's two different mixes. Well, it's Radio Free Europe, Jackknife Lee 2025 remix. Radio Free Dub, Mitch Easter 1981 remix. Radio Free Europe original Hiptone single. Sitting Still original Hiptone single, and WH Tornado cassette set. $29.99 orange vinyl. This, let me check it. This is, let me check the color. Oh gosh. Okay. Name of this band. The price on it, by the way, is $34.99. This is called Anal Trump, the first 100 songs. Yeah, I think it's somebody who doesn't like the president, okay? I have a feeling this is from somebody who absolutely despises the current sitting president, it looks like. That's a very nasty looking cover. Flirtations. This is sold to GMB for $65. I'll let him do all the work. That's sold to GMB for $65. TLC is $36.99. Fan mail, no scrubs and unpretty. That's new and sealed. That's sticker price. And so is this, Alice in Chains. This is a green vinyl, 30th anniversary, $39.99. Limited edition highlighter yellow vinyl, $39.99 for Alice in Chains. Kesha Kink Hot Pink vinyl, $34.99. I don't know why these got separated from our new vinyl crates. They're pretty recent, I guess. Yeah. And Bob Marley, the best of Bob Marley, 2 LP green, yellow, and red vinyl, $44.99. Poltergeist, a 2020 thrash numbered black vinyl, sealed for $14.99. Poltergeist, Father of Truth, sealed for $14.99. George Harrison, Dark Horse, $24.99. Green Capital label. Okay, we're officially into, about 2 weeks ago, a Hatchet Ed crate, okay? So regardless of what I'm saying, I'll take offers. If it was already discounted, we got to get some more of these sold here. REM, $20. I'll go ahead and take that on this. Sell this to Jetstream for $20. Let me get that in a sleeve and a board. And I still got a couple other things over here I got to price, so stand by on this. And let me do that. Okay. Losing my religion. Some of these like crazy political looking records like that, I'll see them and I'm like, I don't know if they're like being serious, not being serious. It's like some of that stuff in the 80s, and it's like, I'll look at the covers, I'm like, okay, I don't understand really what's going on. I guess you just have to be there. Jetstream on REM for $20. And then P for 10. Poltergeist, that's Soda Hoopy for 10. And this is, well, from here on, it's a leftovers of a Hatchet Ed crate. George Harrison, $24.99. $24.99. Bobby Rydell was $9.99, and then it was sold for $5. So I think that's pretty fair. The Beatles is best offer, live at Star Club, Hamburg, Germany. $39.99. $39.99. The Best of Mountain. This was $10. It was marked $14.99. Mississippi Queen. You know what I mean. And then Charlie Daniels is $6.99. That was $24.99. That ended up in one of our $6.99 crates. $6.99 on that. I priced it for $34.99. There's only one for sale in Lithuania, and it's $85.97. They've sold recently for $26 and $36, so I said $34.99 on it. We have Have Moisey. So this was half off of $74.99, which made it $37.50. Rounder Records. Have Moisey. Michael Ruttman on Charlie Daniels for $6.99. And then the Sterile, what? This is $6.99. When I read that, I want to say like a cuckoo clock, but it looks like it says cuckoo. The Sterile Cuckoo. The Midas Touch. This was a compilation, half off at $5. And the Best of Dave Edmunds, $6.99. The Best of Dave Edmunds. So that was $14.99. What was the Have Moisey? I really don't. What's it built? Michael Hurley and the Unholy Modal Rounders, Jeffrey Fredericks and the Clamtones. That's actually the artist there. Michael Hurley, the Unholy Modal Rounders, Jeffrey Fredericks and the Clamtones. Pearl Harbor, Don't Follow Me, I'm Too Lost. $6.99 on Pearl Harbor. Balance and Composure, The Things We Think We're Missing. Sealed on light pink colored vinyl, $19.99. And The Answer, Everyday Demons. And that's an alternate rock, hard rock, 2 LP, $24.99. $24.99. Oh, there went my knee. Well, I'm glad it finally popped. That made me feel a lot better. All right. So, with this being said, I'll make sure Patrick Lear is not interested in the Have Boise. So let me know, Patrick. 1 second. All right, so let's go ahead and sell Jim B this record for $30. And then Master Mall on LP. Oh, that he's just finishing his word. No, you can make offers on anything in here except for a couple of these sealed records right in here. And then there's a couple that I still didn't get prices on. They're all here to sell. Okay, and then let's go through. I had the kind of no bid / high-end crate that I have compiled all week. And then I'm going to add everything to it from tonight so we can put it all together and go through all the no bids and anything that was like high-end that was laid down and then maybe I put over here in a special crate. I've got all that stuff together. We can read through all that. That's probably some really good titles. And some of them you may have not seen. Some of them you might have been waiting to make offers on. And then I think these Hard Rock Heretics are $29.99. These are compilations with Winger, Dio, Faster Pussycat, Bullet Boys, David Lee Roth, Metal Church, Twitz's Sister, Dawkins, Skid Row, and Lynch Mob, and they're on colored vinyl. I don't know how many hundreds of these I've sold, but a lot. And this is still in print. And I'm going to go make sure I don't have a wait list for that. But if you want to go ahead and grab one, there it is. Lewis Kulik said he would do the Volbeat for $34. Okay? I'm pretty sure that's what I told somebody earlier. Either $33 or $34. Lewis Kulik, $34 on Volbeat. So here's what's left, just FYI. These are sticker price. Bob Marley for $46. I mean, maybe we can make a deal. They've been around for a little while. Yeah, some of these are victim of an old sticker, but we've recently ordered them. So Bob Marley, $44.99. Kesha, $34. I mean, some of them may be a slight discount. Alice in Chains, $39. And then TLC, $36. New vinyl, just, we don't have a lot of markup on it. I mean, some of these, the markup is $7 or $9. So if we come down $5 and make $5 on it, after all of our costs, everybody that's me here selling it, the person watching the sale, the tagger, the person that keys it in, the person who puts in an alphabetical order, the person who invoices, the person who pulls it for your order, and then the person who packs it, $5 is very little to make on a record. So if you've noticed, we kind of have a threshold of about $10 here for some kind of vintage pre-owned record. And new vinyl I only like doing when we can sell them in large quantities, pre-orders or stuff I know that's always going to sell. But if you think about it, if I'm making $5 on a record and it touches 1, 2, 3, probably 7 other people to get it to the box, to pack it up and ship it to you, we typically don't make any money. So while you think you're paying $45 for a Bob Marley, you know, honestly, I think the wholesale cost on this is, these are like $32, $34 maybe even. I mean, that's my cost on them. So Facebook stuck. 30 on Andrew Hill. And then Balance and Composure, 13. All right, sell that to Jim B for $13. Spin Cycle wants Pearl Harbor for $6.99. And then 30 for Andrew Hill. Okay. And that one was, where was Andrew Hill at? Andrew Hill? Where did you see that at? No Andrew Hill in here that I'm aware of. Okay, so Bob Marley, Kesha, Alice in Chains, TLC. The Answer, Everyday Demons. That was $24.99. Dave Edmunds, the very best of, $6.99. The Midas Touch is $5. This soundtrack, which is, by the way, Sandpipers play on here. The music's by Fred Carlin. $6.99. That's a Liza Minnelli movie. The Mountain record was already $14.99, now $10. The Beatles, German Press, The Star Club, $39. Bobby Rydell, $5. George Harrison, $24. The Bruce Box, $49. And then Ace Frehley was Blue Vinyl, $24. Bruce Springsteen, $36. NWA, $29. King Crimson, $34. King Gizzard, $46. John Kell, $39. And Tozen, $64. Okay. Andrew Hill. Oh, no, this is $39. This just came. This is new. Plus, I just sold one to Amenities for $39. Plus, I just sold one to Amenities for $39. I got to have sticker price for this. This is sticker price. I'm afraid to look up what these cost. Sorry, yeah, I got to have this for $39. I already sold one to Amenities. One second. Yeah, cost on these are $30.75. That's the cost of these Blue Note Tone Poets sometimes. Sometimes I've seen them $33, but that's why typically I can't mark down new vinyl for that reason. We'd be making, we'd lose 75 cents on that. So that's why, even though when I'm reading through them, I'm like, sticker price, everybody's like, make an offer. I'm like, I can't do it. I mean, simply, it's like on a vintage record, sometimes pre-owned, we have a lot more room. You know, that's the way we buy them, and we have to move them so fast. But the new stuff is like, there's virtually, if I discount it, it's virtually breaking even, which this just got put out. So we'll keep that at $39. And then TLC. I'll do 2LC for $35. $35 on TLC. Okay, Hard Rock's going in here. And then Steve Biddlecombe got Bobby. All right, let's go through some of those no bids. That's sold for $5, okay? Is Axe Dragger. I will look that up right now. Luckily, I'm logged in. Luckily, I'm logged in over here. So, Ace for $20. I'll go ahead and do that to Oso. Now, where sometimes it happens is we buy collections with a lot of new sealed stuff, and we have a lot more room on it. And when that happens, you'll see us be able to negotiate on new stuff. But we spend a lot of time on new vinyl. I have some people, when the shows start on Mondays and Tuesdays, they're like, I wish you would do nothing but new vinyl, Chad, all night. And I'm like, well, we wouldn't nearly sell as much. And second of all, it also cost probably right now, total investment in our inventory, now that I've accumulated 30 crates, probably like $50,000 tied up over here in new vinyl. I mean, because I submit orders every day for $2,000 or $3,000 every day, and sometimes from 2 or 3 different distributors. Now, bear in mind, we sell a lot of that, but I remember one time I had like 100 G's tied up in new vinyl about 2 years ago. I went, holy crap, no wonder, there's all of our inventory right there. So I've done lately, if y'all have noticed, I'm really only down to like ordering 1 and 2 copies. Because if I've had more than that before. I'm like, holy crap, I got a lot of money tied up in new vinyl. And then at that point, it kind of, everybody gets everything they want. And like new releases, everybody has them by the first month. And then you basically, the only way you can sell them is to start giving them away at cost, because at that point, people start selling pre-owned copies on Discogs. And if you don't sell them when they first come out, it's kind of the kind of market's done on them. So I'm like, it's like either sell them and make a little or basically break even. So it's a tough market. I'd much rather just sell vintage stuff. It's where we really, our business thrives. Axe Dragger, it says pre-order, Hiram, even though it comes out next Friday. Yeah, it still says pre-order. It would be $33.99. It says Axe Dragger, $33.99. Comes out Friday. $33.99. Okay, so let's go through and try to make some deals on all of tonight and this week's no bids, okay? There's everything in here from jazz to autographs and everything, okay? Pantera's original singer with Fu Manchu. I will put in for 3 of them right now. Sounds like something we can sell. Thank you for the recommendation. Sorry to go off on a rant on new vinyl. I wasn't complaining. I was just letting y'all know why I rarely discount stuff. Okay? That wasn't a complaint or rant. That was just me letting y'all know any record shop you walk into, if you, any new record shop, if you see their new vinyl and they're a small record shop, they've paid a lot of money just to stock that stuff. And honestly, they're only making like $5 or $7 on it probably. Okay, probably in a building that cost $2,000 to rent. Rhino Reserves. Yeah, I've got several. You'd have to name them, and I can probably tell you if I have them or not. So here was tonight's no bids, because there's a lot, and I'd like to make some deals on some of them. Rant and roll, yeah. That's me. I'm sorry. I'm a ranter, especially not when I get hungry. Now, if I had a big cheeseburger in my system, I'd feel a lot better. But I'm getting hungry and cranky, and I'm getting hungry and cranky. Honestly, I'm hungry. I'm cranky. I'm hungry. I'm cranky. Here we go. So, first was this Led Zeppelin, which was actually marked for more, but we put it up for a $45 start. It was EX or better. It's got 1 scuff on it. It's a 69 press. Obviously not an RL cut, but it's $45. Hangry, that's exactly right. I know for sure I don't have Tower of Power. I don't have Tower of Power. I know I don't have that one. Live Tool. Starplex, yeah, I have that one. I have Starplex, if that's the one you're referring to. And so what happened here? Let me look up Tower of Power. I haven't seen that one in stock in a while. Some of those are pretty limited edition. I don't think I have. I might have Lollapalooza, but Tower of Power back to Oakland is in stock. It would be $38.99, or it would be. It's not in stock now. I could have it next week. $38.99. Tool Dallas, or which one? Lollapalooza is like $34. Starplex Dallas was like $24. Or 29. They're either 24, 29, or 34. Depends on which one. J and Kai, a 1955 pressing, a really nice cover, sharp corners, EX vinyl. That's Savoy Jazz label, $90 on that one. Steven Wilson was pretty pricey item here. It is the Overview. It's a CD and Blu-ray sealed with book, and that's $175. Steven Wilson, CD Blu-ray disc. I think this is a really good price. The Presidents of the United States of America, JSA authenticated, signed by all 3 members, and it's on really cool colored vinyl. $125 on POTUS. $125 on that. This is a vintage Bruce Springsteen bootleg, The Boss Resurrected. VG Plus condition, Bruce Springsteen, $35. And this is my last signed BOC. Last signed BOC. This one has 2 less members than the others. This has got 3 total signatures, $275. And, of course, it's JSA'd. The Deftones, signed by 5. It is personalized to Patrick, $275. JSA as well, authenticated. This Bob Dylan is being sold as a set. Little White Wonder, Volume 1, 2, and 3. All 3 of those together for $95. All 3 of those together for $95. Okay. Michael Nath gets the Bruce for $35. And we have offers on Presidents for $95 and $100. Mark Weiss is right ahead of you. Mark, it will be $100. If you pass, then it's sold to JCB. Bradley Smith wants a Tool Starplex, okay? If I have one of those, it's going to be in one of these crates right here. I also have a Tool Fear Inoculum, which is technically on sale for $99.99 if anybody wants to see one of those. here it is. Bradley Smith gets Starplex for $24.99. Michael said he would do the 3 Dylans for $70. Sold. And then we got POTUS sold to, boy, he got his offer in slightly ahead of you. This is sold to Mark Weiss for $100. Okay. Here's another Dylan boot, Manchester Prayer, a 2LP Los Angeles Forum 2LP EX. $60 on that Dylan. And here's another Dylan, Blind Boy Grunt, Zim Zim Zabob. Near mint with Etta James and Jackson Brown live in Mansfield, Massachusetts. $50 on that. So there's 2 more Dylan boots. Here's another boot, Deep Purple Sonic Zoom, live in Chicago, 1970. VG for $75. VG for $75. And then several Beatles. Here's the first one. Atlanta Whiskey Flat, which is live in Philadelphia, 1964. A nice VG, 75 on the first Beatles boot. This one's called Come Back. This is VG Plus, $70. And then the Beatles LS Bumblebee. That one was $55. And the Beatles Posters, Incense, and Strobe Candles with Strawberry Incense, purple vinyl. Really cool collectible one here. $95. $95 on that one. $40 on this Dylan boot. Zim Zim Zabob. Sell that to Michael Knapp for $40. Thank you. And then we have several butcher covers, and I think y'all know the deal on this. They're kind of just waiting for somebody that realistically wants one, that wants to get together on a price. I usually price them for $1,200 or $1,275, whether they're peeled or lightly peeled, or if they're a beautiful trunk cover. But we haven't had a beautiful trunk cover in a while. But either way, $1,200 OBO. There's the first one. There's the second one. There's the third one. Billie Eilish, the paint splatter, $2,000. Taylor Swift, the ACM promo of Red, $3,000. And Paul McCartney signed Hard Day's Night, $7,500. That is probably 3 of the most expensive records we have in stock, except for the signed Metallicas. I need to just really put these over here with this other crate. I doubt somebody's just going to randomly hop on here and buy this one night, but that would be great if it happened. Dr. John the Night Tripper signed. Dr. John, $575 on that one. Several signed Glenn Campbell's. This is also like these kind of crates is like when I have free time, okay, let's pick out a couple and put some stuff on eBay that hadn't been listed yet. Glenn Campbell's are definitely going on there soon because those sell pretty regularly on there. I haven't had any luck selling. I've sold several. Fred Goodwin had like 10 of them. I'm down to my last, how many? 4. I had 10 at one point, I think. It's just a matter of time. The 12-string guitar, the Good Time album, and Arkansas. Those are $375 each OBO. Beach Boys Pet Sounds, another big one. Need to really get this one online. $1,750, $1,750. Signed JSA and Beckett. There it is, Michael, right on cue. Here is Lemmy, Wurzel Burtson, and Phil Taylor passed away this morning. This is same price as it's been all week, $475. $475. That's kind of a signed Motorhead insert. $475. Any of the really high-end stuff in here, we can work on splitting up payments. So, you know, if you want to do, however, I mean, we'll leave it up to your call, but we don't want to probably take it out over a year or anything. But, you know, we've sold some pretty pricey stuff. Clint Eastwood, Eddie Van Halen, other signed albums, and I've let people split it up 2, 3, 4 times. We just, Ed prints it out. He keeps it above his desk, and he checks it off. So, you know, think about it. I had one guy ask maybe, could he do Paul McCartney over 12 months? And I was like, we would do it with interest. Like, I would do it for like maybe $8,500 over 12 months, which I think is still fair, honestly, for a if you go online right now and try to buy a real Provenance-backed McCartney signed album, they're crazy expensive. This is already on eBay. I've already listed this one. I need to put it over here. Crosby and Nash, $475. It's on eBay right now for $600 OBO. Crosby and Nash, $475. I'm going to put it over here with these. Here's my crate of ones actually already listed. I got a whole crate of stuff actually listed. We can go through those too. I'd like to sell maybe one high-end one tonight. Here is Nazareth. There is only one for sale, which is opened. $100 on Discogs. This one's sealed. Nazareth tattooed on my brain. $75 on that. Here's another signed Motorhead. This is actually a signed record. Filthy Animal, Phil Taylor, Lemmy, and Wurzel Burton. That's also $475. Signed Motorhead. That's weird. I've been showing those all week, and then Phil Taylor passes away. That's so strange. Firehouse. Now, I think this is a victim of a weird Discogs phenomena. They sell for a lot, but there's other pressings that are a lot cheaper. So like this particular one sells for like $150. We got ours priced for $150, but if anybody wants to make an offer, I think you can get another color for, significantly cheaper. They only made 300 of these. So yeah, there's none for sale. And the last two sold were $125 and $129. So we got this for at $150. None for sale though. They only made 300 on that color. And we had Clutch for $55. Record Store Day purple vinyl. David Bowie and Unofficial, The Man Who Sold the World. $55 on that. And then Tarja, My Winter Storm, $150. Here's another Beatles boot, $125. Blue vinyl, we've had that one for a while. The Beatles outtakes, trademark of quality. John Fogerty Centerfield, a Japanese press, $35 on Fogerty. And then the Strokes are pretty pricey. This is the 2013 OG first pressing. The cheapest they were listed for sale were $500. They're numbered. We got them at $395. Yeah, right here, numbered. Should be this version. Yeah, that version there. Yeah, there's only one for sale for $500. Last two sold was $300. That was April, almost a couple months, will be a year ago, and then $352. So based on current stock, $395 is not bad. On the Strokes, Panetto's Point, Bobby Panetto, was a soul jazz, Latin jazz album, $125. VG Plus, mark on side 2 though, but it does not affect play at all. Test played and verified. Cheap Trick Busted was a 1990 USOG sealed, $75 on that. Roman with Richardson, Jerome Richardson, $695. Deep Groove Mono. More details, I'll give it to you. And then Heart, got a couple people interested, hadn't struck a deal yet. Heart was $475, signed by Nancy Wilson, Roger Fisher, Howard Leslie, Steve Fawcett, and Michael DeRoser. And then the last one in here was Nashville Cat. Oh, Nashville Cat was sealed, $125 OBO. And then the other no bids from tonight was these Japanese pressings. Bob Dylan Real Live for $35. John Anderson Animation for $35. And Wham! Make It Big, or excuse me, Wham! Fantastic for $35. So collectively, I guess over the course of this year, that's all the no bids. But some of those have been around for a while. So that's no bids and high-end stuff. I'll put it that way. No bids and high-end stuff. Okay. And that's autographs that we didn't get to yet that have to be researched. And yeah, here's this stuff, which most of these have been shown a bunch. There's the Crosby and Nash. This is kind of for sale. It's not, everybody knows we have it. It's not listed anywhere else. I hadn't really technically said, yeah, I'm taking this home. and I'm keeping it yet. I hadn't officially bought it. It's for sale. Anybody can buy it right now or make an offer. It's $15,000. That's Metallica Kill 'Em All. Fully signed, including Cliff Burton. And it's an OG pressing. So, obviously, there wouldn't be many chances of... Well, I guess there would have been some reissues. There's a chance you can get an Elektra reissue autographed, but probably most of them that got signed were OG copies, because when that album came out, they did a lot of signings and promos. They went to stores, and that's how... Not saying that's a common autographed record, but they did go do some promotional stuff when that album came out, so they did sign a lot for fans. And, of course, Cliff isn't signing anymore. James Hetfield is retired from signing. He doesn't sign anymore. Kurt, a very desirable signature. Actually, if you catch Lars, he will sign for you. If you're nice enough, he will sign. I've seen a recent video of him at an airport, and a guy got some drumhead signed. So he will actually sign. He's probably the nicest as far as giving autographs out of all of them, believe it or not. You would probably think he would be the one to charge and be like, yeah, man, I need $50 or something, or 500. But yeah, 3 of those on there are really tough to get. And Lars dates his stuff now. Back then he used to do those exclamation points. So now he dates it, which I really don't like. I hate it when something's dated. But Dylan sold to Michael Knapp for $28. I do have a plethora of Neil Young autographs. 1,500 on most of them. I'm just kind of looking to make a deal at this point, but that's kind of what they sell for, especially if they're nice and authenticated and everything. So there's a Live Rust. Here's the other signed Metallica. Once again, fully signed on the back of Ride the Lightning. It's pretty much the same price. I mean, give or take, it just depends on who wants what, but that's another signed Metallica. And then this is Cheap Trick, $375. It's fully signed Xander, Nielsen, Peterson, and Carlos. This is a headache. It's the Golden Palominos. I'll tell you why it's a headache. All these signatures are authentic except for Michael Stipe's. So Michael Stipe from REM played on here. That's why everything's in green. Jack Bruce, Sid Straw, Chris Stamey. Yeah, Jack Bruce from Cream. But Michael Stipe was forged on here. So I'm just trying to just need to kind of get rid of this. Because it's a tough sale. It's got all those autographs, and then Michael Stipe is fake. So I think I've got it on eBay for $350. Still pretty cool, because all those are legitimate, including Jack Bruce. Several by Bill Monroe. $575 on his stuff. I'm pretty sure I have, other than maybe a signed check or a cut, I have the only listed Bill Monroe signed stuff on eBay. And I have like a dozen things on there. I've got this album jacket. I've got this album jacket signed by Bill. He signed this one really big across the top. This one signed right here. This one signed down here. I'd love to make a deal on one. Don't let that price scare you, because I have so many of them. That one. I've actually sold a couple on there, but they weren't album jackets. This one's a lot cheaper because it's personalized to Fred Goodwin collection. Here's a really good piece signed by Eric Clapton, John Mayall, and Ainsley Dunbar. That one is $1,275. It's signed by Clapton. That's a big signature. Clapton is not cheap on an album jacket. We've sold several for $1,500 plus. These John Prines, I've made deals on them because they're personalized. If that wasn't over here, they'd probably already be gone. $500 to $800 probably. He's actually shockingly expensive. The personalization pretty cool. I'm still asking $575 for them. I've actually sold a couple on eBay, but I've got a few left that I'll make a deal on. To Dale, John Prine. Thanks, Dale, John Prine. To Dale, thank you, John Prine. This one's actually signed on the back. To Dale, thank you, John Prine. To Dale, thank you, John Prine. To Dale, good job, John Prine. And for Dale, thank you, John Prine. These are actually shockingly expensive. The band, Danko, Hudson, Helm, and Jim Wilder, who was a musician that also played on here. Those are $1,500. That's the band stage fright. Awesome, though. They're all passed away. I don't know about Jim Wilder, but I know the band, all those are passed away. And this one's honestly pretty much the same price. It's signed by Danko and Helm. So, I mean, Hudson is on the other one, but I'm asking $1,500 each on those. I've sold just Levon Helm signed albums for $500 to $800. Willie Dixon Peace. This is signed by Willie Dixon, Kerry Bell, Lafayette Leak, Buster Benton, Freddie Dixon, Clifton James. Lots of blues legends. That's $575. Neil Young, more signed. I've got a variety now to look at. Journey Through the Past. Time Never Fades. Those two there are pretty desirable because they're, especially that one, that's more of a classic album. That's an awesome one. All these are $1,200. There's another one. A little bit tougher to see that one, but it's on a big album, Rust Never Sleeps. A lot of people have been interested in this one because of he's actually on the cover. Really cool shot. Neil Young and the Shocking Pinks. Everybody's rocking. What is this? Oh, that's part of a big Elvis poster. I think I have the other part around here somewhere. That's part of a big Elvis 3-sheet movie poster. I haven't found the other half, though. It's, the other 2/3. It's around here somewhere. Gene Clark's a tough autograph to get. Roadmaster. It's signed on the back. Those are $875. And then this one is signed by Chris Hillman, Roger McGuinn, and Gene Clark. That's $875. Here's another Bill Monroe. That one's really cool. I like this one. Country Music Hall of Fame. And he signed it right there. $575, like I said, on the Monroes. Here's more Neil Young's. Some of these are quite a bit cheaper. Neil Young Sample and Hold. That's a 12-inch single. This one's a lot cheaper. It's personalized to Joanne, I think. Or it looks like he didn't know what. I've seen people sign stuff and they're like, "What's your name?" And they'll say, "Jadada." And someone will go, "Okay, Jadada." Here's a classic album, but honestly, Nils Lofgren ruined it. I told them when they brought these back, and I found this one. We had another after the Gold Rush, but I was like, man, this would be worth a lot more if Nils Lofgren hadn't personalized it. So, but a great way to get a bargain on an iconic album. Same way with this one. That would have been awesome, but I don't know. You might can get somebody to restore it and remove that, or at least remove the To Dale part, but honestly, I think it'd be worth more if it was just single signed by Neil Young, and he dated at 86. You might can get somebody who knows what they're doing to touch that up, like one of those poster conservation places. They might can remove all that. That would be easy to do on that one. This one would be a challenge, but you could also restore the jacket, and bring it back to life. And those are really, those would be big pieces there. Those are probably more like $1,500, but you can get them for cheaper now. This is pretty nice. Life, and then This Note's for You. And there's another 12-inch single. And Landing on Water. I told you I got a bunch of Neil Youngs. They've been on eBay for a while. I mean, I could just list them all at once on auction and blow them out, but I think if I'm patient, I sell one every now and then. I'll get close to 1,000 for almost all of them. You just got to be patient because he doesn't sign too often. It's not like he's sitting at a convention somewhere in Chicago next weekend signing autographs for people. He's hard to get to. He's not going to sign much. And a lot of times he personalizes stuff. So, yeah, I will let you know on the Elvis poster whenever I find it. Yep. Sorry, I'm going through high-end memorabilia tonight, but for this late at night, after going through everything, I'm like, well, let's bring out something expensive. We might can sell something expensive and make it worth our time to go a little bit later tonight. So one item here will be the equivalent of 3 half-off crates. So I'll bring over a few more things. I'll do some other stuff laying over here that I know the prices of because they're listed on eBay. So you might find something you're interested in. I got other country-related stuff and signed albums. Let's see. This stuff's already posted, so like I said, I can go reference the price pretty quick. This is signed by Dale Reeves. Yeah, it's a movie poster. Signed by Dale Reeves. 40 Acre Feud, that's from Fred's collection. Signed down here at the bottom where his name is. I think I'm asking $125 for that. That's here price. $125 on Dale Reeves. That's JSA'd, of course. I've sold a couple of these on eBay. And Heritage actually has one up for auction right now. That shows you these are pretty desirable auctions. These vintage original items signed by Shirley Eaton. So this is a vintage original Life magazine. The Bond girl Shirley Eaton signed. I've actually got 3 or 4 of them left. I've sold a couple already on eBay. $95 on Shirley. Is that the right COA for it? Hold on a second. If it is, I need to put it down in here. 254, yeah. All right. Any baseball fans? I need to reduce the price on these probably on eBay, but I mean, it's kind of a unique item. These are original lobby cards signed by Roger Maris. So there's Roger Maris, Safe at Home. So these are original lobby cards. This was a movie that him and Mickey Mantle starred in. And these are $1,500 a piece. These are original 1962 lobby cards. They're $1,500. They all come with a letter from JSA. There's number 1. Here's number 2. That's a duplicate essentially. That's a duplicate essentially. And then here's this one. Pretty cool one there. They're all cool. $1,500 on these. Signed Roger Maris. This one I always thought was the best one. That's what the actual movie poster looks like. So that's a really cool shot. I think Roy Acuff, I've got the most offers on this on eBay, and I've turned a lot down just because they've kind of cut me a lot. And after I pay fees, I'm like, man, if I wait a little bit longer, if I wait just a little bit longer, I bet I can sell this to somebody for more on my own sale. So I'm never in a too hurry to sell anything on it, even though it takes a lot of time to list all the stuff. Yeah, I'm asking $75 for this. It's an original 1949 lobby card signed by Roy Acuff. JSA'd. It's got the original National Screen Service stamp on the back. $75 on that. Okay. Harry Carey. Some of these I'm going to have to type into my search bar right quick. Harry Carey, and I'm telling you, if they require a letter, Harry's not listed. Carey, there he is. No, yeah, there he is. If they require a letter from JSA, they're typically a pretty sought after item or highly forged. So there's screen legend Harry Carey, and that's Harry Carey Sr., by the way. I believe his son was an actor as well. That's from Fred's collection, matted, but it's really just a cut. That's $5.99. $5.99 for Harry Carey. That's just protectors to separate these. We got several from the Cisco Kid, Duncan Ronaldo. He's actually pretty tough to get and sought after. Duncan Ronaldo is $2.99. He's not that expensive. The inscription reads, "From your amigo Cisco Kid," in the hand of Duncan Ronaldo. That's $2.99. This is stuff Fred had hanging in his house. Tammy Wynette, really large, oversized photo here. It says, love you, Tammy Wynette. That's an 11 by 14. $175 for Tammy Wynette. And then here's two more really cool Bill Monroe items. There's a 1976 Country Music Magazine, also $5.75. And I think this is one of the best pieces. Bill Monroe's Grand Ole Opry. It's an original book. 1947. Beautiful condition. Look at that image. Bill and his horse, King Wilkie. Boy, that'd be a tough trivia question. What was Bill Monroe's horse's name? Whew. If somebody pulled that out, you'd be like, they know a lot about country bluegrass. I wonder if Michael Manning knew that. $5.75. I think that's one of the best pieces. And there's one more photo I have of him, and it's an original Grand Ole Opry press photo, press shot, and it's also $5.75. So I got some really cool Bill Monroe stuff. Just waiting for the right time for the right buyer to pick out one or two, or heck, all of them. I get offers on eBay all the time. $250, $300, $225, $150. But I'm just like, man, I have pretty much the only stuff listed that's like actual memorabilia. I mean, that's like what a cut sells for, or a check or something like that, you know. I think this stuff is pretty cool, and it's pretty much the only ones listed for sale. There'll be some unauthenticated stuff pop up, and it'll be really cheap because it's unauthenticated, but I don't know about them of that sometimes. I'm like, oh, I don't know. I'd rather buy it after I know it's good. Over here, that's a coin. This is Midland. I think it's $175, signed CD. John Mayall is $75. MC Chris, I think I got that on there for $75. Kid Rock, that's pretty cool. Grit Sandwiches for Breakfast, that's his first rap album. He dated it 2002. That's $5.75. That is not autographed. This is a MoFi or a Gold Disc CD. That's on eBay for $100. 24 karat gold audiophile CD. That's $100. Buddy Guy. How much do I have on Buddy Guy? Buddy. Glad to pick up a few bits again this week after a drought. Chad, go see your mom. Unit 5th. Awesome. Yeah, I need to go probably see that tomorrow then. Buddy Guy's $150. And I think this is pretty cool. Gene Kelly. And it's kind of with Dancing in the Rain type theme. It's an original EP piece. And $500 on that. I actually got an offer not too long ago, I think, for like $275. And I'm like, But it was only on there for like 12 hours. So obviously somebody was looking for one. And they didn't want to pay what I was asking. So mine's listed for $500. But yeah, I think I got an offer before. So most of the stuff I've probably had offers on eBay. And honestly, if somebody here would have made the offer, I probably would have took it. Because I don't have to pay fees. And I know y'all and I know who's getting it. But when I get an offer for something for $300 on eBay, I'm like, well, I'm probably going to get like $200. You know, so it's like a lot less tempting to take. I could show y'all signed memorabilia for the next 3 hours and we wouldn't make a dent in it. So I better stop there. Does anybody have any other questions or last requests before I clean up, do the videos, and then go get some Whataburger? It's time for me to go get some Whataburger and watch a movie and take my 12 hours off on my Sunday morning, okay? I don't do anything for about the next 12 hours. But if y'all want me to say something, I will. I'm here for about a few more minutes. But I take off about 12 hours every week, and that's on Saturday nights, technically Sunday mornings. And then I don't do a live stream, but I'm usually here working. I got a lot to do. I got a whole lot to do. So No more vintage LPs tonight. No. If we got started with another crate, that would be... I tell you what, though. Do you have a Facebook, Rafe? You need to... If you don't have a Facebook, you need to... Or if you do, you need to join our private group, because I'm about to go film 2 more videos. And I'm going to post that... I'm going to post that in the morning. But that's it for vintage LPs. Unless you want something signed. Nobody wants a bundle on Neil Young's. $15. I know where that is. Let me find it. $15. That was right here. Any questions? Next week should be big. The Answer, Everyday Demons, $15 sold. Pat says, check my DMs. I'll do that. Any Elvis autos? I can get you one. I've been reached out by several people. I've passed on all of them. 2 of them have been authentic. One was bad. But I hadn't really done a deal because it's a lot of money to tie up, and you're talking 10,000 plus range on a couple of these, what they're signed on. I passed on a photo the other day, and I wish I would have bought it. It was a great deal. But I couldn't, they sold it. And I didn't get an answer fast enough if it would pass JSA. And I've seen a bunch of fakes. The 3 I'm talking about, I thought the 3rd one was definitely legitimate, but it wasn't. It wouldn't pass, so. I'm trying to find a signed album jacket for somebody, but that's tough, man. A signed Elvis album jacket is tough right now. They're about... You probably can go get one for about 15. Most people want to pay about 10. And then signed photos, I think, are like 6,000 or 8,000 right now. I think a nice signed photo is like, you can find photos of him signed. He did a lot of that in the 60s, press shots and stuff like that. But, the King is not cheap. I want a Sun 45 autographed. He did that a lot. He signed a lot of those Sun 45s. But I got to be patient. That's what I would like to have. I don't know if you heard all that, but yeah, if we end up selling this guy's collection, then, or end up buying this guy's collection, then we'll have we'll have a heck of a Monday Night Kiss. Or if we don't do a deal with them, I might be like, hey, we're going to go ahead and start selling this stuff because we're going to buy it anyways. And that way we can start getting rid of it because it's taking up so much space. And I mean, if we would have already bought it, I would have already sold a third of it. We would have sold a third of it tonight already, or this week, I mean. Capital compilation, $10. Yeah, was that in new vintage stuff? I don't remember. Was that in one of the new vintage crates? I'm pretty sure it was check condition, right? I just can't remember if it was new. There's the check condition stuff. I know what you're talking about, but trying to find it will be a challenge. Maybe not, though. Let's see here. No luck there. That's all right, Mama. That's all right. Here it is. Found it. It was not check condition. $10. Soda Farmer Red Man. Yeah, that has Pink Floyd on it, Bob Seger. Cool. Soda Farmer Red Man. All right. Now I'm really signing off. Thanks, everybody. No sale tomorrow. There'll be videos posted in the morning. 6 a.m. vintage or 6 a.m. new vinyl recap, final call. There'll be a 9 a.m. vintage, and there might be something in between. You just never know. If I'm sorting stuff and I'm like, this is almost a whole crate I can do for $6.99, I'll do a whole crate for $6.99. Okay? Still have the lighting. I did, and I saw your message, but I've always had a firm policy, Chris, about half off is no more, no less. So it was already $50. That's why, it was $25. But I usually don't discount those any further unless I bundle them. Chad, the Rush Gray Center, do you have in stock to ship when I pay Monday? Yeah, you've got one. It's tagged. Yeah, I saw your question earlier. I'm sorry I didn't answer. That's one of those I answered in my head and I didn't out loud. I know you've asked that twice. I didn't answer your first time. Yes, you were tagged for one the other night. We sold 2 Rush box sets this week. Solarplex bought one and you bought one. Boy, that seems like a week ago. Boy, that seems like a long time ago. Monday night, Kiss Night, that feels like that was a month ago. Whew. That was 6 days ago. I guess it was almost a week ago. That's when Rush came in. So, yeah, you'll be billed on Monday, and then they'll start shipping it this week. We still got 146 people watching. That's amazing. But I bet a lot of people's asleep. And I'm hungry. Thanks, everybody. See y'all tomorrow or Monday. I guess technically tomorrow now. It's already Sunday. We never have a live stream on Sunday. Well, sometimes I sell coins and knives and stuff like that, but we don't have much in stock right now. We will here in about 30 days. We've ordered a ton from Mint distributors. So, thanks, everybody.